But what we're also learning is that there are reports that Chrystia Freeland has also been reaching out to Liberal MPs as speculation continues to swirl around Trudeau's future and who might replace her, or him, I should say. What do you make of the fact that there are these reports that she's been reaching out to other MPs?
So even experts now are saying that Justin Trudeau will not politically survive past the end of this year. In fact, most experts are saying that an election is going to happen in the first few months of 2025. But let me know down in the comments if you guys think that it will happen in the first few months or if it will happen at the end as per the scheduled federal election in October of 2025. So we're taking a look at that, as well as teenagers in Canada are now trying to join ISIS, but police are stopping them and arresting them before they can do that. So that's something to be very much concerned about. And we're going to be taking a look at some other stories as well. Welcome back to the channel. Welcome back to another video, everybody. Before we get into it, I do want to encourage y'all to hit the like button and subscribe if you haven't already. It does really help grow the channel. We're super close to 440,000 subscribers, and it'd be pretty sweet if we got there today or early new year. Without further ado, let's start off with the polls. You've got Pierre Poilievre and the Conservatives sitting at 232 projected seats still, with a bottom line of 206. They still only need 172 seats for a majority government. So it's still looking like it's going to be a very clear sweep, a conservative sweep like we've never seen in this country before. Justin Trudeau is sitting down there with 39 projected seats, and Jagmeet Singh trailing right behind with 25. I do think that they are going to flip-flop in the coming weeks leading into this early election. 99% likely across the board for the Conservatives of winning the most seats in office of a majority government. So if you ever hear Jagmeet Singh talk about how he's going to be Canada's next prime minister, I don't know how he's going to get past the 99% likelihood of the Conservatives not only winning, but getting a majority government. So I don't know what he's smoking, but I'll take 5. Now let's take a look here at what Don Cherry has to say about Team Canada getting the boot from the juniors. Don't be too hard on the kids. They tried their best. They seemed tight all tournament. Hockey Canada has to get with it and hire full-time coaches for the World Juniors under 18, under 17, and get some consistency. That's because Canada just got kicked out by, I think, Czech, which is, I mean, it's kind of concerning. Like back in the day, man, Canada was the hockey king. We were the king of hockey around the world, and it seems like we've lost a little bit of that. And if we don't have hockey, I don't know what else we have. But we've got a lot of this right here. Food bank usage surges to new heights in 2024, with 3.49 million clients being served. Feed Ontario, probably fine. As you can see here, as time is going on, you go back to the year 2000, it's right next to my camera, basically. So around 500,000 people, and now it's at 3.5 million. So that's obviously something to be very, very concerned about. That has a direct correlation to cost of living, circumstances of shitty government, bad policies, forcing people to go to food banks. And then here, the lazy Canadian investor says number of Canadians with at least $1 million liquid cash and investments in 2023. And you can see the biggest would be New York City with almost 500,000 people. And then Toronto is down there with 106,000 people in city of Toronto in 2023 with $1 million liquid. And since we have rolled over into the new year, we are talking about money. It's a good reminder for those that do have the ability to contribute to the TFSA and to maybe their kids are ESP, that is a new year, and your contribution limits have gone up. Right? I think it's like $7,000 for the TFSA. So keep that in mind if you do have the means, of course. Then the Liberal Party here is having a meltdown over the Pierre Poilievre and Jordan Peterson podcast. So Poilievre just went on a podcast sponsored by anti-abortion group. New year, same anti-choice conservatives. Of course, this is because in the description, or in the thread tweets, or whatever it's called, on X, Jordan Peterson posted the full video here, and obviously the link to the sponsor. Preborn help save 11,000 babies from abortion. There you go. And so I don't know why they are having a meltdown over that. It's like they can't fathom people wanting kids to exist in the world, and abortion. I don't get it. I have kids, and it breaks my heart. I've been like very silent about that my entire life, about the abortion stance, like a woman's body, her right to choose, blah, blah, blah. And now I'm like, yeah, but like a kid's life is very precious, and just resulting to abortion, especially in Canada, the term limits are insane. I mean, you can do it right up until it's 8 months pregnant. Like, it's craziness what's going on. So yeah, I don't think anyone's falling for that bait. And speaking of bait here, you have Justin Trudeau's mom, who's recirculating old footage. It's coming back up. Trudeau's mother, Margaret Trudeau, explains why her marriage with Justin's father broke down.
My marriage was broken down because we had a Catholic marriage based on the old-fashioned principle of fidelity, and I was unfaithful, and therefore our marriage was over.
And there you go. She was unfaithful. And so when it comes into question who she was unfaithful with, I mean, all signs are leading to that right there. Look at the resemblance. My goodness gracious, they are just just friggin' identical. So more proof that Justin Trudeau's father is actually from Cuba. Next up here, we're taking a look at a Toronto area teen that was arrested for an alleged plan to join ISIS. I can't believe this. It's a real thing, though.
Here at home. Authorities have arrested a Toronto area teen on suspicion he was planning to travel abroad to join ISIS. It comes amid recent arrests in Canada tied to the terrorist group. CBC's Caroline Bargout has more.
There are very few details in this case, which is under a publication ban. That's because the man was a teenager when police allege he planned to leave Canada to join ISIS. He's 18 years old now and is from Newmarket, Ontario. He isn't facing terrorism charges, but last month, RCMP applied for a terrorism peace bond, which would restrict his movements. Now, peace bonds are court orders that can be issued against people if it is believed they are likely going to commit a crime, but there's no evidence to suggest that they've already committed a crime. They come with strict conditions and could be in effect for 12 months. If the person keeps the peace, they won't face charges. This is the third case in the past 6 months that RCMP have accused someone in Ontario of having an ISIS connection. In July, a father and son, Ahmed and Mustafa El-Didi, were arrested and charged in connection with an alleged violent plot involving an axe and a machete. The elder El-Didi now faces war crimes charges after he was allegedly seen dismembering a man in a 2015 ISIS propaganda video that was recorded in Iraq. In September, the RCMP arrested Mohammed Shehzad Khan in Quebec near the U.S. border. He's a Pakistani citizen living in Mississauga, Ontario. Now, investigators allege Khan was en route to New York City to carry out a mass shooting at a Jewish center. As for the 18-year-old, he was released on a $2,000 bond and is expected to be back in court mid-January. Caroline Bargout, CBC News, Toronto.
Oh my goodness. I mean, this is super concerning, right? Why are people like this? And why is that even allowed in Canada? First of all, where are they getting the recruitment notice for ISIS? This is Canada. We're supposed to be against terrorism. We're supposed to be peacekeepers. So this doesn't make any sense. Obviously, there's a leak in national security that's allowed this to happen. Lack of proper immigration policies and just, regulation around there, allowing not good people to come into this country and brainwash people or cause acts of terrorism that we've seen in the past. I mean, it's getting out of control, folks. It's absolutely getting out of control, which is why we need an election sooner than later so we can start to crack down on this stuff, right? Jail, not bail. Remember that policy that the Conservatives want to implement? Yeah, I think most Canadians are now on board with that. And next up, we're going to take a look here at mainstream media and how they're saying, hey, this is the end of Trudeau. Like, it really is. He's not going to survive politically the end of this year. Let's take a look here at the video.
Here in Canada, we want to bring on Alex Marland, a political science professor at Acadia University, joining us this morning in Halifax. Thank you very much for being with us.
Good morning.
So Marco Mendicino covered a lot of ground in that letter, thanked a whole lot of people, and one name he did not include at all was Justin Trudeau. What do you make of that?
Well, I don't make anything of that particular incident because he was dropped out of cabinet, so it's not a big surprise that he would be a bit frustrated. And it's also not unusual to find that there will be all sorts of MPs and possibly even some ministers who are going to be announcing that they're not running again in the next election. That's very normal after the holiday break. I think the real thing here is what's going on with Justin Trudeau. So I think, from my perspective, everything that's going on in Ottawa, it doesn't matter what party you're with, everybody is going to be talking about Justin Trudeau's future.
Yeah, absolutely. And the Liberals are certainly continuing to talk about Justin Trudeau's future. We know that. There are reports today that senior Liberal MPs are in fact meeting there to discuss ways to pressure Trudeau to reveal his future. What do you make of that meeting going on?
Well, before we even think about that, I think it's important to acknowledge that Justin Trudeau is a very unique politician. He's a very clever guy. He knows how the media works. He knows how politics works. Because of that, he would be extremely sensitive to the fact that he's losing control of the Liberal caucus. And anytime any leader, especially a prime minister or a premier, loses control of the caucus, their time is going to run out as leader. So the very fact that we have news about all these Liberal MPs calling on the prime minister to step aside, the fact that they have caucus meetings happening where they are actively talking about what can we do, who should we replace him with, how should this work, and now we have media reports about how the leaders of these regional caucuses, which are quite powerful entities, are going to have a conversation today about Justin Trudeau and what to do about him. Really tells you that Justin Trudeau is losing control of the Liberal Party that he has had his hands all over for so long.
Right, but we have been talking about this for weeks and weeks. And I mean, it's been quite a while since the Atlantic Caucus members came forward and said that he should step down. So how is all of this kind of coming together?
It's been quite some while. What do you mean? That was like last week, earlier this week. What are you talking about? Quite some time. And then the Quebec MPs, the Quebec Liberals also came forward and said the exact same thing. This all just happened recently. I mean, I know they've been doing this for quite some time, but there was just the most recent one where they said, we're not asking for Trudeau to resign, we're going to the board of directors. That just freaking happened, man. It's every single day. That's the thing about what's going on with Justin Trudeau. It's every day. There's something new. A new MP leaves, right? Marco Mendicino, he got booted out of cabinet last year. He's still, well, that's Trudeau's inner circle, right? That's what Freeland just left. She stayed on as an MP, but she left cabinet.
I'm not
And so
like
Malcolm
I'm
Chino-
not like that into Jordan Peterson, to be honest. So like I don't really and like there's like people suspect that Pierre is a globalist, is like a closeted globalist. So like I'm just like taking that into consideration and not getting on this like Pierre hype train that everyone seems to be on. Just in case, because like I don't want to, you know, I don't know, like, you know,
got booted out of cabinet, but he stayed on as a Liberal MP.
you don't just
Still
exactly
somewhat loyal to Justin
exactly.
Trudeau, propped him up, supported his
But
shtick, but now he's
maybe
saying, I'm resigning.
I
And
might
people, this is
react
happening every day,
to
every single day, folks.
not
This isn't normal.
the interview
This is not
itself,
the
but
normal
like
political landscape
maybe
for any functioning
did he
country.
not
What's
like,
happening right now
did
is
he
total
not
chaos, and I
react
can't
to
help
it?
but smile because it's all one-sided. Even the NDP they got their shit together. I gotta say, even the Bloc Québécois, they kind of got their shit together. It's very tight-knit. But the Liberals, oh my goodness, you're like a hero when you resign. Which, to be honest, probably isn't a bad mentality to have right now. If more and more of them just simultaneously coordinated
was that?
a
When was
resignation, a
that
mass
interview?
resignation, that would speak volume. That would actually change the landscape in Canada, politically speaking, tremendously.
And further pressuring the Prime Minister to step aside. Is there any other potential option here in the near future?
Well, I mean, I think we shouldn't underestimate a prime minister's ability
Trudeau
to
has
use the
dug
levers
a
of
massive
power
hole
to
for
stay
us.
on.
Yes,
And so
he
there was
has.
some talk about
You've got a
roving
jet,
Parliament
but
to be able to get some
thank you
breathing
so
space.
much.
You know,
Off
there
you,
have been
thank
instances,
you.
John Diefenbaker comes to
Off
mind
you.
many years ago, where you can get
thank you,
the
thank you.
prime
Have a
minister
great
to
night.
rally the troops. All of a sudden, all these nervous Nellies, as just Jean Chrétien called them, can
I
change their
would
mind
have.
simply by
I'm
listening to the
streaming,
confidence and
I'm
enthusiasm
live.
of the leader. Now, that being said, it seems like we've gone past that point, and one big part
Hell
of that is recent public opinion polls, which have the Liberals down in depths that party has not known. And so, you know, you can try to rally the troops, you can try to buy more time, but the reality is that we're heading into an election year. And so what's happening is there are all sorts of Liberal MPs who are worried about their own political jobs. And once that happens, it's really tough to convince people that you should remain as leader.
Well, and you talk about how Trudeau is likely trying to rally support around him, trying to stay on as leader. Perhaps he is doing so. But what we're also learning is that there are reports that Chrystia Freeland has also been reaching out to Liberal MPs as speculation continues to swirl around Trudeau's future and who might replace her, or him, I should say. What do you make of the fact that there are these reports that she's been reaching out to other MPs?
Happy New Year,
Holy crap!
Lucas.
We didn't know this. This is new
It hasn't
information.
been that long.
Chrystia Freeland's going behind Trudeau's
I
back.
didn't stream
We don't know what they're even
yesterday.
talking about. Oh my goodness, the plot
I
thickens.
streamed the day before.
Well, I think what's really interesting is we're not hearing
but it
reports
did
that
feel
Justin
like-
Trudeau is the one reaching out to MPs. And so if he was the one who was making all these calls and we were hearing about this, what we would get a sense of is this is
like
a
it's
prime
been a
minister
minute.
who's fighting for his job and trying to persuade people to give him more time to stay on. But we're not hearing those news reports. Instead, what we're hearing is Chrystia Freeland, in some ways, has turned into a political rival of Justin Trudeau's. She's the one who's trying to shore up support within the Liberal caucus. So I think what this is doing, the fact that we're hearing news stories about this, is the narrative is turning now. It's moved away from Justin Trudeau saying that he is going to lead the party into the next election to now people openly, you know, kind of having conversations about replacing him and who should potentially become the Liberal leader. That's a very different conversation than we were having a month ago.
Okay, so to that point then, what's your gut telling you in terms of when we might hear an
Dead
answer from Trudeau?
battery, thank you so much for the
Well, it's,
follow.
you know, in politics, it's very hard to be able to predict anything. And again, I will repeat my comments about how
Why
Justin
didn't
Trudeau's
we
a
hear
very
it?
clever operator. But I think, you know, he would have to realize that
Hello?
the gig is up. He is no longer going to be prime minister at some point in 2025. The question is when. And so to what extent does he want to string this out? Are there going to be constant stream of all sorts of things kind of falling apart around him? Or does he try to control the narrative
No
and find
alert
some way
sound?
forward that gives him some breathing room? So my sense is that he will try to stay on as leader as long as he possibly can. But nobody wants to be leader or has any legitimacy to be able to move forward
Dead battery,
if
thank
everybody
you.
around them, particularly in
Because
the
you're
caucus,
sneaky,
is saying
just
that it's time to
kidding.
go.
No clue.
All right, Alex, well, it is
What
a
the
lot to watch
heck?
for.
I think a lot of the Liberals want Freeland to run versus Justin Trudeau. And to be honest, she might actually do better in the polling than Justin Trudeau. But
Why
you,
not? Let me test.
I don't think I want
test
to put
widget.
words in your mouth. but
Test
At least for
widgets.
myself, I want to see Trudeau go down with the ship.
Follow.
I want to see him get voted off of the island. I want to see a catastrophic loss for the Liberals and a sweeping majority victory for the Conservatives at the next election. And there's just so much chaos right now that nobody knows what is going
What
to
the
happen.
heck?
I mean, Trudeau can still theoretically prorogue government, and the Liberals can remove Trudeau, or not even the Liberals.
Yeah,
maybe
my alert. The
board of
sounds are
directors
not
of the Liberal
working.
Party
I don't
can
know why.
theoretically
I'm
remove
doing a
Trudeau
test.
from
I'm doing a
leadership
test
and
right
put in an
now.
interim leader like Chrystia Freeland, and then resume a fall 2025 October
And
election.
no
That is a possibility.
sound.
But we're gonna have to wait and see how this plays out. I mean, they can also remove Justin Trudeau in the coming weeks and
Oh,
place an
wait.
interim leader like Freeland and the board of directors.
I might have fixed it.
And then we could
Hold
still see
on,
an
let's
election in the
test.
first few months of 2025. So there's a lot of things happening here, but now that I know that Freeland is going
Imagine that sound, but for dead battery.
What do you think that means? What do you think that she's even
That was for
talking
you,
about?
Dead
Let me know
Battery.
your
Thank you
thoughts
so
down
much.
below in
Thank
the
you for
comments.
the
This is the end
follow.
of the video. Everybody, hope you enjoyed it. On your way out, if you haven't yet already, I'd like to encourage you guys to hit the like button, subscribe.
I added a new monitor. I added a second monitor, so the speakers were set to, or the sound was set to, like, I guess the monitor's speakers, even though I don't think it has speakers.
Now, I don't know who Nick Fuentes is, but we're going to find out together. So I went on X, formerly known as Twitter, and I typed into Grok.
That's me! And another creator. Okay, so...
Against all odds, we are finding ourselves in the midst of more breaking news. I have never once seen this in Canadian history, where there's breaking news upon breaking news upon breaking news. They
Thank you for
multiply
the
into more
biddies,
breaking
by the way,
news, breaking news. This doesn't make any sense. These are
No
supposed
problem,
to be
Dead
the
Battery.
Christmas
Thank you for the
holidays,
follow.
the New Year's. This isn't supposed to be breaking news for politics in the news, but here we are.
New monitor hype.
Breaking
Oh,
news.
here, I'm
Welcome
gonna...
back to the channel. Welcome
And
back to another
imagine
video,
this
everybody.
was for
Before
your
we get into it, right off the
previous...
hop, I want to encourage you guys, hit the like button, subscribe
Oh,
to the channel.
that's the
turn
wrong
post
one. That's the
notifications
wrong
on
one.
this and other
Imagine
breaking
this
news on
was
this
for
video
your
in the near future.
previous
And I want to encourage you guys to stick around for the full
bit.
thing so you have context as to
The
what is
sound, just the
actually
sound.
happening. So Justin Trudeau is rushing back
This
to
is a
work
test bit
weeks
alert
ahead
for.
of schedule because of multiple different reasons. There's a race right now to see who can be the next leader of the Liberal Party. So a lot of MPs, the Liberal MPs, they don't want Justin Trudeau to remain as Prime Minister, or more importantly, leader of the Liberal Party. And they've been calling on him, and there's another one that we're going to take a look at today that's calling on him to
New
basically
monitor
step
hype.
aside and
Except it's like
leadership.
this,
While
so
that is
I feel
happening,
like
you have an
the
emergency caucus
camera...
meeting that's being announced next week, which is crazy because
You know,
no one's
it's
supposed
not
to be
like,
back at work technically.
but
till
if I put the
27th,
camera
when
here on the
Parliament
monitor,
resumes of January, so everyone's rushing back to work, and then there's
it's not.
also
It doesn't really like
also lots of different
sit
speculation
on the
that Justin
monitor
Trudeau is going to be
properly, and then it
resigning
also
as
doesn't
early
like.
as Monday.
I don't like
this is
to have the
insane
camera
behavior
right
as to what the heck
at
is
me.
going
It's
on.
too
So
close.
are we going to face an early election? Is Trudeau going to resign?
Because this desk is shallow.
What the heck are we dealing with? So we're going to lay out all the information in
We'll
this video,
figure it out.
and that's why you need
We'll
to stick
figure
around
it
for
out.
the full thing so you have the full context as to what the heck is actually happening. But without further ado, let's get right into it. Starting off with the letter here from Winnipeg South Centre regarding the leadership of the Liberal Party of Canada. Basically says that this member, Ben Carr, is going to be running as an MP. He's not changing that. But what he does
Didn't I
think
pop
is
out
that
the chat?
it is with those principles that I keep in mind,
About
I
the
call for
chat.
change in the leadership of the Liberal Party of Canada. So again, another Liberal is calling on something to happen within the leadership race. So that's been happening over and over again. The news that happened a few days ago, Marco Mendicino resigning. I'm sure you're all, tied into that, where Marco Mendicino resigned. He didn't thank Justin Trudeau in his letter, didn't mention him once, which is very interesting because once upon a time, Marco Mendicino was part of Trudeau's cabinet. He was in the inner circle. But since then, you have these new speculations.
You're still at work,
that
but
everybody's
you'll
gearing up
be
for
back
Trudeau's
in
resignation
3 hours.
announcement,
Okay, Woodfast, thank you
expected
so much.
by Monday. And it's coming from multiple different angles.
For
Some people
passing
are saying
by.
it would be truly shocking if Justin Trudeau resigned on Monday. It would be much better for Canada's recovery and well-being if we get to fire him directly at the ballot. It's not time for the Liberals to have a protracted leadership race at our
Chazo,
expense.
how's it
It's
going?
time for an election. And I very much agree with that. I think Canadians deserve that closure to just vote Trudeau off the island. Now, in my video that I made yesterday, I said that Chrystia Freeland is set to replace Justin Trudeau. And that's because there's been reports by the media, mainstream media, it's in the video. They are reporting on the fact that Freeland is going around talking to a bunch of different Liberals, trying to basically schmooze them up and get them on her side. So when it comes time for maybe an internal vote or the board of directors to make a decision on who's going to replace Justin Trudeau as interim leader of the Liberal Party, then Freeland wants to be that nomination. While that is happening, you have another person who's rushing to make phone calls to other Liberal MPs, and that would be Mark Carney. Apparently, Mark Carney has hit the phones and called up dozens of Liberal MPs ahead of a possible leadership bid. I find it wild, the number of people interested in becoming the Liberal Kim Campbell, which, again, if we just look at who has a better chance of leading the Liberal Party, like in a better position than Justin Trudeau, I think that's going to be Freeland. I don't like the woman. I think she's a gross person that has just very much destroyed our country. Like, how do you put a country into $16 billion additional deficit and not raise any
16
red
billion?
flags when you've got those guardrails,
I thought
those
it was
supposed
trillion.
guardrails on? But that's a story
Feels
for
like
another
it's
day.
trillion.
There's just a lot of people rushing
Was it
to
the
do
was it the
something
U.S.
first.
that's in a
Conservatives want to vote on confidence.
trillions
He wants to vote on
deficit
confidence.
or something?
Trudeau may resign, may not resign, may prorogue, may not prorogue. He may just go into the election, early election in the next few months and lose.
Hey,
No way he's going to win. The Liberals are
Aga-
allowed. Who's going to win?
I'm sorry, your name is so hard to
What's
say.
really
I'm
interesting
gonna call you
about all this
Aga
is what I said at the start of the video. Trudeau is going back to work
or
right now. Let's take a look.
whatever you want.
The Prime Minister paid his respects to a late former U.S. president and later attended a committee meeting focused on the massive tariff threat from the incoming president. But Justin Trudeau's return to Ottawa only reignited calls for him to resign.
The only reason that our party is threatened with oblivion right now is because the Prime Minister doesn't want to leave.
A growing number of MPs want him to heed the calls to step down.
If I was to be asked for advice, my advice would be to prorogue, resign, basically
20
assist
plus
the transition of leadership.
But the Prime Minister isn't revealing what he'll do, even as more rank-and-file members say it's obvious.
It would be, it'd be responsible on the Prime Minister's part to say, maybe my time has come.
Trudeau did not speak publicly Friday and has largely stayed out of view since the stunning resignation of former Finance Minister Chrystia Freeland.
For me, what's really interesting is the silence at this time is exactly the opposite of what you would expect if somebody was trying to hold on to the job.
And the holiday break handed him another blow, with longtime Toronto MP Marco Mendicino announcing he will not be seeking re-election, adding to the list of high-profile Liberals distancing themselves from Trudeau.
There is not an institutional way out of it, and I think that that's a broader problem, and it is an aspect of a cult personality party. Yet building a party around a person is dangerous.
Questions about the Prime Minister's future will likely only grow louder between now and January 27th, when MPs return from the winter break. If Trudeau continues to remain silent, it will be a long 3.5 weeks for the Prime Minister and a party in crisis. Taria Isri.
So the only way that I see Justin Trudeau getting himself out of this entire situation is by basically coming out and doing a press conference going, guys, you know what? I've thought about it. I think we're going to axe the tax. We're going to build the homes and we're going to put jail and not bail and basically just do a complete reverse of everything that the Liberals stand for and just take all of the conservative points and start implementing them. But they're not going to do that. He's not going to do that. There's no way. And then the entire Liberal Party would just shatter because that's the total opposite of what their belief system is. And so it's just not going to work. There's nothing that Justin Trudeau can say or do to get himself out of this mess. It's a sinking ship. So who's going to replace him? Well, we're going to have more answers on that as early as next week. According to Canadian Politics Insider on X, Prime Minister Trudeau is about to face yet another uncomfortable caucus meeting. The Liberals will be holding a special caucus meeting next Wednesday before noon. Oh, poor Justin. Imagine he takes a walk in the snow the day before, which is very interesting because that is multiple caucus meetings, emergency caucus meetings that have taken place in just the past few months. That's the day after the CPC-led committee is meeting, where the Conservatives will introduce the non-confidence vote. The Liberals know they're screwed, and I'm here. I'm here to watch the downfall happen. I mean, abso-freaking-lutely. Everything is collapsing, and it's all zoning in really fast. So, who is going to replace Justin Trudeau? Will he prorogue to stall? That's entirely possible, and I just need everybody to be fully prepared for that to actually take place. But we've also heard Justin Trudeau in the past say that he's not going to prorogue. But this decision might not actually be up to Justin Trudeau because it's an internal Liberal mishap, miscommunication, lack of confidence. Everything, or the pillars of the party is crumbling. And so it might just come to a vote, say we need to prorogue and we need to replace somebody and redo everything. And that might just be the reality. Or the vote on confidence is the first of the punch and then we head into an election. So it's a race no matter how you look at it. Going back to some X posts here, Stephen Taylor says none of the Liberal MPs say they will sit as independents or form a new caucus. They're just calling for new leadership, which is a wimpier, which is wimpier without a wallop. I mean, that is kind of crazy if you think about it. And then you take a look at the polls here, and you got Pierre Poilievre versus Trudeau, a freaking blue wave, and then it looks quite similar, actually more powerful than it did in 2011. And then for those that missed it, we've got Lizzie Dizzy here that I posted this on my additional channel. My extra channel, but for those that missed it, we're going to play it now. She went on a drunken spur like a sailor. Let's take a look.
So no, sorry, and I really...
Hold on. Let's watch this in real time. Or,
Also,
regular speed.
Let's take a look.
So no, sorry, and I really also take offense, sorry, Mr. Trump, took offense to your idea that Pierre Poilievre wasn't good enough to lead the Conservatives. Wayne Gretzky, I mean, he's great. He is the great one. He skates to where the puck is going. It's not going to MAGA. The puck is a Canadian ice rink. And by the way, Mr. Trump, please, before making public pronouncements that Wayne Gretzky should run for Prime Minister, give yourself or get yourself a briefing on the nature of parliamentary democracy, a Westminster parliamentary system, and a constitutional monarchy where no one runs for Prime Minister. We have elections for members of Parliament. We don't get to pick and choose among our billionaire friends for who gets a seat at the cabinet table. If you're a member of Parliament, well,
I kind of like how real she's being.
Different from that of the United States of America. I suggest that Mr. Trump.
You don't see this. You don't really see this often in Canadian politics.
Not
that I know of.
Look
anyway.
at the year 1776.
Stacy, how's it going?
How
are you?
Of government are different. I don't want to belittle Mr. Trump, but on the other hand, hey Donald, have we got a deal for you? You think we want to be the 51st state? Nah, but maybe California would like to be the 11th province.
Nope.
How about it?
No thanks.
Nope. Hard pass.
Well, actually, okay, so like, if I could live there though, like, and still be Canadian, like, do you know what I mean? Like, but at the same time, California is not quite what it used to be.
Hard pass, Elizabeth Bay. Look, she
That's
is
why
one
he's like,
entertaining son of a gun. I'll give you that.
After everything we've learned.
I mean, listening to her on her drunken spiels is just incredible. But no, Canada's not adopting California. Nope, sorry. Hard no, we don't want California.
California?
See, that's what people think of California now. You know, that's... And it's like... It's not people just being mean. It's like... There's a reason people are saying stuff like that. In my opinion.
Oregon?
Allegedly
Washington? You've got geography in common with us. And not only that, we've already got a carbon trading system between California and Quebec.
I love how when I started speaking out about like you know, politics and kind of supporting Trump and speaking against like the Democrats, I love how like people were like, you're not even Americans, like you're, why do you, like, you know, stick to Canadian politics and blah blah blah. And it's like, see how intertwined? Do you see how intertwined like politics is? You don't just like stick to your own country's politics. You should be paying attention to what's happening everywhere. So stupid, such a stupid argument.
Some strong alliances on our west coast from British Columbia.
But anyway, just point them to Portland, Oregon, whenever they badmouth California.
Governor Newsom and
what's happening
Washington
over there?
State, Jay Inslee, and newly elected governor of Oregon, Tina Kotek. How about it? Want to put a referendum to your citizens? Because this is what you deal. Have we got a deal for you? This is what you get. Free health care. Universal free health care.
No, you don't.
1-year-olds who suddenly fall off the Medicaid list and their parents are in the news because they're trying to do a GoFundMe so they can get their daughter to a doctor.
What a lie. Like, I can't believe, okay, first of all, anyone who's watching from outside of Canada, no, we don't have free healthcare. Our taxes are borderline insane. I mean, they're not borderline. They're completely insane, okay?
With that being said, it is convenient. Like, okay, yes, our taxes are absolutely insane. I agree. It is convenient, in my opinion, like I still prefer our healthcare system over the American healthcare system. But like, I feel like with the American healthcare system, you're gonna get better quality because everyone goes to the States for like the best of the best like quality of like, you know, care, right? But it's like hella expensive. So I don't know. For me, I prefer the free healthcare, free, because it's just convenient to like go and not have to worry about like a bill. The only bill that you have to worry about is like ambulance bill, Gosh, Gasha Walks. Thank you for the follow. I really appreciate it. And like prescriptions, right? You pay for prescriptions, but if you have insurance, depending on your plan, you know, they might pay for a percentage or all prescriptions. It really depends.
Tax through the wazoo. We're one of the highest tax countries in the entire world.
But
So
yeah,
where's our healthcare come from? It comes from our taxes. It's not free healthcare. And we don't have an option to pay anybody to get immediate care. So
True.
if you need an ultrasound, if you need a full
you'll be
medical
waiting.
exam, you can't just pay somebody. You have to go on a wait list. And that takes months, if not years. So it's not a free healthcare system. It's a clogged healthcare system.
Years for an ultrasound, maybe an exaggeration, but like months, yes.
It's a sham.
And maybe even years, maybe year, like a whole, like you might wait a year. It depends, right? It all depends.
It's
like
a sham. I'd love to hear Elizabeth May go on a
I feel like
drunk.
after COVID, everything kind of, not that it went haywire, but I feel like everyone's using COVID as an excuse to like not bring things back to the standards that they once were. You know what I mean?
Can spur about that.
So everyone's just like lazier in a sense, myself included. I'm not like, everyone's just like, yo, COVID did this, COVID did that. Like, we shouldn't
free
think that
healthcare.
way.
Guess what? Those gun laws that your Congress is too afraid to pass because of the national gun lobby, we already got our strict gun laws. That's why we have the safest streets around the world.
Nice, nice emote. What did she say?
Free healthcare. Guess
To hear Elizabeth May go on a drunken spur about that.
universal free healthcare. And guess what? Those gun laws that your Congress is too afraid to pass because of the national gun lobby, we already got our strict gun laws. That's why we have the safest streets around the world.
Maybe we once had the safest streets. I don't know. But
Heck did she just say? The safest streets around the world. Oh my goodness. That's how you know she's drunk.
Or at least in the United States, by the way, we have recent stats, 5.9 out of every 100,000.
it's not free. We pay like
killed
10 to
in a
15%
fatal
of
gun
paycheck
incident
plus the fees at the
versus
hospital.
0.88 per 100,000 in Canada. That's because we have strict gun laws.
That's messed up.
California citizens, Oregon, Washington.
If you need ultrasound, it's because something is
safer
wrong.
streets. Here we already have good gun
See,
laws.
it's
and
like
women have-
but how do you know something is wrong? Like how do you know something is truly wrong, right? Because you might like feel like something's wrong, but maybe it's benign or whatever, right? But how do you know if it's malignant or malignant or the other one that's not malignant? Like how do you know if it's malignant unless you like get the ultrasound, you know? To know for sure. Doctors can palpate. Actually, you know what? I had to, in order to get an ultrasound, I had to do it through not my family doctor because it was taking too long. And I did it through a friend of a friend who's a doctor. So I had to like basically like, which there's nothing wrong with doing that, but like I had to do that. Like I couldn't, my family doctor, either she wasn't like preoccupied and didn't want to get me the ultrasound, or like it was or the wait was too long or something like that. So I just like, I'm like, I need to see, and sometimes I go to a walk-in clinic just so I can see a different doctor because my doctor, my family doctor is so extremely busy. Like she has so many clients. She has like definitely overbooked, you know, like she's overbooked too many clients, and I think they even accept walk-ins sometimes, or maybe not anymore after COVID, but like, so I like if I need something kind of like urgent that's not really an emergency, but it's like, I really kind of need to be seen right now. My doctor, there's no way I can see her. I'll just go to a walk-in, which, like, you'll be waiting, but it's not that bad. It's not that bad. Because there's a lot of walk-in. Like, there's a lot of walk-in clinics everywhere, at least in Toronto. I don't know about, you know,
Have a
where other
right to
people
an
are,
abortion.
but... And then, yeah, and then you can get your, you know, like, I need to see a specialist for this or that, or I need to see this or that, and then you kind of get put on a second wait list, you know? So it just takes,
You know that I
takes
love
a few
video
more
games,
tries.
and one of my favorite video games of all time is Call of Duty Modern Warfare 2. Please do not talk or look for the level called No Russian if you don't know about that. Maybe we could talk about that in another show. But I saw this picture, one of the first pictures of 2025, and not even 24 hours in, and 2025 just went full Call of Duty Modern Warfare 2. This just reminded me of that game. Just reminded me a Cybertruck driven all the way to the front doors of Trump Tower on Las Vegas in Nevada, and seconds after it parked up front, it exploded. And just to be clear, the mainstream media really wants to make it seem like this was a spontaneous combustion of the Cybertruck. They have made everything in their power to make it seem, oh, this was a malfunction of the Cybertruck. No, there was a bomb planted, driven up to the doors. They did not realize that the build of a Cybertruck could withstand that force. They didn't
My
think
wait
this through.
times
They
are
rented
insane.
the
Wait,
Cybertruck
wait,
in
wait.
Colorado,
Sorry.
drove all the way to Las
Birdman,
Vegas,
how's it
and
going?
did this.
Did I like totally ignore
And
the
the thing is
chat
that
for a
the
while? Hold on.
chassis, the structure of the Cybertruck contained the explosion, and the explosion went
So
mainly
sorry.
up. So only 7
So
people were
sorry.
injured. The driver was the only deceased, and that is when the mystery begins.
Somewhere others, sorry, let me catch up in the chat real quick. Some are, others want things to stay the way it was during COVID. It comes down to people asking why we have to change things back if it was working during COVID, you think? It's not so much like change things back as it is. It's like, it feels like the quality of everything has gone down. Like, the quality is down, the prices are up, the sizes are down, right? So they don't just inflate the price, they also shrink the size of the product, right? Your chips have like less than half in the bag, stuff like that. But then also the quality of like the potato is different, like the seasoning is like not as good as it used to be, like everything's just, even like customer service is like replaced by AI because nobody wants to pay people, and so like it's just, I don't know. And I feel like people are just accepting that, like, not only the quality of everything has gone down, but previous like free rights that you had, not rights or conveniences, like freedoms, previous freedoms that we had are slowly being stripped away and sold back to us as convenience. I heard someone say that one time, and I'm like, that is very true. I think it was, I don't know who it was, somebody on YouTube. But it's very true. Like, slowly our freedoms are being taken away, but they're being sold back to us as conveniences. So it's like, it's everything together, that the quality of products, price going up, you know, all that stuff, bad customer service, and then you know, fewer freedoms, you have to pay for everything, you know, all that kind of stuff. And then on top of it, all our data is being stolen and sold, you know what I mean? It's not good. You said you could wait months to a year. Yeah, you could. Or you like, usually people just kind of give up. Nobody's gonna like wait 2 years. Usually you either give up or you like try a different route. Doctors can palpate symptoms. You had watching your streams and you like how you get straight to the point with the facts. Thanks, gosh. I appreciate that. Sorry, sometimes I don't get straight to the chat though. You had been watching. I appreciate that. Ultrasound isn't for tumors necessarily. No, but it's for, you know, cysts or like all that kind of stuff. You have to get a sample to know if it's cancerous or not. Not necessarily. I think it depends, right? Because the ultrasound will give you a lot more information on the mass than just like feeling it, I think, right? Like, and then once you have that information, because getting it like doing a biopsy is like pretty invasive, right? So if the ultrasound can tell you that it's not malignant, then there's no point going straight to the biopsy, right? Because that's like 0 to 100. That's like, you're kind of missing a step in my opinion. You just looked it up. My wait times are actually insane. What did it say? They guess too much based on symptoms now without ever doing any proper testing. In the States or in Canada, you confronted so bad a leftist with common sense that you ended up being banned today. What was the debate? What was the debate about? A CT scan could take 7 weeks. That's not that long, in my opinion. 7 weeks, not 7 months. You could be dead waiting. 7 weeks is not that long. Like, I don't know. What are you looking for in the CT scan? You said "Como estás? Como estás? How are you?" You assume you know what that means. Yes. How are you? Nice to see you have Birdman. Oh, nice to see you here, Birdman. Yes. So you love Chipotle? You eat it all the time. So wait, what does Chipotle have to do with anything? Major quality. Oh wait, did Chipotle? How's Chipotle quality and quantity? Major quality issues definitely last 2 years. And about a year ago, it changed. Ah, you see? Steak tasted off. You tried 5 different times. They changed it. No, see? They changed it to a cheaper. So they get it for cheaper, but they're charging you more. Right? That's what it is. Like, that's erosion of rights and freedoms. Yes, exactly. Ultrasound can be for mass pregnancy, many things. Ultrasound can be for many things. I got an ultrasound done under my chin when I like got an injury, and you know, like, cause I like I was on a trampoline. I like basically kneed myself in the chin somehow, and there was like a mass here. It's kind of gone now, but I think there's like a tiny bit of scar tissue left. And like the ultrasound was able to see that. I don't know why I did an ultrasound for my chin. I think they wanted to see if you can't see bone with an ultrasound, right? No, I don't think they wanted to see that. I don't know what they wanted to see, but it wasn't even necessarily my idea to do the ultrasound. But that I didn't have to wait too long for. You assume pregnant women are priority? You have to have ultrasounds? Yeah. Well, you don't know where it is, or how big. 27.7 weeks. So if you need a CT scan, 27.7 weeks. See, that's a lot longer. So if you need a CT scan, if it can be cancer or broken bones, like if the doctor suspects that it's cancer, I'm sure you won't be waiting that long, like, because specialists, so that like specialists usually, I think they can decide like who to see and stuff like that. So I don't know, like, if the doctor suspects cancer, I'm sure you'll get it sooner, right? But if it's like I did a CT scan, is that a CAT scan? Like I did a CAT scan on my leg, but that doesn't, like, well, that wasn't for cancer, that was for like my bones. I don't know. I just don't know. States they almost killed your daughter guessing. What the heck? What happened? Like, what was the issue? You get a CT in less than a week. Wow. Yes, I had surgery. I had femur and hip surgery. Should I? This is my broken. It broke in two places, they say. It was like completely not connected anymore. This part is supposed to be like down here. So that happened. It was very painful. Yeah, that's an x-ray. That's not a CAT scan, but I'm just showing you what happened to my leg and like why I need surgery. I was trying to find the picture. Hold on, where's the, like, did I not post my titanium? Did I not post my, oh, I thought oh my gosh, I need to post on here. I'm so awful. Did I ask for jetpack leg? No, but you know what? I'm wondering, like, what did they do with my bone marrow? That's what I'm wondering. I wish I had that question before going into surgery. Like, what's gonna happen? Like, so, like, I wish I just had more questions because, but at the same time, it's like, just get this over with, you know what I mean? But overall, like, aside from the CAT scan guys traumatized me, but aside from the CAT scan guys, all in all, like, I can't complain, you know? I can't complain. And my surgeon did a really, really good job. Oh, speaking of, I have an appointment. Alright, appointment reminder. So hold on, let me catch up here. They said she had COVID when she actually had type 1 diabetes. What the heck? Had to save her life. Flighted. Her doctor was an endocrinologist. Endocrinologist. Is that let me just double check. Oops. Oh, okay. So hormone specialist, basically. Specialize in diagnosing and treating health conditions related to the problems with the body's hormones. Okay, so hormonal glands and related issues. Okay. And she said that she had COVID. Do you think she was trying to fill some kind of quota because they wanted to make COVID seem worse than it was or something? Allegedly in game. I feel like I heard something about like doctors were trying to fill quotas. You know, make sure the numbers are high, make sure the numbers are real high or whatever. I don't know. Ultrasound is soft tissues, not bone. Yes. I know that, Bergman. It's stated Canada waits an average of 27.7 weeks from seeing a doctor till treatment. But unless you break your femur, you know what I mean? Like, it's like immediate. I guess emergency wait times are different. But if you're there with a like stomach ache, you're gonna be waiting a while, you know. Even me, I had my leg like broken. I was still kind of waiting for a bit in the waiting room on a stretcher. I waited a good like at the very minimum 20 minutes, but it could have maybe could have been 25 minutes. I don't know, something like that. But it felt like forever. And then I got my own little room within the emergency, within the ER. And they started, you know, giving me, I guess, morphine or whatever, like to help with the pain. And I would be seen, but and then I was dragged, I was like rolled around so many times, like, I had to, oh my gosh, it's all coming back to me. I had to go under like twice, basically. Like the second time, you're not necessarily going under, but they sedate you. So I had to do what's called traction. They had to like pull my leg with weights in order to like realign the bone and make sure the bone stays realigned. But then the CAT scan guys like just shoved me into the machine. So I feel like they like whatever the traction people did, like they just undid it. Like that's how it felt. And then I had my surgery and yada yada yada. Okay, so ultrasound, computed topography. It shoots you with X-ray and used it with numbers to recreate your body. For my neck? Mastectomy. Wait, for my neck. What? That's X-ray, CT for vein stuff. Ouch, yeah. I crashed my electric scooter, so I mean, I didn't even crash it on anything. I just crashed. I just trying to get up onto the sidewalk and I went flying. Hi, Plukester. How did I? Oh yeah, so that's how I got injured. I can't hear myself think. Hold on. I was like riding an electric scooter. I was 5 minutes away from home. It was like maybe a 40-minute ride because I was all the way from the other side of town at my parents', and I was just like trying to get up onto the sidewalk, and I hit like, I guess I wasn't what's the word, perpendicular enough to the sidewalk to get up onto the sidewalk. You know, like, you know how like in a driveway the sidewalk dips for the cars to get onto easily? Like that's normally what I would use to get back onto the sidewalk once I like found myself on the road, which I didn't really want to, like, I don't really want to be on the road, so I'm always like trying to get back onto the sidewalk. Sometimes there's no sidewalk and that's how I end up on the road. Or whatever, like maybe someone's in the way, or maybe the bike lane ended or whatever. So I guess the dip thingy was like not dipped enough, or I don't know, like it was just, you know, physics. I don't know, my bike, it didn't go. It just stopped there. Not the bike, the scooter. And I went flying, and then I landed on my side, on my right side, hip area. And yeah, that's I think I rolled. I think I landed and rolled, and I think I even had to roll myself onto the other side because I was like on it, maybe. I can't remember. Oh my god, and my foot felt like it was like somewhere else. Like my foot felt like it was on another planet. Like, it was so weird. It was so weird. And I think that's how I knew like I broke something, because it's like, imagine like you're sticking your arm out like this, but in actuality it's like down like this, right? So it felt like my leg was doing something else that I could see that it wasn't. And I'm like, that feels fucking weird. And then I couldn't really move, and it was very painful, and I couldn't move at all, actually, like, and my muscles were cramping up a lot. And thankfully, these guys stopped to help me, so very thankful for that. Because, like, well, I mean, I guess I would have just called 911 because I had my phone on me, but I don't know. Would I've just like called my mom, like, and then she would have called 911 for me or something, because I would have been like, I don't know what to do. I'm in shock. Anyways. Did you ask for a jetpack leg so you can fly? So what's happening is that we have communists disguised as Democrats that are transgressing any laws against God himself, and they try to hide everything from us on the MSM. They always come to false narratives and conclusions on their channels, always conspiring against the ones who try to bring good to the world. I feel like, yes, like, I feel like the people who just try to even just speak the truth are like censored, you know, they're conspiracy theorists, they're all these bad things, and it's like, it's just truth and common sense, like, you know, and trying to, you know, be a good person, like you said. But yeah, there's a lot of like people who I feel like worship the other side, if you know what I mean. You're guessing they put some yeah, I was trying to look for the photo. Maybe I can find it on my phone. 1 second. Should be around here somewhere. No, where is it? Oh, there it is. Okay. Let me see if you guys can see it. So that's at the hip. I have a one rod going into the hip and one rod down the femur, and then so that big one is like a screw. Do you see? It's like, that's one kind of screw. It looks like a screw, right? And then these are metal wires, like zip ties, metal zip ties, medical grade, okay? And then I have 2 more screws at the knee, which I think I have a picture of somewhere. but maybe not. Oh, yes, I do. Oh, shit. Can't see it. Hold on. It's just a white thing. I have 2 screws. In the knee. 2 screws. There. Kind of hard to see. Maybe if I lower the brightness of my screen. Basically, I'm a robot. I'm a Terminator. That's the side of my leg. That's the rod from the side. What is life, guys? What is life? Hi, FPS. I broke my leg. I broke my leg. Those are my screws. Those are my rods and screws. I'm a robot. Let me just do a little one of these. Just a little one of these. To make your legs straight for healing. Yeah, so like my bone is basically already like growing back, and it's I'm gonna have like the titanium forever basically. You confronted that guy that banned you about the reason why Ukraine is in the situation that it is right now. Did they say like it's just all like Russia? Your ex-girlfriend went a little cray-cray, so you should go out tonight to the Spanish dance club to find more cray-cray. Oh no, when'd you break up? Are you into toxic relationships? Like, are you going to find more because you like the cray-cray, or are you going to find more because she went cray-cray and like now she's your ex? I don't know why I understood it as like you're looking for more cray-cray. I don't know why. I guess that's because like that's what happens. He specializes in diabetes and missed that she had it somehow. What the heck? Lymph nodes. Working in a hospital. You find it so hard these doctors would do that. You work with so many that just really care for their patient. Some care and some are just, you know, it's the job and they're not necessarily there to care. They're there to fix you, right? That's why it's called aftercare. The care comes after. Because a broken leg is not an emergency as far as you will die. No. But it's like, it's too painful to like, you know, live with, I guess, with a broken leg. Especially how badly mine was broken, was like completely detached. Bone-wise. For when I broke my leg, yeah, I was seen I'd say like I waited like 20 minutes. And then I got like my own little room. Like it wasn't a room. It was just like, you know, it was like a section within the ER with like the curtain, right? And then everyone, like, I'm basically kind of like, I'm not screaming, but like groaning out of pain, right? Because, and sometimes I would scream because the pain was like, the muscle would like contract, right? And then like the bone was already fucked up, so it was just messed up. It was very painful. It was very painful. And I think the people who are like screaming in the clinic, I think they try to help cook because obviously they're in pain. I don't know, guys. I don't know. Maybe it was just a not that busy day and I was lucky. That's your shock? Oh wow, so sorry. Thanks, Plukster. Thank you. Yeah, I did it to myself, I guess, honestly. Can't blame anyone else. AFK for a few seconds. Okay, no worries. Gotta put kiddos to bed. If you're not back in 10, the oldest did it. Uh-oh. Okay, good to know. That must be painful in some exercises. Oh yes. I'm still like recovering. So I'm still using like a cane to walk, and I'm doing, you know, my little exercises and whatnot. Maybe you're not human, Robot Honeybee. What happened? You got 4 screws. I got 2 rods. One rod is like a hybrid rod and screw. And then the one long rod in the femur, and then 2 screws by the knee. I broke my leg riding an electric scooter. I broke my femur. Isk, maybe yesterday. She's not toxic. She was she was sweet. She was having financial issues. Oh no, you gave her some money and you told her you would help her. She didn't want to tell you. Then yesterday she said she's moving away. What the heck? Just like that. Pretty sure you're the worst here when it comes to relationship luck. Oh no, dead battery. Maybe it's me, dead battery. Maybe I'm the worst one here when it comes to that. Because she has nowhere to go. That guy was calling Putin a dictator and that he was against dictatorship, saying that Trump is an idiot for not supporting Ukraine with more arms to fight Russia. And he even mentioned about nuclear war scenario. I don't understand why the left is pro-war. Like, it makes no sense. Isn't it supposed to be the other way around? And like they don't want to admit that, okay, yes, Putin bad, yes. But also like they poked the bear because they wanted to start a war. From what I, have researched, from what I've learned, from what I've heard allegedly in game, whatever, they, meaning the US, meaning, Biden or whoever, whoever, NATO / whoever, right? They saw an opportunity, right? Because in 2014, Putin was like, don't move NATO to Ukraine or I will attack, right? Which is bad. But it's like, okay, so maybe don't do that. Like, don't move the thing to the thing because the bad person is going to do something bad unless you want to trigger a war. No? Yes, no? That's what I heard anyway. You said she could live with you and daughter, but you don't know. You called him out for Burisma and Putin's desire to join NATO in 1999. That got ignored. For Burisma Burisma and Putin's desire to join. Oh yeah. That got ignored. Yes. But that's a good point, but at the same time, like, in my opinion, it's not a reason to like threaten attack, right? But regardless, he did threaten attack, and as you know, it's like why poke the bear, you know, if you know the bear's gonna like bite you, you know what I mean? It just seems fishy. Like, it just seems like, and it happened during, it didn't happen during Trump's presidency. It happened, you know, after. It's like they were waiting. I don't know. You're married but your wife wants to be a guy now? You lie. He mentioned that he could go to Ukraine by himself, and even with a nuke dropped in Kiev, Ukraine would still kick Russians. He could go to Ukraine by himself, and even with a nuke dropped in Kiev, Ukraine would still kick Russians. I don't know, like, I don't know how, like, the propaganda really got to these people. Like, to fight so like strongly for one side, and not like try and question both sides, you know? Like, that's if you're so smart and educated, like, why are you blindly believing all this propaganda and whatnot? Like, I don't know. You can take it into consideration, but don't, like, I don't know, but who knows? Maybe I'm the wrong one. You think your scooter accident could have been avoided with knee pads, safety equipment, etc. The way I landed, no, because I landed on the side of my body, like my hip, my thigh, my hip, on the right side, and there's no, like, unless I was wearing padding on my hips, you know? And the reason why I landed like that was so that I didn't land on my hands or my knees. Now, if I was wearing knee pads, like, I still think I wouldn't want to land on my knees or my hands, right? So I think like, my instinct is what made me like kind of turn to my side, because I didn't want to land on my knees, because I knew that would really like screw up my knees. But I didn't think that my freaking leg would break. But it's instinct. You don't know, right? You don't know. It just happens so fast. I did have a helmet. I had a helmet, but I didn't hit my head or anything. Molotov, how you doing? Happy New Year. You think they're all pro-war? But it's like, it wasn't, I thought it was like the other way around, but okay, whatever. Putin is bad. You just think Zelensky is equally as bad. Oh. Ukraine wanted to separate because of Chernobyl. Russia could have brought them back in a better way by compensating them and apologize. He just wants the port back. Which port? No lie, she's been taking testosterone, changed her name to Sunny. You attract crazy. So how long have you been married, and like how old is she, and where do you live, if you don't mind me asking? I'm just very curious. Deep house. Except it's like no copyright, so it's not like the greatest deep. It's like not that good, in my opinion, my personal opinion. It's like below mid, but it's for the stream. It's some background noise. Will I ever ride a scooter again? Yeah, I think I would. I would just be like extra careful in getting on the sidewalk, and probably just in general I'd be like even more careful. But I felt like I was already being so careful. That's the crazy part. How long before it's back to normal? A year? They say it's like a year for recovery.
That's where the mystery begins.
So I just
The structure of the Cybertruck contained the explosion, and the explosion went mainly up. So only 7 to make it seem, oh, this was a malfunction of the Cybertruck. No, there was a bomb planted, driven up to the doors. They did not realize that the build of a Cybertruck
just wearing knee pads and
they didn't think this through. They rented the Cybertruck in Colorado, drove all the way to Las Vegas, and did this.
Still got to be careful.
And the thing is that
I need to wear like a whole body padding just in case.
So the Cybertruck contained explosion, and the explosion went mainly up. So only 7 people were injured.
The explosion went
the driver
nearly up, huh?
was the only deceased. And that is when the mystery begins.
The driver was
That's
the
where the
only
mystery
deceased.
begins. And that's what brings us to this mystery.
Huh.
One dead after Tesla Cybertruck explodes outside Trump Hotel in Las Vegas. Well, the Cybertruck did not explode, had a bomb on the trunk. That is important. The sheriff said that gas canisters, camp fuel canisters, and large firework mortars were found in the truck. And Elon Musk chimed in, of course. The evil knuckleheads picked the wrong vehicle for a terrorist attack. Cybertruck actually contained the explosion and directed the blast upwards. Not even the glass doors of the lobby were broken. Imagine that. You know that you have the explosion, right? And you have the pressure of the explosion. That should have been enough to at least break the glass doors of the entrance. And you see how close was the truck to those glass doors, and those didn't break. It was amazing. Las Vegas police released new video of the exploded Cybertruck outside of the Trump Hotel, showing explosive ordinances in the back. Oh, this is was the strength of the Cybertruck that allowed this to not go further. Yeah, I would like to get a Cybertruck myself. Maybe with all your super chats, I will get there.
You confronted
eventually.
that.
Thank you for all your super chats.
Leftist for their
financing my eventual Cybertruck
group of terror practice.
But this
Which
is
one?
the part that I
You're
find
listening to the
a bit
wrong
odd.
guy. He's got no
Matthew
expertise. You got to
Livelsberger,
hear from his
37
special
years
forces
old.
peers.
People are saying that
Who's
he
special
was the one
forces
driving,
peers?
or he was the one who died, who was driving the Cybertruck when the Cybertruck, the bomb exploded. It was the driver of the Cybertruck that exploded in Las Vegas. He's listed on LinkedIn as an operations director and intelligence manager with a special forces experience. He's a Grand Beret as well. I'm going to jump this because this is his ex-wife. I think this woman has nothing to do with had nothing to do with him by the time of the explosion. And in Go reported this as well. I looked into the background of Matthew A. Livelsberger, the 37-year-old from Colorado Springs who drove a Turo-rented Tesla and blew up at the Trump Hotel in Las Vegas in a huge explosion. Livelsberger is also a U.S. Army veteran, like the New Orleans ISIS terror suspect, and they served at the same military base. That is too much of a coincidence, right? That is too much of a coincidence. Poppy Cakes, thank you for your super chat. God bless you, Jesus, for speaking out about this, and Elon too. Yes. Livelsberger is also a U.S. veteran like the New Orleans ISIS terror suspect. Livelsberger LinkedIn is no longer online, but there are ghost remnants of his background. Special Forces Intelligence Sergeant, Defense Analysis and Strategic Studies degree from Norwich University. Something strange is that he apparently died from a gunshot moments before the bomb exploded. He died from a gunshot, apparently self-inflicted, with a Desert Eagle handgun. And if you know anything about guns, you would feel, you instantly would say, hey, wait a second.
She's
How is
28.
this,
You live in PA,
special
but
forces
she's from
guy
Washington State.
with such a vast experience?
You've
These
been
are the
married
best
for at
of
least
the
5
best. These are
years
the
now.
elite.
You've had a lot of problems.
How
She's
a
had
guy
untreated
of this
bipolar disorder for a long
ability
time, and it's pretty
takes
much
his
been
own life
chaos from the start.
with a Desert Eagle,
You refuse to
one of
give
the
up
worst
on them,
handguns
though. Aw.
in the history of humankind. I mean, if you have owned one of those, you
I
know
hope
that they
everything,
can be
works
quite
out
tricky, if
in
not
the end.
plain faulty in
You're
many
talking about
instances.
ISIS. The
So it's like I
Obama
made the analogy
administration had
that
been
we were talking
funding
about the music.
ISIS
It's like Eric Clapton
the guy
playing
who
a farewell
committed
concert with a Temu guitar.
Suicide
that wouldn't make
was a
sense. That wouldn't make
PTSD
sense. So
Master
you
Sergeant,
don't do that.
Special Forces
Okay, Jesus,
combat
but maybe
veteran
that's what
for
he had.
19.5
Well, but
years. So
it's
like,
odd. I found that odd.
so
I really
what's
found
the
that part
like?
odd.
What's the story here? Like, what's the deal?
And everyone take a close look at the Ukraine shirt Matthew Livelsberger is wearing in this picture. And now new photo surfaces from LinkedIn that he inquired about a job in Ukraine as well. Does this have anything to do with the Las Vegas attack? He was recruiting people for a job in Ukraine as well. Natalie Miranda, thank you for your super sticker. I really appreciate that, Natalie. Thank you. The woke media says, don't believe your eyes, nothing happened. Yeah, Sky London, that is as well something that worries me. The Trump Cybertruck bomber Matt Livelsberger was trying to recruit fighters for Ukraine per his social media posts. This comes after a photo of him surfaced wearing a Glory to Ukraine. It's also worth noting that Ryan Ruth, who tried to take out Trump at his golf course, he was also recruiting people for Ukrainian jobs in Ukraine. And this is another thing that we don't understand. So the Green Beret, identified as the Vegas truck bomber, was burned beyond recognition. The guy was burned beyond recognition, and his weapons were disfigured. But his military ID was intact. What are military IDs made of? I mean, you can see it on X. You can see that it's a plastic ID. How come everything burned, and all of a sudden you find a very much you can recognize what that military ID says, his name and everything. Cybertruck, thank you, Viking. Cybertruck is bulletproof. We need to look into what's going on at Fort Bragg. Yes, but something going on at Fort Bragg. I don't want to say the words MK Ultra, but I already said them. I don't know. That's so many things, so mysterious. Let me see if I can find the picture of the ID of the guy.
The speaker sounds like another conspiracy theorist, and he's wrong.
The ID
Desert Eagle
was,
is smart.
okay,
if
this
you
is the
want
picture of the ID.
Suicide. He just lost all credibility.
So,
who did this guy?
You can see it for yourself. How is this possible? How is this
I'm trying to
possible that everything
understand,
burned?
like, what's okay. So, I'm trying to figure out what's what. I'm not 100% sure, to be honest. What I know that a Cybertruck exploded. I don't know the details. I should have probably been listening a little bit better, but
burns except for the ID. How convenient. Okay, this is your guy. This is your guy. Don't look any further. This is your guy. Oh, he was burned beyond recognition. The guns burn beyond recognition. But you have this. Don't you tell me that this is not suspicious. It was planted or something.
Okay, so the media is saying it was this guy, and this guy's trying to say that the media is spinning something or trying to. Once again, there's always conspiracy around everything.
I was asking the questions. Could he have been dead and the Cybertruck drove himself into that spot? And no, it's not possible. You need the person who is sitting on the driver's seat. Elon Musk already confirmed that has to be alive.
These nuts gotta make conspiracy theories out of
corpse
everything.
Or something. No, it was he actually received the gunshot.
Yeah, but FPS, it's like kind of, I don't know, like it's. I like conspiracy theories. That's the problem. Okay, if you don't like conspiracy theories, I'm sorry, but I like them. Not that I like them, that they're just, I don't know, like.
Spot. If it's him, which we don't know. Still don't know. DNA is still available. He could be recognized by
like the whole Luigi thing. There was a whole conspiracy around that, and there's probably conspiracy around. I don't know. Maybe it's just
identified
me.
By DNA. It is my understanding.
Maybe I just seek out conspiracy
how
content.
Long it will take until we actually.
Sorry, FPS. I'm sorry, but
it's gonna be some time, I guess. But I would like to know what you think about this in the comments. That's what I highlight your.
Yes, I don't know. It's just too intriguing for me. Let's see, what else do we have? All right, since you don't like this guy, Let's see. What's happening here?
What do we see here?
That is an airplane emergency exit.
So why are we showing that?
Because, yet again, a Chinese tourist, this time in Thailand, opened up the frickin' emergency exit to get some fresh air.
No.
While the plane was flying.
While it was about to take off.
It was about to take off, sorry. It's happened before where the plane has been flying, though.
I was gonna, wouldn't everyone die if you did that midair? Wouldn't everyone get sucked out the plane?
No.
Well, the
But
thing
wait,
is,
that actually happened though, like recently. That the door came off.
he didn't do it midair. He did
No,
it
but this has
while it was
happened
on the
before,
runway.
and they didn't get sucked out.
Yeah, it's incredibly hard to open it when it's in flight, and there've been times people have been trying to open it while it's in flight and unsuccessfully and been wrestled down by,
Wrestled.
you know, wrestled by people. This is still a big issue in China. Taking the plane is still a new thing. In
Krevetka,
fact,
how's it going?
and this is going to sound very strange.
Politics,
but
a dirty
when
business.
Sinok and I would ride in the rural areas of China on our motorcycles, very often we'd see little vans and cars pull over to the side of the road all of a sudden, and people piling out and vomiting.
Yeah.
Okay. And the whole
The
point of
other
this is
one, wait, Cybertruck
in
was
China,
just a
cars are
mentally
new.
ill vet. The
Okay?
other one
When I
was
say new,
beyond
you
mentally
know,
ill.
within the last
Left
20
letter to his
years
family saying
is when
he
they've
joined
really
ISIS,
started
he
to
thought
take
about
hold.
killing
So you
his whole
still have a
family
lot of
first.
people in the rural
They're
areas
getting
who've
the
never
two
driven
mixed
in a
up.
car.
Sure.
And if they have, it's never been
Oh,
like
is that
long
what's
distance.
happening?
So you know, think about it. When I was young, I used to get car sick.
Yeah, me too.
So if your body's not used to traveling in a car, all of a sudden you get in cars and you know you're going to get car sick. It doesn't matter how old you are if you've never driven in cars a long distance, right? So the reason I'm saying that is cars are even a travel by car is still a new thing. Traveling by plane is even newer.
Sure.
It's something that a lot of Chinese people haven't
You love
done.
conspiracy stuff,
and they're not
but you
used
get
to all the
ADHD,
rules.
hyper
And they're
focused
also
on
not
them,
used
and
to
you end up
following rules.
way too far
That's why
down
they,
the rabbit hole.
You know, pushing in queues and doing all this kind of weird stuff.
shot
It's
himself
because
with
although
a
people are telling them
deagle
don't do
and
that, they're
with
like,
a
I don't
special
care. It's not,
forces
that doesn't apply to me.
There's
background
another
is
issue
a
as well. Is on
bomb
the
expert
airplanes,
made
often
a limited
these older
explosive
people
that
that
will
do these
not
foibles
harm
and silly
pedestrians
mistakes,
to
they don't
ensure
speak
his
Mandarin.
Oh, right.
So they only hear
Okay,
Mandarin
so-
on the
On the
thing. They only
announcement.
speak local dialects, right?
Sure.
So they don't know.
Yeah, so they think
But
it's
like,
unhealthy.
okay, but what was the point of the explosion if he could just shoot himself? Like, why the explosion?
To be breathing the air, so they want to open a window.
What was the message? Like, was he trying to send some kind of message?
Right.
And they can't, so then they open the door.
There was one thing I think that ties in perfectly to your lack of travel experience thing.
Yeah.
How many times when we're riding through rural China do people ask us if we rode our motorcycles from America?
Yeah.
Because the
No.
concept of
No.
that, like traveling across continents, doesn't make any sense. They don't think about, oh, you would need to take a plane or a boat.
Sure.
And this is not everyone, obviously. This is
No,
older
we're
people,
talking
but it's
rural.
quite shocking.
Yeah, we're talking rural China.
Many
yeah, obviously. City
suicides
folk
fail.
are, you know.
I
they're-
guess it was
they're
like
up to
his
speed.
second.
Sure. Well, you guys didn't come across the land bridge in
Plan
the Bering
B in
Strait?
case Plan A
Oh, gee,
doesn't
like
work.
15,000 years ago?
Nope, that wasn't
Make
us.
sure it gets the
Anyway,
job
let's go
done.
to the
That
next
makes
picture
sense. It
because
makes a lot of sense.
this is something that's been happening a lot. Is people throwing coins in the engines of planes.
It's not a fountain, guys.
Yeah.
It's not
Well, it's a good luck thing.
How is that good
and
luck?
There's no tradition of this. There's no planes in ancient China.
there is. But come on, your mother-in-law throwing coins in the corners.
Maybe they think planes are dragons.
Of the house.
The house
Chucking coins in the
it's
corner
like-
of my freaking house.
It's weird, and I guess they probably threw
Allegedly in
coins
game. Don't get
in
offended.
their
Don't get offended.
goat carriage or whatever
Right,
donkey cart or
Right.
prestigious horse carriage. I don't know, but it's probably something
I'm
like
good,
that.
Rebecca. How are
it's
you
for good
doing?
luck.
Right.
So they're
Safe
about
travel.
safe travel. They're going to go on a plane. So what's the best thing to do for good luck? Throw some
chuck
coins in the engine.
He tried to target
this has happened
Trump to
multiple
stop him
times,
from
enough
stepping
times
into
that
the
it makes the
inauguration.
news all the
plans
time,
that
and they
are
have to strip
scheduled
the
by deep
engine,
state.
make sure none of the coins are in there before they take off. And
Was
people are
Trump
still doing it?
Was
and this
Trump
just happened again
there?
recently.
I hate to be
At
Mr.
that
PC
tower?
boy. I gotta reiterate over and over again.
Yeah.
This is not the majority of Chinese.
course
I know
not.
that a
This
lot of
makes headlines
people.
there, and everyone's appalled.
Yes.
But the
Chinese
fact
people
that
don't.
are,
It's the older generation, the traditional people, and they're
Right.
just too
Speculating
ignorant.
that, like,
they
you know,
don't understand
the deep
how
state wants
technology
to
works.
make sure Trump
it's
doesn't
like
get
it's a
in
magic
office.
flying machine. Let's make more luck magic by throwing
but-
some coins in the engine.
I'll never forget the guy when vapes first came
I-
out. I was quitting
FPS's
smoking.
Yeah.
explanation
An old man in
makes a
China
lot of
literally
sense to
asked
me,
me
to
if
be
I was from
honest,
the
but-
future.
So wait, but was Trump? If Trump was there, then I mean, I think it could have also served
let's go
to
to the
send
next
some kind
picture
of
because
message.
they've actually had to put up. This is in Hainan Airlines. They've actually had to put up
The
this
Sanya?
warning. Sanya, yeah.
It's the same thing. Yeah.
It's
Everything
illegal
is
to throw
great.
money
That's good to
into
hear,
an airplane
Rebecca.
to
Let's
pray
watch
for
New
good
Orleans
luck.
Massacre. That's a
Good.
good rabbit hole to dig
So
into.
the fact that there's actual
So like I have one. Is this it? Is this the new, like, but it's the same guy, and I guess you don't like this guy?
I need to address the topic of New Orleans.
Let's just watch it fast.
New Orleans, Louisiana, who happened this horrible act of terror. And they really wanted to make it seem.
Maybe he's going to make it sound like a conspiracy.
Authorities wanted to make it seem, oh no, this is not an act of terror. It's not an act of terror. Mystic Gypsy, welcome to Body Language Body as well. You're a member now. Thank you. This was an act of terror. I want to read the words of Christian Treba, who have some encouraging words for New Orleans.
The message is the military not taking care of its members'
those are
mental
my
health.
lovely Body Language
I
Bodies in
agree.
Louisiana.
I don't think it's like once you're not in the army anymore. It's like a fend for yourself kind of thing. Do I remember JFK? Yes.
As well, and from the United States, all the United States, General Scott, welcome as well.
Crevecca, thank you so much for the 10 stream
The city of New Orleans is resilient, perhaps the most resilient
I really
of cities.
appreciate it.
Evil will not diminish our joie de vivre or change our course. We will continue to celebrate life even amongst the tears shed for those so senselessly and tragically lost. And there's a quote. She includes an image with a quote from Anthony Bourdain.
They put them in horrible
There's no other
places,
place on earth, even
doing
remotely
horrible
like New
things, and then
Orleans.
let them slip
Don't
into
even try to
insanity.
compare
It's
it with
been
anywhere
a problem
else.
in the USA. So why didn't he do that? I mean, like, I agree with you 100%. But it's like, why didn't he do that then in front of like the White House or Capitol or something, you know? Also Cybertruck and in front of Trump. It's like the message is F Trump and Elon. I don't know, something like that. But at the same time, like, to die on that hill is also no. Like, for that, like, that's for that, like, I don't know. Anyway, that's just a conspiracy. That's neither here nor there. They want to throw Trump off to not get exposed about everything they had been hiding. They had been doing the same on Trump. You can only guess, but you feel like he thinks they're going to put us at war. He thinks, who's going to put you at war? Who thinks that?
I have to say, I've never been to.
Who thinks who's going to put who at
Orleans.
war?
It's one of the cities in the United States that are still on my list.
Okay.
Well, one thing that I can tell you that these are going to be the 20 longest days of our lives. I would like to think that the moment that Donald Trump is sworn in as the 7th president of the United States, everything's going to change from one day to the next. It is not. We cannot fool ourselves, because there are way too many interests behind this. There's too much terrorist cells, like sleeping cells that are still waiting to attack. And I don't want to be, oh, you are making people panic. You're making people anxious. I am not making people anxious. It was Joe Biden and Kamala Harris who permitted this, who encouraged this, who made this possible. They were the ones who began the destruction, and you know that started with Obama, with all the racial tension, all the racial hate. We need to call the things. We need to call a spade a spade. We need to do this. We need to do the right thing and call a spade
Trump
a
and
spade.
his administration,
Things are not going to
Cybertruck
improve
guy.
from one day to the next. We're expecting
He was
swift
active duty.
action.
He had
We're
probably
expecting
had enough.
things to change, not
Huh.
only in the United States, but the world.
Biden administration
Because
is the one who
this
had
happened
been
in New
waging
Orleans, but what happened in
wars.
Germany
That's
days
what
before
I
this?
think.
What happened in Germany?
Yeah,
And
that's...
why is it always the same people who do this kind of stuff? Why is this disproportionate representation of these people doing this kind of acts? Because they hate the United States. They claim, oh yeah, I want to go to the United States, but they hate the United States. I'm going to tell you something that might be unsettling for many of you, but this is a reality. Many people, they say that migrate to other countries, maybe escaping their current conditions, and maybe looking for better conditions. Well, both things can be true at the same time. But they arrive at their host country. Country could be the United States, could be the UK, and they look around them, And instead of being grateful of having the opportunity of being in the, if you're in the USA, well, you are in the land. You are literally in the land. Oh my God. My live stream was taken down. What happened? Okay, I'm back. YouTube, my YouTube body language bodies, are you there? Okay, just confirm. Just say hi. Okay, you still have. Okay, I have for some reason a hiccup. It was very strange. Maybe it's an FBI or CIA. Something happened. I had a glitch on my. You still see me. This has never happened. Something happened on my monitor. That has never happened. Seems that we are still up. Oh, thank you, 1776 Viking. Jesus, thanks for putting reality into.
So
thank you for that amazing super chat. I really appreciate it.
So what's the
really
what's the rabbit hole with this thing?
Link.
What's
we can
up
show
with
this page, and then it appears. These people, I was talking. These people arrive to the United States, and instead of saying, "Hey, I'm the in this this amazing land where everything is possible, where everyone can make
The
it."
views and opinions expressed are not the views and opinions of Hunniebee. Viewer discretion is advised.
Because literally everyone can make it, and they are resentful. I would like to understand that. I would like to explain how this works. But humans are irrational.
You gotta realize
for
that
the
guy
most
is a
part.
20-year
And
special
sometimes
forces
that
combat veteran.
irrationality,
If he wanted a bigger
is going to
explosion,
be,
he would have made
hey,
a bigger
you know
explosion.
what?
They're
I
all well
despise
trained in bombs.
my host country because I see
Then
everyone, I don't know,
then
so
the
happy.
borders
Everyone
are
has
literally wide open with cartels, gangs, and most of them killing American civilians.
It is like, in my case, there are two things. I was not resentful for the countries that were my hosts when I left Venezuela. I was grateful for two things, and two very concrete things. Number one,
I don't think that the guy. It doesn't look like he was trying to hurt anyone else, but it does look like he was trying to send some kind of message. But that's all. That's literally all I got.
24 hours a day, 7 days a week, which in Venezuela I didn't have.
Oh
and
wait,
number two,
somebody on X was
running
saying.
water,
I mean, not that it
24
makes a
hours a day,
difference. It
7
doesn't
days
make
a
a
week.
difference, but
I left Venezuela almost a decade ago, and I'm still grateful of being able to open.
Do you think this is super conspiracy? Do you think that a dead body was even found? Well, what is that? Like a flash? Wait, what is that? Is that infrared or something? Like, what is that? Okay, so Las Vegas Cybertruck blast suspect Matthew Livelsberger took part in a military TV reality competition on the History Channel. I just thought that was interesting. These people always appear on old TV shows, commercials. So I think this guy is trying to say, what a huge coincidence that, you could say is an actor or something, or I don't know, like, but that's just conspiracy, I don't know really what this is. This supposed to be infrared or something? Like, what is this?
Warning signs in airports. Yes, to tell. It shows you that it's a real problem.
Sorry, so I'm like jumping from topic to topic because we were talking about this. Let's just finish this quickly.
Open the faucet and see running water whenever I want, and have electricity whenever I want. That's where I come from, and I'm grateful, and I try to bring some value. Tangent. And you're gonna say, oh, you say that every
not a tangent, but
terrorists is foreign. No, I'm not saying that. Well, for once, we have said at least 2 attacks in this 2025 that didn't have anything to do with guns, or at least not mainly with guns. So what are you going to do? I'm expecting Democrats to ban cars.
That's him.
Anytime.
What if he was killed somewhere else and the truck drove itself there? I have no idea. Yes, that guy is well known. Green Beret community, not a nobody. Case closed.
a two-tier
I guess
justice system.
the case people are trying to make is like, why are they always appearing on TV? That's not something I necessarily noticed, but it's something that that guy was saying, like, why are they always on TV? It's almost as if like they're, I don't know. It's like, that's, I don't know.
And this is what's been going on in the UK, and this is what is happening in the United States as well. A two-tier justice system.
He's not wrong.
That two-tier justice system is like, if you are against this suicidal empathy, oh, you cannot be like that. You have to embrace everybody. You have to turn the other cheek. No. You break the law, you're going to be punished. Maybe in an overkill way.
Oh yeah, that's possible. Hold on, I think that
maybe
this guy that I
maybe
was
the Singapore format,
just
the
looking
Singapore
at, let me just
approach
see what he says.
could work. Overkill. You commit a crime, you are hanged.
Cybertrucks can drive
I don't know what.
I'm not saying this happened, but there's a
what is that?
possibility
What if somebody is
and then the
what if
Cybertruck was sent to Trump Tower.
System is corrupt? Why is somebody is
in his
let's say,
alleged email?
how to
He
say
never.
this?
Oh wait, email. In his alleged email, he never mentioned harming himself, nor did he mention anything about Trump. Hold on. So there's an alleged email. There's an alleged email. Where's this email?
But I get a well, it started off as comments. So when you have a big
Okay, so
Instagram
this is an
account,
alleged email.
you're gonna miss a lot of messages because people message, go to hidden messages and everything else. You miss a lot of stuff. Well, I kept seeing this comment on recent posts that I put in there, and it was from this burner account. Said, hey, check your DMs, check your DMs, check your DMs. So I go in there and try to find it. There's no message from this guy, hadn't come through or whatever. And then he messages again once that message was opened up. And I said, hey, your previous messages haven't come through. What do you want to tell me? And he said, what I'm going to send you, now these are literally his words, what I'm going to send you is going to change the course of humanity.
Have a resume
That was his phrase, change the course of humanity. Okay, a little bit dramatic. I get those messages all the time. People have this big story they want to tell, they want to expose the man, whatever it is. I take everything with a grain of salt until I have
sounds
evidence.
way more
So
compelling.
this guy's insistent. He tells me.
I don't know. It just sounds like but like, what's the conspiracy around the New Orleans thing? Actually, wait. We're jumping too many different topics. Like, okay, hold on. Too many different. Hold on. Okay, so he's saying the manifesto is nonsensical. Is that the email?
Let's say, what happens if somebody is wrongfully convicted? Well, if somebody is wrongfully convicted, you take the judge and you, punish the judge as well. It's simple.
Like, what's the rabbit hole with the New Orleans one?
Everybody who is,
Here the conspiracy around this one is like whether or not the guy's actually dead, whether or not he actually did it, like, or if it was forced or whatever. So that's the conspiracy around that one. What's the conspiracy around the New Orleans one? They are trying everything to take Trump out. Which one happened first? Which one happened first?
Responsible for wrongdoings.
Okay.
Oh, you cannot be that. You cannot. That is a fascist state. Yeah. And what is the problem? The states that are considered fascist, like the UAE, for some reason, people feel safe there. You know that so many people say that, oh, the UAE, that women are not free there. But women feel safe in the UAE. How do you make that work? Why women don't feel safe in the UK? Oh, they are free in the UK, but they don't feel safe. Well, they are free in the United States, but they don't feel safe either. It's that simple. Well, sadly, maybe Singapore is a bit extreme, banning chewing gum. I don't know if this is true, Princess Dumbarton, but sometimes you have to be extreme because, well, if you're not extreme yourself, your guests are going to be extreme on you. So, yeah, Saudi Arabia is safer than the UK, CNDB as well. It's something that we need to address. We have to address this thing that way. Sometimes we need a fascist state to fix things. We have to go full right wing. Do we really need to do that? What do you think would be the approach to fix this stuff? What's going on in the UK? What's going on in the United States? What do you think it's, you need to take things easy. Tell that to the families of the dead and raped. Tell them to take things easy. And then we'll talk. And we can talk in the chat as well. Let me know, what do you think about this in the comments?
He tells me that he is a 18 Zulu who I've spoken to before, and he really needs to get this stuff to me. And then he talks about you. He says, I need you to get me in contact with Sean Ryan. I'm like, dude, I don't know Sean Ryan. I'm not that big. But he's insistent that I get him diverted to media sources, says go to Fox News, wherever else, and says, all right, tell me what you got. So I give him my Proton email account, give him my signal number, and he reaches out immediately. And I'm going to read this initial message for you because this doesn't have names or anything else on it. But this was his message on Sunday. He reached out and said, like I said, this last Sunday, he said, sending with a VPN active on Wi-Fi only. Do not message me. I will send out updates via both Signal and email, but trust me, you're going to want to be involved. Well, first of all, no, I didn't want to be involved. Anyways, and then, so I didn't message. I responded back to his original Instagram message, and I said, hey, I got your message on Proton Mail. He said, cool, delete this. So I deleted it. That's how I ended up getting this message on Tuesday. So the message that this right here, this manifesto, if you want to call it that, came in on Tuesday. And when I started reading this, my initial take was, okay, this is off the deep end. It's bonkers. I can't validate or verify any of the stuff in this manifesto. And I told him that in a subsequent email. And
Current
I'll read that to you
USA
later. My
events
response to
seem
him.
a lot
And once
like
again,
the
my response to him
plots to
elicited,
TV shows
hey,
Limitless
get me in
and
contact
Rabbit
with
Hole.
Sean Ryan, Fox News, and even said Pete Hegseth.
I didn't know there's
Get me
a
in contact
TV
with Hegseth.
show called Rabbit
I don't
Hole.
have the incoming
All
Secretary
you
of
know
Defense
is
phone
New
number. Sorry.
Orleans police
That's the last time I talked to him.
commissioner needs to be
So yesterday morning,
fired to
what day was
not
it?
have
That was Tuesday. That was this Tuesday.
anti-vehicle
So we're Friday now. That was
blockades
3 days ago.
after
So the
what
day before,
happened in
the day
Germany,
before the
Xmas
attack.
Market get
I dismissed
fired.
the stuff out of hand.
The 31st. It was on the 31st.
Yes. In fact, I posted something on my...
No blockades,
I told the
huh?
producer about
That's
this as well.
interesting.
But this was a post I made on Twitter. I was just trying to be humorous, off the cuff. It was...
Those
I was just being humorous from my audience. I said, my inbox was especially eventful today.
because there is a
Allegations of war
massive
crimes,
amount of
government
illegal
anti-gravity
immigration
technology, and
by
fears about being
America's
tracked and watched by
borders,
the
and
Fed.
some of
It's always,
them
the
are
world is ending and I
planned
have this
to harm
information that needs to get to the media and
civilians.
never, how you doing, brother? Everything all right? I was just playing off of a meme.
I
It was just supposed to be a
mean,
joke. That was the body of his email that he sent me. And I didn't think anything about it. I didn't know who Matt Berg was, Matt Livelsberger, or anything else. He told me who he was
I
in the
know,
email.
like, my prime minister, like, Canada has, like, known terrorists basically living in Canada because whatever.
Pointing me to his LinkedIn account.
Whatever,
I was just kind of being
right?
humorous in my audience. Like, I get these crazy messages sometimes.
Whatever.
And then the day after
Like,
that message, I wake up and it's like, hey, Sam, nobody in the
everything's-
community seems to know this guy. Do you happen to know who he is? And I played that for you before we came up here. Just absolute shock. That's how I woke up.
Do you want to play it now?
Everything's messed up.
Yeah. Excuse my language. I was definitely in shock. Let me find this chat. So,
You know, while you're digging through that, you know what we should do? I should get that Instagram account from you to see if they messaged any of our Instagram accounts, and we should also get that email address.
Deleted it.
You deleted it.
He told me to delete it, and I deleted it.
Okay.
Yeah.
We should also get that email address and see if they sent it into the sent it in through the website and see if he tried to contact us. Get that to the FBI.
So I'm in a military.
Actually, do something.
Yeah, I'm in a military group chat. Buddy Green Beret, Corey. He says at Sam. Nobody I've asked in the community knows him. You is at 8:46 a.m. yesterday. So I woke up and I said, "OF, I'm shaking." This guy emailed me 2 days ago. I'm not playing. And he said, "Damn." And then this was my response to him at 8:48. Like, just woke up.
I'm fucking shaking, bro. You don't understand. This guy emailed me and told me he was being watched by the FBI and Homeland Security, but they weren't going to do anything to him because he had a VPN. I'm not fucking playing, dude. I have the email. I'm shaking, man. This is nuts.
And it goes from there. And I sat there for probably an hour talking about why I'm shaking. I can't even think straight. Like, normal day shot. And I didn't know what I want to do. Do I sit on this? Do I do nothing with it? I've got to tell somebody. I've got to tell the FBI at least, because this is huge. This is all over the news. And then I was like, well, dude, this guy wanted to get in contact with Sean Ryan, so let me get this to Sean Ryan. See if I can get with him. And I had a buddy who knew your producer, and we went from there. But
wow. You want to read the email?
Yep. So this email came in on December 31st at 10:42 a.m. That is Tuesday. He said, in case I do not make it to my decision point or onto the Mexico border, I'm sending this now. Please do not release this until 1 January and keep my identity private until then. First off, I'm not under duress or hostile influence or control. My first car was a 2006 black Ford Mustang V6 for verification. What we have been seeing with drones, he puts that in quotes, he says drones, is the operational use of gravitic propulsion systems powered aircraft by most recently China and the East Coast, but throughout history, the US. Only we in China have this capability. Our OPSEN, that's Operations Center, our OPSEN location for this activity is in the box below. China has been launching them from the Atlantic from submarines for years, but this activity recently has picked up. As of now, it is just a show of force, and they are using it similar to how they use the balloon for SIGINT and ISR, which are also part of the integrated comm system. There are dozens of those balloons in the air at any given time. The so what is because of the speed and stealth of these unmanned aircraft. They're the most dangerous threat to national security that's ever existed. They basically have an unlimited payload capacity and can park it over the White House if they wanted. It's checkmate. U.S. government needs to give the history of this, how we are employing it and weaponizing it, how China is employing them, and what the way forward is. China is poised to attack anywhere in the East Coast. I've been followed for over a week now from likely Homeland or FBI, and they are looking to move on me and are unlikely going to let me cross into Mexico, but won't because they know I am armed and I have a massive VBID. Let me pause right there for a second. So he says a massive VBID. When I was talking to the FBI yesterday, they didn't know what a VBID was. I had to explain what that acronym meant, literally.
You fucking serious?
Dead serious. I said it twice, and he goes, you said that word VBID. Can you tell me what that is? For your audience, a VBID, for your audience who has not been in the Gulag for the last 20 years, a VBID is a vehicle-borne improvised explosive device. In layman's terms, a car bomb. What we saw
also
at Trump Tower.
foreshadows USA
So,
wanting green.
backing up, he says, I am armed and have a massive VBID. I've been trying to maintain a very visible profile and have kept my phone, and they are definitely digitally tracking me. Here's where he gets into the other stuff. And this is where we had to redact the names. Well, your producer redacted the names. I have knowledge of this program and also war crimes that were covered up during airstrikes in Nimruz province, Afghanistan in 2019 by the admin, DOD, DEA, and CIA. I conducted targeting for these strikes of over 125 buildings. 65 were struck because of civcas, that's civilian casualties, that killed hundreds of civilians in a single day. U.S. FORA continued strikes after spotting civilians on initial ISR. It was supposed to take 6 minutes and scramble all aircraft in CENTCOM. The UN basically called these war crimes, but the administration made them disappear. I was part of that cover-up with U.S. FORA, an agent, redacted, of the DEA. So I don't know if my abduction attempt is related to either. I worked with redacted IO staff on this as well as a response to Bala Murgab. Redacted commander at the time, redacted can validate this. You need to elevate this to the media so we avoid a world war because this is a mutually assured destruction situation. Then he says, for vetting, my LinkedIn is Matt Berg or Matthew Livelsberger, an active duty 18 Zulu out of 110, the 1st Battalion 10 Special Forces Group. My profile is public. I have an active TSSCI with UAP, USAP access.
What is USAP? Do you know what that is?
I don't know what that is. But I checked his credentials on LinkedIn. So that was the first thing I did. I went to his LinkedIn page. First thing I noticed was all of his bona fides were in place. He has all the UAS training from USASOC and everything else. And so I said, okay, at least the guy knows what he's talking about with drones. That was a very rough dig into the guy. But my issue was I couldn't validate or verify any of this information. And I told him that. And how I responded to him was in a subsequent email. I said, this is obviously a very big deal, but I don't have anything to verify this information with. Talking about gravitic propulsion systems without evidence just makes me another UFO talking head. Like, I'm not going to go on my social media page and start talking about UFOs and anti-gravity systems. I don't know what you're talking about. I can't. And he said, can I get on Fox News Contact on Signal as well as Sean's show? Hegseth would be good too. That was his last message to me.
Wow. Yeah. You know, the thing is, what is a gravitic propulsion system?
To be honest with you, it is a fancy term you're going to find in science fiction. You won't find it in any, as far as I know, you won't find this in any kind of official manual or scientific research. This is all science fiction. So, but what struck me is his use, what strikes me now, not then, but what strikes me now is his use of a very specific term that nobody else call it. You asked me, I would say an anti-gravity propulsion system. That's how I would describe it because I don't know this stuff. He said gravitic propulsion system.
Ow, my ear. The heck? How am I still walking so fast? Like, I can walk. I have a bit of a limp. But I can walk around. If I want to walk, like, properly and straight, I have to use my cane. Because I can't put, like, can I put the full weight? I don't know. It's like, it's getting there. It's getting there. If you get the chance, you would love Rabbit Hole Show. Oh, I would love Rabbit Hole Show. Interesting.
Right. It's actually a real problem.
You have to make a sign.
Yes. Okay.
It's a bit outlandish.
Yeah, it is. It's
I thought it was quite comedic, but also like shows
by throwing some coins in the engine.
I'll never forget the guy when vapes first came out and I was quitting smoking.
Yeah.
Old
I
man
literally
in China
broke my
asked
femur
me if I
pretty much in half. Like it broke near the hip. It broke near the hip, but it was like not connected anymore. It broke in like 2 different places. Yeah. It was certainly
from the future. And with a dead
certainly an experience.
Anyway,
let's go to the next picture because they've actually had to put up. This is in Hainan Airlines. They've actually had to put up this warning. Sanya, yeah.
It's the same thing.
Yeah. It's illegal to throw money into an airplane to pray for good luck. Good. Thanks. So the fact that there's actual warning signs in the airports, yes, to tell, it shows you that it's a real problem.
Right.
It's actually a real problem.
You have to make a sign.
Yes. Okay.
It's a bit outlandish.
Yeah, it is. It's
I thought it was quite comedic, but also like shows. I think the most important point we can derive from this is the absolute insane gap between the generations of China.
Sure.
You have young people which are completely normal.
Yes.
And you have these old people that are batshit totally different.
Poor
Separated
cat
from the third
got
generation.
thrown.
But
No,
this
he
whole filial
didn't.
piety thing means that you have to continue to not criticize your
he
parents or
needs
grandparents.
Yeah, you're not allowed to criticize your elders. So Granny's throwing coins in the plane, and you can't say, Granny,
don't do
this is really bad. You have to be like,
How do they
"Thanks,
insert
Granny."
a titanium
You know?
rod?
Now
Well,
we
I
can- now
have
we're gonna die.
Scar.
Anyway.
I have three. I have a
Welcome to the
scar.
Royal Rumble.
Who do you
want
Here.
to see get their ass
I have a
whooped the
bigger
most?
one here.
I must say, I'm very biased
and
against
then,
the Shills. I
and
hope
then
they all
more
get a beat
scar
down. We have no
by
idea
Vinny.
what's going to happen in this match. Cannot wait.
Are you ready to rumble?
So that's nice.
Take a look at that. She's showing off. Is Tractor gonna throw Chinese Ox out? It's Cool Gamer Nathan.
My
Subway
goodness.
Wonder Man. Subway Wonder
Oh,
Man. Get...
oh, is he out flying through the air like a missile and slammed into the mat? Neo Dentech!
Oh, Chinese Ox out of the way.
Now, how they get it into the bone, I don't know.
Oh, Silas out. Wait, I'm kicking your ass now. What's going on? Look,
I'm thinking they
everybody
went
wants
into
Raging
like,
Ranger out of there.
the top of it, because like it was. I'm guessing they went in through.
Oh,
I
he's
don't
going
know.
for strike, brother. Wow. Oh, that was close. I cannot believe it.
Oh my goodness!
That is,
All I know is
that's insane.
I'm grateful that they knew what they were doing. I do feel like slightly longer, like this leg is slightly longer and twisted, but they say it's just like the muscles are still weak or whatever. Like I'm still working. Like it's gonna be a while.
This is
till
big,
everything
and
gets back to
you know,
normal.
this is something that you found out, and I'd like you to.
I'm gonna take a quick break. Hey Steeler fan, how are you? Oh, thank you. Hope you're well. Happy New Year. So
On December 12th, 2020. On December 12th, 2024, around 6:05 p.m. Eastern, I walk right past my balcony window. I live right across the river from the Newark FBI office, and I saw a massive.
we're changing
50-foot,
changing pace here.
approximately
We're going full conspiracy. We've gone full conspiracy, full tinfoil hat, guys.
The black boomerang go right past my window. Thailand floated right across the river, right through the buildings downtown Newark. 3 white lights, 2 red, in a line on the back, made no noise.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to another episode of Debriefed. My name is Chris Ramsey, and today we're going to take a good hard look at a document submitted to the Paranet website in 1987 by none other than the godfather of conspiracy, John Lear. But before we do that, I would highly encourage you guys to leave a like, subscribe, maybe hit the notification bell if you do enjoy these
been okay?
uploads. And if you're
Sore from your
listening on
exercise,
audio,
but pushing through
one
it?
thing that you could do that
Hey, at
costs
least
absolutely
you're
nothing is leave us a
exercising.
5-star
That's
review
already
on
a
whatever
great start to
platform
the
it is
year.
you're listening to this episode on. And
F22
maybe a comment on
flippin'
why it is
Raptor.
you like these deep dives.
How's
It
it
goes a
going?
very long way, actually, in helping us propel into a favorable algorithm on Spotify and iTunes, etc. And if you can't get enough of Area 52 Debriefed and the likes, head over to our membership. You can do so by joining and becoming a member here on YouTube or going to patreon.com/Area52Investigations, where we upload weekly vlogs, behind the scenes, extra episodes, extended interviews. It is a vastly growing community where we continuously every day have deep discussions on the Discord, which, by the way, you can also join, and I'll leave all the links to that below. Folks, we've paid the bills. I think it's time to get into it. Okay, before I read these out, I will give you a brief history on Mr. Lear himself. So John Lear is a former aviation captain, a commercial pilot, but also happens to be the son of Learjet inventor Bill Lear. John Lear, until he passed away a few years ago, was
So what about the whole Congress stuff? Is it all like what's the deal with that?
one of the most prominent figures in the UFO landscape. He not only had multiple
So what
FAA
we were talking about Canadian politics earlier. We were talking about California becoming the 11th province of Canada. Trudeaush. Oh, that's a new one. I like that. 16 days until your birthday and Trump gets in office. Oh, shit. Wait. Your birthday is on Inauguration Day? Is it Inauguration Day? Is that the right word? No way. Trying to get out of your wheelchair more. It's painful, but you know, if you keep working at it, it will be worth it. 100% Steal a Friend. 100%. Yeah, it's gonna be painful, but it's worth it for sure. It's like, you know, with any muscles, you gotta use them. What is it? You gotta use it to not lose it or something. Happy birthday, early brother. Happy early birthday, brother. I hope you have a good one this year. Oh, 28, so you're slowly dying. When do you stop growing? When do people stop growing? I guess it depends though on the person. Use it or you lose it. 25. Yeah, you are officially. No, that's dark. Let's not go there.
A certification.
You're officially aging, Raptor.
Also flew on several missions for the CIA, which inevitably made him a little bit more credible when he came out with the information that someone he knew worked for a secret facility within the United States government at Area 51 called Section 4, otherwise known as S4. Yes, folks, he introduced the world to Bob Lazar. He met with George Knapp and set up the most famous interview in ufology, I believe, to date.
Well, there's several, actually 9 flying saucers, flying discs, that are out there of extraterrestrial origin.
However, over time, Lear's assertions became increasingly outlandish. He would
Monday,
go on
January
rants about
6th,
lunar bases,
the
the moon
Senate
being
will
hologram
confirm
and mind
Trump's
control
election.
projects.
Nice,
and while
nice.
some admired him as a whistleblower, others felt his credibility waned
not ready for
as
30?
he got into more and more
30 sounds like
extreme
pain.
conspiracies. And say what you want about the guy, but this guy was talking about mind control things before MK Ultra went public.
Only if you're not healthy. Like, if you're not eating healthy and if you're not exercising, then yes, your 30s will be painful. But if you're exercising and you're eating good and all those good things that are easier said than done, of course, I don't know. It's like, you know what? It's funny because the day I turned 30, I woke up with back pain. And my cousin, same thing. The day he turned 30, he woke up with back pain.
So talking about underground military
But, like, it
bases where
didn't
they were
last. It
reverse
was just-
engineering alien
but it was
craft
interesting.
before we even heard of Area
33
51.
plus
Now there is
fast
an
food
entire
starts
other
hurting
side
you.
to this, is that he potentially could be a psyop, meaning that the
Yes.
government used him in an active disinformation campaign, which would not be unheard of. And in fact, John
Just
Lear
wait until 30
admits
to
to
go
this. He says
to
that there is a
33, then
potential
you go,
that they
"Shit,
fed
this
him
is
false
what getting
information,
old feels
and that
like."
would muddy up the actual correct information that he was able to leak out. And that's the way a lot of these disinformation campaigns function, is that they will put out a vast majority of truth and insert only 1 or 2 fibs. But these fibs sounding so
You use
extreme
metal straws
and
to save
bizarre in
turtles.
nature that it makes you literally throw the baby out with the bathwater and say,
You
well, I guess they're
lie.
lying about everything. Now, what those lies are, I guess,
Are
is up
you
to the
using
public to decide.
nice metal
And that's
straws,
something
or
we're going
are
to try
you
to get to
using-
the bottom
Just
of
kidding.
today, as we're going to read through a statement that he put out so many years
I'll
ago.
be
and I-
honest with you, Raptor. I was using metal straws, and then it started like making my beverages not taste very good anymore. So it's like, okay, so what now? I have to replace the metal straws? And okay, I guess the metal straws can be recycled. Like, no straw. How about no straw? I don't know, guys. It's like what can
1987, detailing the government's involvement with
what can we do?
EBEs,
I'm
or
very proud of you, Raptor. I'm very
extraterrestrial
proud of you.
biological entities,
That's what I wanted
UFOs,
to
the
say.
reverse engineering, and the government's role in future disclosure. This all begins with a nice cover letter. This is from John W. White. If I'm not mistaken, John White is also a UFO researcher, and he is just forwarding this document that was put up on their version of Reddit, essentially. And he's saying
Their
the
version
following,
of Reddit?
dear somebody, I don't know who that is, but it says, I'm sending this astounding document about UFOs to you because I feel you will be interested and or have a need to know. I obtained it by downloading it from an electronic bulletin board called Paranet, which is headquartered in Arizona and has regional nodes. Paranet is dedicated to disseminating information about paranormal phenomena and acting as a forum for discussion. Memberships in Paranet is free and open to the public. All it takes is a computer and a modem. You can dial in at 603-837-0062.
Wait, how old is this?
Then find the original node nearest you, so your phone charges will be
No
minimized. Sincerely, John
This
White.
is from the
And whoever
80s,
this was
90s?
directed to wrote underneath a few questions that my guess is he faxed back to this person back then, and underlining Paranet and saying, who set this up? Who sustains it financially, and why? Who benefits from those who really know things identifying themselves and their views via this bulletin board? I smell federal deceit. So even the person that this was sent to back in 1987 thought that this also was a psyop. Folks, we stand on the very shaky shoulders of a lot of
Everyone thinks everything's a psyop all the time.
conspiracy theorists before us. Let's get into his document. It starts by saying, John Lear has requested that the following file be published on Paranet. It is our philosophy to encourage debate on paranormal issues,
Metal
no matter
straws
how
will mess
controversial,
with your sense
and we
of
welcome
taste.
his
Feels like
input.
you got a
The
mouthful
information
of
contained in this
pennies.
file has not been verified by Paranet,
like
nor do the
first
opinions
the
expressed
straw
herein
is
necessarily
fine, but
reflect
then
those
after
of the
a while-
administrator
after a while
or
of
other
use, I
Paranet
feel
staff
like you
members.
start to taste
We
the
can state,
metal.
however, that John is who he says he is and has numerous contacts in sensitive positions that could conceivably allow him to access information of this type, and that, folks, has been known for a very long time, is that John was working in the CIA and did say on numerous occasions that he was being fed information by people who were on the inside, or otherwise known as people in the program. So here is the statement. We begin. This is December 29th, 1987, folks. Almost 40 years to the day. That is insane. John Lear, a captain for a major U.S. airline, has flown over 160 different types of aircraft in over 50 different countries. He holds 17 world speed record in Learjet and is the only pilot ever to hold every airline certificate issued by the Federal Aviation Administration. Lear has flown missions worldwide for the CIA and other government agencies. A former Nevada state senator candidate, he is the son of William P. Lear, designer of the Learjet executive airplane, the 8-track stereo, and founder of Lear-Siegler Corporation. Lear became interested in the subject of UFOs 13 months ago after talking with United States Air Force personnel who had witnessed a UFO landing at Bentwaters Air Force Base near London, England, and 3 small aliens walking up to the wing commander. So the Lakenheath Bentwaters incident, now when saying, is it Lakenheath, Lakenheath, I'm not sure, but that does sound familiar. Isn't that the current Air Force base that is being incurred by a lot of these unexplainable drone activities? So the Lakenheath Bentwaters incident was a series of radar and visual contacts with UFOs over air bases in eastern England on the night of August 13th and 14th in 1956. So it involved personnel from the Royal Air Force and the United States Air Force. I mean, some of these targets were detected approaching Bentwaters from the east at a speed estimated from 2,000 to 4,000 miles an hour. It passed overhead. A rapidly moving white light was observed from the ground while the pilot of a C-47 at 4,000 feet over Bentwaters reported a similar light had passed beneath his craft. At this point, Bentwaters alerted the U.S. tenanted RAF Lakenheath base 40 miles to the northwest to look out for targets. And then ground personnel at Lakenheath made visual sightings of several luminous objects, including 2 which arrived, made a sharp change in course, and appeared to merge before moving off. And so what Mr. Lear is getting to here, that it didn't stop with radar and visual sightings of a UFO, but that it continued with 3 small aliens walking up to the wing commander. All right, we carry on here. Note to the press, the government of the United States continues to rely on your personal and professional gullibility to suppress the information contained herein. Your cooperation over the past 40 years has exceeded our wildest expectations, and we salute you. The sun does not revolve around the earth. The United States government has been in business with little gray extraterrestrials for about 20 years. The first truth stated here got Giordano Bruno burned at the stake in 1600 AD for daring to propose that this was real. The second truth has gotten far more people killed trying to state it publicly than will ever be known.
The sun
That's a dark
revolves
fact right
around
there.
you.
Wow. But the truth
It
must
sure
be
does,
told.
Raptor.
The fact that the earth revolves around the sun was successfully suppressed by the church for over 200 years. It eventually caused a major upheaval in the church, government, and thought. A realignment of social and traditional values. That was in the 1800s. Now, about 400 years after the first truth was pronounced, we must again face the shocking facts, the horrible truth. The government has been hiding from us for over 40 years. Unfortunately, the horrible truth is far more horrible than the government had ever imagined. In its effort to protect democracy, our government sold us to the aliens. And here's how it happened. But before I begin, I'd like to offer a word in the defense of those who bargained us away. They had the best of intentions. We know that saying. The road to hell was paved with good intentions. Germany may have recovered a flying saucer as early as 1939. General James H. Doolittle went to Sweden in 1946 to inspect a flying saucer that had crashed there in Spitsbergen. In 1947, President Truman established a group of 12 of the top military scientific personnel of their time. They were known as MJ-12, or Majestic 12.
The people that control this information is a organization that we know of as MJ-12.
Although the group exists today, none of the original members are still alive. The last one to die was Gordon Gray, former Secretary of the Army, in 1984. As each member passed away, the group itself appointed a new member to fill the position. There is some speculation that the group known as MJ-12 expanded to at least several more members. There were several more saucer crashes
Trudeau the
in
first
the late
time around?
1940s.
Honestly, I can't remember.
One in Roswell, New
I'll
Mexico.
be honest, I can't
one
remember
in
if I did or not.
Aztec, New Mexico, and one near Laredo, Texas, about 30 miles inside the
Which
Mexican
makes
border.
me think
Consider,
it's
if you will,
possible that
the
I
position of the
did.
United States government at the time. There are several crashes
And
reported
I
here,
was
one
like,
of which is
how
mentioned
old
is
was I?
Aztec, New Mexico. And this is one I'm currently looking at.
There's a good chance I didn't vote. There's a good chance I honestly, like, I can't say, like, I voted this way. Because when you vote, you're not voting for, like, Justin Trudeau or, like, the other guy. You're kind of voting for, like, people in the party or something. Like, it's like... Was I, like, I didn't care. The thing is, I didn't care about politics back then. And I think the only reason that it was, like, slightly more entertaining than usual was because of, like, you know, everyone was, like, swooning over Justin Trudeau, and there were all these memes about him on a horse or something, and so, like, but I wonder if there's, like, a history of voting, but it's, I don't know, I can't say, I can't remember. It was how long, it was like a lifetime ago. That's how long this freaking dictator has been. It's been, like, how long? When was it 2015 or 2016? When was Trudeau first elected? 2015? Okay, so 2015, it's been 10 years. Right? So it's like, I don't remember. That was 10 years ago. You know? Like, I don't even remember who the other guy was. Was it Harper? Was it Stephen Harper? Oh, okay, so Stephen Harper, who was already, like, the prime minister for some time, right? So there's a good chance I voted for Stephen Harper too. Like, I honestly can't say. When I saw these egg prices, I don't know. When you're younger, you're generally more liberal, I find, but then as you get older, like, common sense starts hitting in and you're like, But it's not like, I don't know. I still have a lot of left views. I have a lot of both, right? There's a balance to be had here.
Into as I'm reading a book on it, and there seems to be
people are lacking balance.
A substantial and overwhelming amount of evidence, of documentation of this retrieval to have happened.
You saw a
and
good
that this
documentary on the
craft
fall
was
of Trudeau.
Eventually, potentially brought into Los Alamos.
He hasn't even fallen yet, though. It's like, maybe Monday he'll resign, but they're always saying that, you know, like,
by
he's
looking
always
at the
going to
4chan
resign.
whistleblower, if you haven't checked that video out yet, I highly recommend. But we did a deep dive on this person who said he basically worked for a secret branch of the government that did these craft
found in
retrievals.
Mexico?
But he would say that,
What
yeah,
the
near
heck is
Mexico
that?
and New Mexico, that's where they would go down. They avoid that spot like the plague currently, but back then they would find quite a bit of them go down in that vicinity. It really, really makes you ponder that during that time, obviously there was the Manhattan Project that came from this, and, you know, Oppenheimer and all of that, where the Germans were racing against the Russians and the Americans to try and build a nuke. And during that time, you know, there was a ton of nuclear work being done, and thus UFO incursions were happening at all these bases. And namely, if you want to check it out, there's an amazingly brilliant video by YouTuber Jesse Michaels, American Alchemy, who put that out. Go check that out. What a fun rabbit hole to jump down. He did a brilliant job on that. So think about this. The government, we know that during the Cold War, when they even heard about psychics or Russia's...
They're flies that
sort of psychic
devastate
activity,
cattle?
mind reading
What
and
the
mind control
hell?
and all that. They started their own branches of the very same work because they said, hey, if this stuff is real, we can't take a chance and not look into it. We have to at least pour some resources into it and look at it, ourselves. The same has to be said about the UFO thing.
Humans
I mean,
can
Foo
get
Fighters in
infected
the
by
war
them, of
were
course,
avoiding these things because they were almost colliding with them during their missions.
They
There had to
lay
be an
eggs
extreme
inside
amount of
your
research into
wounds,
this topic by both
and
the
the
Axis
worms
and
eat
the
your
Allies
muscle.
back
Ooh.
then. You'd be a fool to think they weren't at least trying to uncover what was going on and militarizing it somehow. I digress. Consider, if you will, the position of the United States government at that time. They proudly thought of themselves as the most powerful nation on Earth, having recently produced the atomic bomb, an achievement so stupendous it would take Russia 4 years to catch up, and only with the help of traitors to democracy. They had built a jet aircraft that had exceeded the speed of sound in flight. They had built jet bombers
USA is
with
freaking out about it.
intercontinental range that could carry
Like, how many different pandemics are there going to be?
weapons of enormous
Bird flu, monkeypox, screwworms. What else did they say there was going to be? Like
destruction. The post-war era.
fucking poison fog. They just. I feel like they're throwing everything at us to keep us in lockdown mode. Why is the question. Okay, hold on.
And the future seemed bright. Now imagine what it was like for those same leaders, all of whom had witnessed the panic of Orson Welles' radio broadcast, The War of the Worlds, in 1938.
We are bringing you an eyewitness account of what's happening on the Wilmouth Farm, Grover's Mill, New Jersey.
Lord, to tell you the place. The whole field caught by the woods as far as the gas tanks of the automobiles.
Ladies and gentlemen, due to circumstances beyond our control, we are unable to continue the broadcast from Grover's Mill.
Thousands of Americans panicked at a realistically presented invasion of Earth by beings from another planet. Imagine their horror as they actually viewed the dead bodies of these frightening-looking little creatures with enormous eyes, reptilian skin, and claw-like fingers. Imagine their shock as they attempted to determine how these strange saucers were powered and could discover no part even remotely similar to components they were familiar with. No cylinders or pistons, no vacuum tubes or turbines or hydraulic actuators. It is only when you fully understand the overwhelming helplessness the government was faced with in the late 1940s that you can comprehend their perceived need for a total, thorough, and sweeping cover-up, to include the use of deadly force. When something this paradigm-shifting on the military battlefield is encountered, you have to acknowledge that putting this in the wrong hands can lead to devastating and obviously world-changing consequences. So their use of deadly force to protect this secret, according to them, was justified. The cover-up was so successful that as late as 1985, a senior scientist with a jet propulsion laboratory in Pasadena, California, Dr. Al Hibbs, would look at a videotape of an enormous flying saucer and state the record, "I'm not going to assign anything to that UFO phenomena without a lot more data." Dr. Hibbs was looking at the naked emperor and
After
saying
learning
he certainly
about
looks naked,
bot
but that
flies,
doesn't
no
prove
other
he's
bug
naked.
scares you.
Sounds a lot like Arrow. In July of
There's
1952, a
also
panicked
worms
government
that
watched
look
helplessly
like
as a squadron
hair.
of flying
Can't
saucers flew over
remember
Washington,
what
D.C.
they're
and buzzed the
called.
White House, the Capitol building, and the Pentagon.
The federal government
It took
just
all
released
the
millions of
imagination and
dollars to
intimidation
contain it
the
in
government could muster
Mexico.
to force that incident out of the memory of the public.
Wow.
I am here to discuss the so-called flying saucers. We can say that the recent sightings are in no way connected with any secret development by any department of the United States.
A pretty incredible incident. Had that happened today, it kind of is happening today if you think about it. Thousands of sightings occurred during the Korean War, and several more saucers were retrieved by the Air Force. Some were stored at Wright-Patterson Air Force Base. Some were stored at Air Force bases near the location of the crash site. What I'm going to read to you next
Can
is
you
interesting because
please
this was
just,
actually
like-
echoed by Ross Coulthard recently as recent as last year.
Word?
Ross had
Like,
said
what
that there was
the
a
heck?
giant UFO somewhere that was too big to move, so they built the base around it, and that really made headlines in the UFO community.
People are going to question what I'm about to say. What if some of that shit is so big it can't be moved? So big they built a building over it. in a country outside of the United States of America.
But in fact, John Lear, he's got it right here. One saucer was so enormous and the logistic problems in transportation so enormous that it was buried at the crash site and remains there today. The stories are legendary on transporting crashed saucers over long distances, moving only at night, purchasing complete farms, slashing through forests, blocking major highways, sometimes driving 2 and 3 lowboys in tandem with an extraterrestrial load 100 feet in diameter. On April 30th, 1964, the first communication between these aliens and the U.S. government took place at Holloman Air Force Base in New Mexico. 3 saucers had landed
probably have
at
a bunch of,
prearranged
like,
area,
parasites
and
in
a
us,
meeting was held
apparently.
between the aliens and intelligence officers of the
I
U.S.
have the cat one.
government. All right, folks, the Holloman Air Force incident is
one you
pretty
get when you
infamous
own a
in
cat.
UFO lore.
But you get it
And one of the
specifically
reasons
from
why is
changing
'cause there
the
was a
litter
documentary
box?
actually put out by the CIA
So,
back in the
like,
day. And at the very end of this documentary
If
is
you
about an
don't
8-second clip. This
change the litter
8-second
box,
clip
maybe you
is
don't get
what seems to be has a flying saucer coming down on sort of desert terrain and about to land, and the video feed cuts. Turns out I believe, director of that very documentary says that video exists uncut. And that as the video goes on, this craft comes to the ground, lands, and exiting from it are multiple alien beings. And that's where a meeting happened. But hidden in plain sight, they decided to keep in footage in this documentary. And here's a clip.
And in 1973, they go to Bob Emenegger and Alan Sandler, 2 producers in Los Angeles, and they asked them to do a UFO documentary. And Bob Emenegger, a total UFO skeptic, said, "What do you mean this is for real?" And at that point, the security manager, Paul Shardle, at Norton Air Force Base said, what would you say if I told you an alien ship landed at Holloman Air Force Base, 6 o'clock in the morning in May of 1971, and we filmed it from 3 different vantage points, 2 on the ground, 1 in a helicopter, and we will allow you to use the film for your documentary. So he puts this documentary, and then what happens at the end of the documentary is they say, we can't use the film. We can't allow, it's the Watergate, it's bad timing, we can't allow you to use the film, and they pull the film. And then I find out that there's 8 seconds of the Holloman Air Force Base film in the film. So Bob's my friend, I phone up Bob. There's 8 seconds of film in there. And he goes, well, yeah. And I said, you told me to pull the film. Oh, no, he said, it's background. And I said, background? What do you mean it's background? And he said, it didn't show anything. And what it is you see the hills of Holloman, and you see this object, this brilliantly lit object at 6 o'clock in the morning coming over the hills, but it's in a distance. So you don't see it close up, and you don't see the alien when the alien gets out.
That looks pretty
That's
realistic.
the classified part. So they want you to know that Holloman happened, and they allowed them to use the 8 seconds of the film, but the rest of the film, the classified part, was pulled.
Make of that what you will, but that is one compelling story. So during the period of 1969 to 1971, MJ-12, representing the U.S. government, made a deal with these creatures called EBEs, or extraterrestrial biological entities, named by Detlev Bronk. He was an original MJ-12 member and 6th
That was, like,
president
put
of
in
Johns
after the
Hopkins
fact?
University. Johns Hopkins University. The deal was that in exchange for technology they would provide to us, we agreed to ignore the abductions that were going on and suppress information on the cattle mutilations. And to further illustrate this point, here's a 1988 episode of Gumby.
Aw, thank you, Raptor. I should get a dog. Like, the only way I'd get a dog is there's there's only a few ways I would get a dog. You know?
Hey, what's going on here?
I'm not
We need
close
samples
to
of
the
genes
idea,
and chromosomes
but
from your kind to develop a stronger breed of people. Because on our planet, radiation damages our DNA so that we are dying off to extinction. We'll help
It's
you.
not necessary.
But you know, we
It's
need
just
help
not
too.
necessary.
What do you need? The people on Earth are suffering from many kinds of pollution. We need your advanced technology to help us develop
This
a
thing
clean
is just
source of
never gonna
energy.
work,
The
huh?
EBEs assured MJ-12
really
that the
annoying.
abductions, usually lasting about 2 hours, were merely the ongoing monitoring of developing civilizations. And here John lists out the purposes for the abductions and what they turned out to be. Number 1, the insertion of a 3mm spherical device through the nasal cavity of the abductee into the brain. The device is used for the biological monitoring, tracking, and control of the abductee. This is something touched on in several books by thousands of abductees, actually, which is interesting. You know, looking at the work of John Mack, David Jacobs, Bud Hopkins, this would come up quite frequently, that this rod, which had a very tiny ball on the end of it, was inserted into the nasal cavity way far up, and then when extracted, that ball was gone. What's also interesting to me is that it says to control the abductee, which makes me think that these gray beings, maybe perhaps not the other beings, but the gray ones specifically, couldn't mind control you maybe without it? Number 2, implementation of post-hypnotic suggestion to carry out a specific activity during a specific time period, the actuation of which will occur within the next 2 to 5 years. Well, there's that. I mean, this was 1987. That would make it 1992 at the latest. Maybe they did, I don't know, carry out some specific activity that is unbeknownst to us that has perhaps little or no consequence to our daily lives. I don't know. But that seems speculatory at best. Number 3, termination of some people so that they could function as living sources for biological material and substances. Okay. Number 4, termination of individuals who represent a threat to the continuation of their activity.
In the last couple of years, have you had incidences that have caused you to be in fear for your life for addressing these issues?
Yes, personally. Yeah.
I just want everyone to note that he's coming forward in fear of his life. To put in perspective, if they were really not scared about this information coming out, why would someone be intimidated like that?
Number 5, affect genetic engineering experiments. Number 6, impregnation of human females and early termination of pregnancies to secure the crossbreed infant. It seems like the craziest, but honestly, this is the most widely reported among abductees, is the genetic engineering that has taken place on board, and most of the time has to do with what seems to be some type of hybridization program. Again, this isn't stuff that I'm making up. It's stuff that I've read, and that's quite expansive in terms of the literature that's out there and the documentation of this. Like, this has been documented extensively, mainly through post-hypnotic regression, because for some reason, apparently the people who've been abducted, they just, their memories are wiped, but for some reason, I guess these EBEs don't have access to the subconscious. The impregnation thing, I mean, that comes up quite a bit. Does this mean all extraterrestrials are doing this? No. Does this mean any of them are doing this? No, but it does suggest it. With extraordinary claims, I mean, you require extraordinary evidence. And the only evidence that exists that's out there today currently is, for the most part, at best, anecdotal. And let's be clear, that doesn't imply that I'm invalidating this anecdotal evidence, but it is someone's word against another. What is interesting is that there are thousands of these someone who are saying essentially the same things. And I think when that happens and you gain enough human intelligence testimony, I think you have to start looking at it more seriously. And I think that's what some of the work of a lot of these researchers did, including, potentially here, John Lear. Believe it, don't believe it. We're going to keep reading. I think this is really interesting. I'm not saying that this is what's going on, by the way, folks. All right. So don't work yourselves up for this. I would love to hear your opinion on this and whether you think it's true or not, but I would encourage you to at least do some research on it, because you'll find that in the research that I've done with multiple people who have, great educational backgrounds and varying degrees of credibility, have talked about this very thing for a very long time. It's kind of like the dark side, like ufology and the UFO stuff. There's the UAP, the drone, all this, but then there's like a deeper, more nefarious section to ufology that he's touching on. And it can be disturbing for some to look down that road, and others choose just to ignore it completely. And that's totally fine. So the U.S. government was not initially aware of their far-reaching consequences of their deal. They were led to believe that the abductions were essentially benign. And since they figured the abductions would probably go on anyway, whether they agreed to or not, they merely insisted that a current list of abductees be submitted on a periodic basis to MJ-12 and the National Security Council. Does this sound incredible? An actual list of abductees sent to the National Security Council? Read on, because I have news for you. All right, here we go into what I assume is some speculation. I mean, this whole document might just be speculatory, but regardless. The EBEs have a genetic disorder in that their digestive system is atrophied and non-functional. Some speculate that they were involved in some type of accident or nuclear war, or possibly on the backside of an evolutionary genetic curve, meaning they're like devolving. In order to sustain themselves, they used an enzyme or hormonal secretion obtained from the tissue that they extract from humans and animals. Note that cows and humans are genetically similar. In the event of a national disaster, cow's blood can be used by humans. We've talked about this before with the EBO document. The secretions obtained are then mixed with hydrogen peroxide, applied on the skin by spreading or dipping parts of their bodies in the solution. The body absorbs the solution, then secretes the waste back out through the skin. This sounds familiar. Obviously, this document came out way before the EBO document came out, suggesting that the pores on the skin were made to sort of secrete whatever it was. But what he says here is the secretions are mixed with hydrogen peroxide to disinfect. Like, why would that be necessary? The EBO document said that they assumed that they drank liquids. What John Lear is alluding to here is that instead they dipped parts of their body or spread this solution. Now, how can you tell the difference between what you're consuming and what you're excreting, like your body, for instance? It doesn't make sense. That's like feeding ourselves through our own anuses. Like, it just doesn't seem, obviously it doesn't seem delectable, but it also doesn't seem very logical. Yeah, who knows? So the cattle mutilations that were prevalent throughout the period from 1973 to 1983 and publicly noted through newspaper and magazine stories and included a documentary produced by Linda Howe for the Denver CBS affiliate KMGH-TV were for the collection of these tissues by the aliens. The mutilations included genitals taken, rectums cored out to the colon, eyes, tongue, and throat all surgically removed with extreme precision. In some cases, the incisions were made by cutting between the cells, a process that we are not yet capable of performing in the field. That's really interesting. Wow. How can you even verify that? In many of the mutilations, there was no blood found at all in the carcass. Yet there was no vascular collapse of the internal organs. This has been also noted in the human mutilations. One of the first of which was Sergeant Jonathan P. Louette at the White Sands Missile Test Range in 1956, who was found 3 days after an Air Force major had witnessed his abduction by a disc-shaped object at 0300 hours while on a search for missile debris downrange. And the following is a little explicit, folks. Forewarned. His genitals had been removed, rectum cored out in a surgically precise plug up to the colon, eyes removed, and all blood removed with, again, no vascular collapse. From some of the evidence, it is apparent that this surgery is accomplished in most cases while the victim, animal or human, is still alive. The various parts of the body are taken to various underground laboratories, one of which is known to be near the small New Mexico town of Dulce. This jointly occupied CIA-alien facility has been described as enormous with huge tiled walls that go on forever, in quotes. Witnesses have reported huge vats filled with amber liquid with parts of human bodies being stirred inside. Now this, folks, sounds like a hellish nightmare. Let's just stop here for a second, because I do want to acknowledge something, that John Lear has never seen any of this stuff. This is absolute speculatory information at best, but he's given zero sources. Know that I don't assume that this is the truth. I do find it interesting that there are connections to cattle mutilation, that there are military sites here that are named, military personnel, as well as, many factors that would indicate that something is going on, but none of which proves anything. Before some of you, log off being scared of this and like this is frightening you, know that this might not be the situation. And when disinformation happens, which I've mentioned before, a lot of times the truth is told and a few little lies are sprinkled throughout, of which are probably the most unbelievable things. And so, with this stuff, I look for the things that stand out, and I say to myself, it's either an exaggeration, a misinterpretation, or disinformation, I think. Like a vat mixing it with human body parts, to me, that sounds completely ludicrous. I'll be honest. Is it real? Maybe, who knows? But to me, that sounds like you would add something into a story to try and instill fear in someone. And so maybe that's him regurgitating information that he was given to make him fearful of, whatever's going on. I don't know. Your guess is as good as mine. We're guessing here. After the initial agreement, Groom Lake, one of this nation's most secret test centers, was closed for a period of about a year, sometime between 1972 and 1974, and a huge underground facility was constructed for and with the help of the EBEs. The bargain for technology was set in place but could only be operated by the EBEs themselves. Needless to say, the advanced technology could not be used against the EBEs themselves, even if needed. Now that is very interesting. This part I find extremely interesting. Because if you were an advanced civilization, the last thing you would want to do is give your most advanced technology to the most primitive life forms that you've ever encountered. Instead, you're going to bargain some deal where they can play with your toys as long as you can supervise it. And in exchange, you'll get access to whatever you were going to get access to anyways. But it seems like you're playing fair. This even kind of corresponds to some of the claims that Bob Lazar made, whereas when he went to S4, especially on one occasion when he was doing a tour, he had a look down sort of this hangar hallway and saw one of these, what he refers to as children,
so like an illegal alien,
with Air Force staff or the staff that was present. And, this thing was very, very short and seemed like a child. And so it would be interesting to find out that they are indeed working with them. But I suppose if you were working with them, it wouldn't be under our set of rules. It would be under theirs. During the period between 1979 and 1983, it became increasingly obvious to MJ12 that things were not going as planned. It became known that many more people in the thousands were being abducted than were listed on the official abduction lists. In addition, it became obvious that some, not all, but some of the nation's missing children had been used for secretions and other parts required by the aliens. In 1979, there was an altercation of sorts at the Dulce laboratory. A Special Armed Forces unit was called in to try and free a number of our people trapped in the facility who had become aware of what was really going on. According to one source, 66 of the soldiers were killed and our people were not freed, okay? What source? You know, according to a source, anyone can say that. By 1984, MJ-12 must have been in stark terror at the mistake they had made in dealing with the EBEs. They had subtly promoted Close Encounters of the Third Kind and E.T. to get the public used to odd-looking aliens that were compassionate, benevolent, and very much our space brothers. So again, he's stating here that, you know, Close Encounters and E.T., both Spielberg movies, by the way, were psyops to prepare the public, the general public, to sort of become aware of these benevolent, weird, strange-looking creatures. It is interesting. It is interesting as well that in Close Encounters of the Third Kind, J. Allen Hynek has a cameo, and I think was probably used as a consultant during that movie. And I mean, Spielberg's fascination with UFOs goes on to today. He's currently, I think, working on another UFO movie, or alien or UFO-related movie that is slated for, I think, 2026. MJ-12 sold the EBEs to the public, and we're now faced with the fact that quite the opposite was true. In addition, a plan was formulated in 1968 to make the public aware of the existence of aliens on Earth over the next 20 years, to be culminated with several documentaries to be released during 1985 to 1987 period of time. These documentaries would explain the history and intentions of the EBEs, the discovery of the grand deception, put the entire plans, hopes, and dreams of MJ-12 into utter confusion and panic. Well, these documentaries are still coming out. You know, there was the recent one, which was, I believe, was it called Encounters, or it was on Netflix, and it was Spielberg once again, so very interesting. So, meeting at the Country Club, a remote lodge with a private golf course, comfortable sleeping and working quarters, and its own private airship built by and exclusively for members of MJ-12. It was a factional fight of what to do now. Part of MJ-12 wanted to confess the whole scheme and shambles it had become to the public, beg their forgiveness, and ask for their support. The other part and majority of MJ-12 argued that there was no way they could do that the situation was untenable, and there was no use in exciting the public with the horrible truth, and that the best plan was to continue the development of a weapon so that it could be used against the EBEs under the guise of Strategic Defense Initiative, which had nothing whatsoever to do with the defense for inbound Russian nuclear missiles. As these words are being written, Dr. Edward Teller, father of the H-bomb, is personally in the test tunnels of the Nevada test site, driving his workers and associates, in the words of one, like a man possessed. And well, he should, for Dr. Teller is a member of MJ-12, along with Dr. Kissinger, Admiral Bobby Inman, and possibly Admiral Poindexter, to name a few of the current MJ-12 members. Now, before the grand deception was discovered, and according to a meticulous plan of metered release of information to the public, several documentaries and UFO tapes were made. William Moore, a Burbank, California-based UFO researcher who wrote The Roswell Incident, a book published in 1980 that detailed the crash, recovery, and subsequent cover-up of a UFO with 4 alien bodies, has made a videotape of 2 newsmen interviewing a military officer associated with MJ-12. And the cover-up, the recovery of a number of flying saucers, and the existence of a live alien, one of 3 aliens captured and designated or named EBE-1, EBE-2, and EBE-3, being held in a facility designated as YY-2 at Los Alamos, New Mexico. The only other facility of this type which is electromagnetically secure is at Edwards Air Force Base in Mojave, California. The officer names, as previously mentioned, plus a few others, Harold Brown, Richard Helms, General Vernon Walters, JPL's Dr. Lou Allen, and Dr. Theodore von Karman, to name a few of the current and past members of MJ-12. The officer also relates the fact that EBEs claim to have created Christ. Now, this did come up as well in the blue documents that was sort of that were read allegedly by Bob Lazar during his briefing at S4. Him and Gene Huff had made a project about this, and this was really, really fascinating to a lot of people.
Extremely classified document dealing with religion, and it's about that thing. That we're containers. That's how supposedly the aliens look at us. That religion was specifically created, so we have some rules and regulations for the sole purpose of not damaging the containers.
Meaning,
well, the souls or the bodies, whatever. Right? That's
meaning like we're containers for souls that they're going to use at some other point.
Right.
And that they have something to do with different prophets and biblical figures.
Yes. Supposedly, Jesus and two other beings were genetically engineered. They were implanted in people on Earth in biblical times, and their births were closely monitored. Now, just some of the connections to that my wife had brought up were in the Bible. They said that the star had followed Mary wherever she went, and that all you.
You know what that sounds like? That sounds like these freaking drones, because like people say that some feel like they're being followed by these drones, and like I shit you not, I was followed by like 2 of them. And like it's like it looks like a star, but it doesn't look like a star at the same time, because you can tell it's not out there in space. It's like in the atmosphere. Like you could tell it's just like not that far away, but it's far enough away that you can't tell it's like a drone or plane or whatever. It's interesting because like I don't know. It's just like the correlation of like stars following you around, like
UFO sightings always start out as people, well, gee, that looks like
but,
the right stuff.
I mean, but the difference here is that UFOs are not drones, and drones are not. When I say drones, I'm talking about man-made you know, at the very least, the military knows what they're for, what they are. Back in the day, I guess, I don't know.
Star, and well, in fact, they said in the Bible, the bright star in the sky followed her where she went, and it just made little connections like that.
The EBEs have a type of recording device that has recorded all of Earth's history and can display it in the form of a hologram. This hologram can be filmed, but because of the way holograms work, does not come out very clear on movie or film. The crucifixion of Christ on the Mount of Olives has allegedly been put on film to show the public. The EBEs claim to have created Christ, which, in view of the grand deception, could be an effort to disrupt traditional values for undetermined reasons. That's a big one to swallow there. I'm not going to go down this hole because I know I do respect people's right to, you know, belief. I do understand that some might take offense even at the speculatory nature of this being true, and I do understand that this can be blasphemous to those who do believe. But for the sake of research, you know, we are going to entertain these ideas throughout this podcast. Another videotape allegedly in existence is an interview with an EBE. Since EBEs communicate telepathically, an Air Force colonel serves as an interpreter. Just before the recent stock market correction in October 1987, several newsmen, including Bill Moore, had been invited to Washington, D.C. to personally film the EBE in a similar type interview and distribute the film to the public. Apparently, because of the correction in the market, it was felt the timing was not propitious. In any case, it certainly seems like an odd method to inform the public of extraterrestrials, but it would be in keeping with the actions of a panicked organization who at this point in time doesn't know which way to turn. I mean, you want to talk about a panic organization, you know, just look at the people in charge right now telling us what the hell's going on with these drone incursions. Moore is also in possession of more Aquarius documents, a few pages of which leaked out several years ago and detailed the super secret NSA project had been denied by them until just recently. In a letter to Senator John Glenn, NSA's Director of Policy Julia B. Wetzel wrote, apparently there is or was an Air Force project with that name, Aquarius, which dealt with UFOs. Coincidentally, there is also an NSA project
Like what
by
just
that
happened
name.
in New
NSA's
Jersey,
Project Aquarius
exactly.
deals specifically with the communications with aliens, the EBEs.
But like
Within
those
the Aquarius
are, but
program
those are
was
not like
Project
UFOs
Snowbird,
though, because
a
like
project to test fly.
I'm more inclined to believe that like back in the day, like back in biblical times, like if somebody saw something unexplainable in the sky, like if you were to ask me, is it a drone or a UFO? I'd be more inclined to say UFO because drone is like something we created, you know what I mean? And unless you have a time traveler with a drone, like I don't know. It's just
A recovered alien aircraft at Groom Lake, Nevada. This project continues today at the location. In the words of an individual who works at Groom Lake, our
the New
people
Jersey stuff is happening here in Toronto. So like the drone stuff, I've been seeing the drones for like the last 6 months. I've been seeing shit. But it's not like, oh, UFO type stuff because it's easily explainable in 2024, 2025. It's easily explainable to like explain away what I saw as like, yeah, drones. And now with them, you know, being all over New Jersey, it's like, yeah, that's what I was seeing, because I knew I was seeing something, but it was like, and I was already
than they are at putting them back
there's
together.
So many conspiracies that are
Wait, this is 1987. This is before the world was introduced to Bob Lazar. So that person he's referring to might very well be Bob. Moore claims he has a contact with MJ12, feels that they have been stringing him along, slipping him documents and providing him leads, promising to go public with some of the information on extraterrestrials by the end of 1987. Certain of Moore's statements led one to believe that Moore himself is a government agent working for MJ12, not to be strung along, but string along, ever hopeful ufologists that the truth is just around the corner.
He has done nothing but collect the most outrageous rumor mill stories that are floating around on the grapevine.
But, says Lear, Moore may be working with the government and only exposing parts of the truth. Parts aimed to mislead the truth seekers.
Well, consider this. Number one, Moore states emphatically that he is not a government agent, although when Lee Graham, a Southern California-based ufologist, was investigated by DIS, the Defense Investigative Service, for possession of classified documents received from Moore, Moore himself was not. Oh? Moore states emphatically that the cattle mutilations of 73 to 83 were a hoax by Linda Moulton Howe, producer of Strange Harvest, to create a publicity for herself. He cites the book Mute Evidence as the bottom line of the hoax. Mute Evidence was a government-sponsored book to explain the mutilations in conventional terms. Okay? Moore does seem like he's seeming like a disinfo guy. Seems spooky. Little spooky vibes coming off Moore. Number 3, Moore states that the USAF Academy physics book, Introductory Space Science, Volume 2, Chapter 13, entitled Unidentified Flying Objects, which describes 4 of the most commonly seen aliens, one of which is the EBE, was written by Lieutenant Colonel Edward R. Thurkelson and Major Donald B. Carpenter, Air Force personnel who did not know what they were talking about and were merely citing crackpot references. He, Moore, states that the book was withdrawn to excise the chapter. excise the chapter. If the government felt they were being forced to acknowledge the existence of aliens on Earth because of the overwhelming evidence such as the October and November sightings in Whiteville, Virginia, and recently released books such as Night Siege by Hynek, and taking into consideration the grand deception and obviously hostile intentions of the EBEs, it might be expedient for MJ-12 to admit the EBEs, but conceal the information on the mutilations and abductions. If MJ-12 and Moore were in some kind of agreement, then it would be beneficial to Moore to toe the party line. For example, MJ-12 would say, here are some more genuine documents, but remember, no talking about the mutilations or abductions. This would be beneficial to Moore as it would supply the evidence to support his theory that ETs exist, but deny the truths about ETs. However, if Moore was indeed working for MJ-12, he would follow the party line anyway, admitting the ETs, but poo-pooing the mutilations and abductions.
Shoe on head if
Working
you're
alone,
real.
Moore might not even be aware of the grand
I
deception.
don't want to put
That's
my
something that I've
shoe on
pondered
my head
myself
because
recently.
I don't have my shoe.
Looking into the
I
abduction
don't wear
phenomenon,
shoes in my
it
house.
is terrifying. It is scary. Some people,
Unlike you weirdos
would say
in
that
the
it isn't even
States who
happening.
wear shoes
And
in
to
your
them, I would
house.
say the people who I've spoken to seem to be legitimately, psychologically
If you had the money, you would
affected by
invest in
whatever
them,
it
by the
is
way. Hint,
they
hint.
believe
What would
could
you
happen
invest
to them.
in?
There are
Oh,
thousands of people
drones?
like this that have come forward over
We're
the
getting
years
our Jetson
denying
cars finally.
that what they said happened actually.
No way you are real. Not real. Not real. Real stream. Reset stream. Rest stream. How's it going? What's your name, by the way? Is it a bunch of L's or a bunch of I's? Hey, Axel. How's it going? Good to see you. Yep. I like that
happened
answer.
Is I think
sorry. You're not sure about over there, but in New Jersey, you deep dived it. Most people were actually seeing 2 sky taxi companies, including first tests. Sky taxi, like, what do you mean? Like, aren't sky taxis little helicopters? Because these things look like little planes.
just plain mean. I think you have to look into it more than that. I don't want to be this type.
Also, for those of you who didn't see, let me share this link. So this is I filmed this. I filmed this. When was it? December 14th? Yeah. I filmed this December 14th. I live in the GTA. And so this was when like everyone was like, where are the drones coming from? Like we don't see where they're coming from, where they're landing, where they're taking off from, right? And see this dot and this dot, that's 2 drones already. That's 1, 2, and so they just kept coming from that spot. Obviously, shitty stances, but anyway, so that's 1, that's 2. It's gonna even fly over. So they just kept coming and flying over like this. More than 20. Look, there it is, see? Now it's more in focus, so now it looks less like an orb and more like a little plane. And then there's another one, and they just kept coming. So the question's not like for me the question's like, for me it was like, okay, everyone's like freaking out about where these things are coming from, but like maybe just check your airports, you know. Check your nearest airport to see if you see this, because maybe they're just coming from the airport like mine are. It looks like we were driving north of Brampton, and it kind of looks like if it's not coming from the airport, it's like coming from near there. Anyway, I sent the link for you guys to see for yourselves. So it's like, okay, so what is that? Like, what is my tax dollars doing up there, you know?
Type of person that says
nothing, like we were never notified that they were just gonna start flying all these things all over the place.
Believe that
and
this person
they just kept like, they were all following like the same trail.
believes that they were abducted. Even though that is the case, I do believe that they were abducted. Looking at all the evidence and all the testimony leads me to believe that they were.
If they were sky taxis, wouldn't they go in separate directions because like people don't all live in the same place? Most of these drones, they all follow like a path like this. Probably they probably do this like through the sky like this winding.
Sure. But that is, as mentioned here.
That's what people say anyway.
I think.
That was the moon. Yeah. So the moon.
Especially in a time where we're still debating.
I wasn't talking about the moon, silly.
Whether or not UFOs are real. It's very hard to bring up the topic that, oh, they are real, and they have pilots, and the pilots have to deal with the government, and the government knows about these abductions, and the abductions.
Oh, you're sweet,
That is a big pill to swallow. And so,
I don't
although
always.
Lear here says that they don't want anybody knowing about the abductions, which is true, I also think, what benefit does it provide anyone if you were to go public with these abductions? It would just cause mass panic. I'm looking at this from a devil's advocate point of view, by the way. If you were the U.S. government, you would probably find a way to disseminate this information in the most subtle manner, in a way that doesn't completely upend the entire economy and religious beliefs of its citizens. It's such a touchy subject that the last thing you want to do is say, oh,
wait, hold on. Now it's pneumonia. First it was... Oh, but have you heard about the fog? It's probably this fog. Like this fog. Look. Mysterious fog.
You know who most people have a tendency to trust? People who work. Yes, people who work. A lot of folks have been blasted.
Well, let's just finish this.
And like study you and like inject you, and so I understand their reluctance to do that. I do understand that, but I also understand people's willingness to come forward and say that these things are happening. Time will tell. It is possible that Moore will go ahead and release the video interview with the military officer around the first of the year, as he promised. People in the UFO community promising information and not delivering? No.
Hold on.
That can't be true. Who would do such a thing? Who would say that something's going to happen and then it doesn't?
Not
no,
military,
I don't
two
believe any
private
prominent figure in
companies
the
that
UFO
had
community
right
would
to
ever
privacy and
do or say
filled
such a thing
all
and not
legal
deliver.
paperwork
From MJ12's
for
point of view, the public
tests.
would be exposed to the information without really having to believe
All
it.
I know
There's
is
more
I've been seeing drones for like the last 6 months at least. And I live in Canada, so like I don't know.
It's like, credible source, say the President of the United States. After a few months of digestion and discussion, a more credible source could emerge with a statement that
the problem is not the drones. The problem is the chemtrails.
In fact, the interview was essentially factual.
You want to go full conspiracy? You want to go full conspiracy, guys? But it's not even it's real.
The blow to the public. If, however, Moore does not release
the
tape,
people want to not believe it.
1988 becomes instead with a story similar to the following. Okay, first of all, strategically speaking, that would make sense that if you put out something, let's take today. Let's take this example and apply it to today's landscape of social media. If you were to put out a video of a craft that is so freaking clear, or an alien talking, or whatever it is, so clear, most of the internet would deny that it's true. They would blame AI, CGI, actors, whatever. Maybe half, but probably less than half of people would believe that this is true in the UFO community.
And even if you get experts to debunk it, people are still not going to believe it.
In general,
or not debunk it, but to confirm rather.
If the president came out later and said, "Oh, that video was real," it would lessen the blow because
still
everybody's seen it and digested it already.
What's
and
the question?
Toyed with the idea, what if this was real? And just like kind of sat with that. It would lessen the effect that this would have, in terms of an ontological shock. That's
confused on why you think drones are Polish. Yeah, what do you mean? That was the moon. What do you mean?
Credible source and then confirm it by a credible source later. Wow. If I look at what one of those things might be today, maybe what Bob Lazar saying, maybe the Immaculate Constellation sort of documents that came out recently, those photos that everybody says were fake. What if those, oh no, those are true? I don't know. Wow. If I look at what one of those things might be today, maybe what Bob Lazar saying, maybe the Immaculate Constellation sort of documents that came out recently, those.
These look like balloons. This looks like a balloon, like a balloon with wings, right? I feel like it has strings here. This also could be a balloon. I feel like I see a little tail here, like a little... If that's not a string tail, then that's like an accompanying orb UFO maybe, because I feel like I'm starting to think these things don't travel alone. Like when you see one, there's probably like more or something like... Because we've looked at a lot of UFO footage on this channel, and like when I go frame by frame, I start to notice like there's always like something else in the frame too. So here we see a little white line coming down. This looks like it was like a freaking propeller plane, and they just like photoshopped out like the rest of the plane. This spiky thing is interesting, but like look at the quality. Like Do we have better quality? This looks like something.
Photos that everybody says were fake. What if those, oh no, those are true. I don't know. That's a cool way to put out information and cushion the blow. So now he's saying if he didn't do that, he would have a story similar to the following. MJ12 has informed me that they are definitely planning a release of all information by October of '88. I've seen the plan and have seen the guarantee that this will happen.
You looked it up? Because you looked it up and it says it's a Polish charter airline. Wait, who says that? Looked in the images like you said, and they just look like airplanes with giant drone-like propellers. These drones, Hunniebee shows us, didn't have a person inside them. Instead, yeah. I don't think anyone's arguing with that. I think
so
most
I decided
people
to withhold the release of my
agree that they're not manned and that they look like little airplanes, but we've seen them. It's like quadcopter with wings. I think it was like this thing or something, right? Like, I don't know. Anyway, nobody's, it's just like, we're just wondering like what, what's up? What's up?
My videotape at this time, as it may cause some problems with it.
Because listen, people want to, people look up in the hopes that they'll see a UFO one day. And now the sky's just full of crap, and it's like, well, now it's ruined. Like, if I see a weird thing, I'm just gonna think, well, it's just the military, you know what I mean? Like, and also, does there need to be so much crap in the sky? There's already,
time is what they desperately need. Okay, now you ask, why haven't I heard of any of this? Well, who do you think you would hear from? Dan Rather?
But Tom yeah, it's definitely. I feel like it's like I think they want to have like a. What is it? What's the word I'm looking for? Because satellites, how long does it take to update satellite images?
These people just read the news, they don't find it. They have ladies who call and interview witnesses and verify statements on stories coming over the wire. It's not like Dan Rather would go down to Whiteville, Virginia and dig into why there were 4,000 reported sightings in October and November of 1987. No one.
They want to spy on you in real time. That's what it
but
is.
No
they
one
want to
is going to risk their neck on such
real
outlandish
time.
ideas.
You know,
Regardless
they don't
of how
want
many
to
people
wait
report sightings of 900-foot objects running them off
for
the road.
satellite images.
The car being run off the road by a round circular aircraft.
Google truck to pass
the sheriff himself informed the local people, and they were unfamiliar with the previous sighting, so therefore there's no reason for a copycat sighting.
Other sightings would follow, one by a state police dispatcher.
2
weeks after the first UFO report, a skeptical Borda and his old friend Roger Hall decided to check things out for themselves.
It was about 600 feet long, police. We're talking humongous
they
craft.
need to know what we're doing,
once they go over a couple houses, range-style houses.
Right now.
If it fell, it would have obliterated them. That's how big it was.
There was absolutely no sound to it.
You look up the two companies, you made sure to add them to your notes. Trump Jr. just joined one, by the way, right before the New Jersey stuff.
Dozens of vans with NASA lettered on the side failed to interest newsmen.
It was said
those
these
that asked
drones
questions
have
were
a
informed that NASA was doing a weather
wingspan of
survey.
8
Well, I'll tell you one
feet.
person who would do these interviews and doesn't mind a potential blemish on
Like
his
the
career,
ones I
and that person
saw-
is George Knapp, because George Knapp is in fact the person who John Lear went to and broke the story of Bob Lazar. And if it wasn't for that collaborative event that took place in 1989, I think the UFO landscape as we know it wouldn't be as far along as we've come. Well then, you ask, what about our scientists? What about Carl Sagan, Isaac Asimov, Arthur C. Clarke? Wouldn't they have known? If Carl Sagan knows, then he's committing a great fraud through the solicitation of membership in the Planetary Society to search for extraterrestrial intelligence. Another charade into which the U.S. government dumps millions of dollars every year
Oh,
is the radio
sorry,
telescope
Dead Battery,
of Arecibo,
you're
Puerto
gonna
Rico,
have to
operated
whisper
by Cornell
me.
University with, guess who? Carl Sagan. Cornell is ostensibly searching for signals from
You're
outer
gonna
space,
have
a
to
sign maybe
whisper
that
me,
someone is out there. It's hard to believe that
anyways.
relatively intelligent astronomers like Sagan could be so ignorant. Okay. Shots fired. What about Isaac Asimov? Surely the most prolific science fiction writer of all time would have guessed by now that there must be an enormous cover-up. Maybe. But if he knows, he's not saying. Perhaps he's afraid that Foundation and Empire will turn out to be inaccurate. What about Arthur C. Clarke? Surely the most technically accurate of science fiction writers with very close ties to NASA would have at least a hint of what's really going on. Again, if so, he's not talking. In a recent science fiction survey, Clarke estimates that contact with extraterrestrial life will not occur before the 21st century. If the government won't tell us the truth, and the major networks won't even give us serious consideration, then what is the big picture anyway? Are the EBEs, having done 100,000 or more abductions, possibly millions worldwide, built an untold number of secret underground bases, Groom Lake, Nevada, Sunspot, Datel, Roswell, and Pinetown, New Mexico, just to name a few, getting ready to return to wherever they came from? Or, from the obvious preparations, are we to assume that they are getting ready for a big move? Or is the more sinister and more probable solution that the invasion is essentially complete, and it's all over but the screaming? A well-planned invasion of Earth for its resources and benefits would not begin with mass landings of ray gun-equipped aliens. A properly planned and executed invasion by civilization thousands and probably hundreds of thousands of years in advance of us would most likely be complete before even a handful of people, say 12, realize it was happening. No fuss, no muss. The best advice I can give you is this. Next time you see a flying saucer and are awed by its obvious display of technology and gorgeous lights and pure colors, run like hell.
They're spying in any way they
Wow,
can,
what a reach,
guys.
dude.
Like,
For those of you interested in the Majestic
they are
12
leaving
documentation
no stone
and the alleged proof thereof,
unturned.
by the way, which the FBI completely said was bogus. Numerous times they doubled down. They're like, this is not real, this is not real. But, you know, MJ12 has come up quite a lot. Like, it was all the craze in the 80s and 90s. I will probably eventually do a deep dive on Majestic 12, looking into its members, looking into, you know, when it was formed, how it was denied, the FOIA requests, etc. If that's something you want to see, just let me know in the comments. might get started on that. I think the 4chan whistleblower was asked about MJ12, and he said, oh, that's old news. But he didn't deny its existence. He just said that that was not something that they were currently, like that was old news. It was just not something that they dealt with, which, you know, in this landscape could just be another psyop. Who knows? I think it takes, you know, in my closing statements here, I'm going to digest a lot of this information. It's hard for me to really comment on the exact thoughts that I formed. But I will say, it takes a brave person to publicly confront, you know, such an establishment. That bravery can be confused for insanity if this establishment is non-existent. But it only takes a person with an open mind to listen. And that's exactly what we've been doing here. You know, from the beginning, I stated this channel isn't about doubling down on an opinion that I have. And just received a text from Chris Bledsoe, by the way. Very fitting. Yeah, this channel isn't about doubling down on an opinion that I might have formed or that I may be forming. This channel is about telling story and letting those stories fill in some of these potential gaps that we've inherited, you know, through listening to other stories. And those connections will be made by you, they'll be made by me, and this discussion continues in the comments on Discord. And together, hopefully, we'll form a more clear picture. But I will never assume that the picture will be complete. There are things that I'm just unaware of, that I will potentially never be aware of. But I'm in favor of the sharing of information. And that is why we read through documents like these. They're not to propagate some fantasy propaganda, and they're certainly not to instill fear within my audience. I enjoy this because this brings me some weird type of sustenance in creative thinking. All right, I'll leave it at that. I got nothing left to offer you today. 2024, especially the last 6 months of 2024, is really where I applied myself to this channel. And in those 6 months, we've gained about half the subscribers that we have already. It has been an absolute honor to be able to
All right,
host
let's
these.
watch the. Sorry, did you? Let me see. Did I get a link? No. You love flying saucers? The ice cream. Haha. Wait, what? Is there an ice cream place called Flying Saucers? Basilisk is here and forming. Where? The basilisk tried its reach when it brought down CrowdStrike. What? Why you never play Alex Jones, the godfather of the conspiracy? I don't know, because he's like too mainstream,
on
I
this
guess.
channel
I
asking,
don't know.
what are my
He talks like this, and I don't think I can listen to that for too long. Like, chill. Okay, chill. I think people think that I'm right wing and like I'm center, but center sounds like right wing these days. When center views sound like right wing views these days.
Qualifications, where's my PhD, etc. I'll put it this way.
Okay, so hold on.
I might not have a PhD, but I do have a DD-214. And most of you folks know what that means because you've got one as well. What that means is I served in the U.S. military. I was honorably discharged. And I've got more real-world experiences. I've been to more countries, have lived within more cultures, and at one point or another have spoken more languages, more than likely than any professor right down the road at the University of Virginia. Okay? So let me give you a couple of more letters behind a name
Says you have to verify your
that
number
holds
to
more
whisper.
validity to the people than a PhD. Now, that's CDL. That's the long-haul truckers, the men and women who go out there day in, day out, often leaving their families for weeks
How many
at a time
accounts do
to
you
make sure we're
have?
getting the goods we need from coast to coast, country to country.
Wait.
And we've got validation
wait,
from one
wait.
such individual, a long-haul trucker, in today's tale. Okay, here's what I'm going to discuss. This fog, and FYI, I'm making this video quite a bit later in the day than usual because for the last few mornings, the fog has been so thick. When I have dared to come out, it's affected me. Now, my eyes are clearing up now, but for the last few days, they've been so red, they've kind of been as pink as this hat. But I stayed inside this morning, waited for the fog to clear. Now, here I am. But that brings me to the beginning of what I'm going to talk to you about today. Received in the comment section from a very active follower, 7Species592, writes, "Good morning, Kevin. I came across something very interesting about..."
I know what a basilisk like means, but I don't know of the basilisk. I don't know.
Persistent fog worldwide. In Florida, they have warnings for people to stay out of the fog and do not breathe it. Apparently, unusually high levels of PM 2.5, whatever that is, but it has the appearance of snow-like particles.
I'm sorry.
You may have already covered this, but I feel I've watched all your videos, and then they go on to say they listen to my videos on the way home from work. Thank you. I might not have covered this, so I did a little digging around this morning, and let me tell you what I found. And I'm going to state my source because I've got to give credit to my source. I'm going to read some words that came directly from the source. The source is the Daily Mail. Now, it's a UK publication, dates back to 1896.
Hold on.
And I hear you. You're saying, wait a minute, the Daily Mail, they're
This guy's saying well, hold on, we're switching over because it's still about the fog, but like...
Claiming they are conspiracy nuts. But I'll tell you what, the conspiracy nuts turned out to be right. Because right now, I'll prove that the fog is poisonous.
Look. He's going to prove the fog is poisonous.
10 days before the fog emerged in all these places, this many volcanoes showed 2 times higher levels of activity than usual. And usually, at any given moment, the average number of active volcanoes worldwide is around 20. Right now, there are 44 continuing eruptions. And many people claim that the Smithsonian Institute changed its narrative to say this is normal. they used to demonstrate on their side 20 volcanoes is the average, and now they were claiming it's 40. At least this is what I read in conspiracy subreddits, and I'm gonna check it in a bit later. You might ask, what do volcanoes have to do with our fog? Well, let me tell you about the Great London Smog of 1952, when thousands died in what appeared to be a very smelly fog. It turned out that the poisonous gas sulfur dioxide was trapped in that
to
fog.
my future.
It sickened over 100,000 people, and thousands died. The same thing has happened in the US as well. In 1948 in Pennsylvania, a fog of sulfur dioxide poisoned the people of the NORA. And guess what volcanoes release in massive quantities
Either way,
when they erupt?
he is the godfather.
They release sulfur dioxide,
this.
among other poisons. Some conspiracy theorists believe that back then someone leaked the sulfur dioxide to test it as a bioweapon into the fog.
Not sure about
I won't dig
dangerous,
deep
but you
into
think
that and
weather
unravel this
modification would be
because
more
regardless
likely?
of what happened, it's got 100...
It's interesting how it's happening in all the NATO countries.
2006. Now here is where things get interesting. All these erupting volcanoes, they're nowhere near Europe or the United States where the fog is. The volcanoes are in Indonesia, South America, Iceland, and Japan. The volcanic activity itself is natural. It matches patterns we see with solar and tectonic activity. It's just extremely high. Yet, looking at the atmospheric data, the sulfur dioxide levels in our current fog are already concerning. The wind has carried the sulfur dioxide from the volcanoes to Europe and the US, and it's already mixing with the fog. Those people who reported strange smells weren't imagining things. The chemical evidence backs them up. When I tested a fog sample under my microscope in my last video, it looked normal because sulfur dioxide is invisible to basic microscopes. But the air quality maps and sulfur dioxide readings revealed the truth. The fog is poisonous. So why isn't mainstream media reporting this as a threat? Why aren't they informing people that the fog is covering way more territory than normal, and that at the same time, it's poisonous? Why do you have to learn this from a YouTuber? Weren't they so concerned about your health 4 years ago, when they made you stay at home? Keep in mind that volcanoes poisoning the fog are very far away from us. Imagine what would have happened if the volcanoes erupted in Europe or the US during this fog.
I just want to say he has a really cool eye color. It's like
some very bad
it's like gold.
News for you. Tectonic data shows 2 massive underwater volcanoes are about to wake up, and these are right outside the US and Europe. The first one is called Axial Seamount, and it sits just 300 miles off the coast of Oregon. When it erupts, it could surely trigger a tsunami, but that's not the worst part. If this fog is still around when that happens, the entire East Coast will be exposed to dangerous levels of sulfur dioxide. So if you live near Oregon, Washington, or California, I would closely monitor the Axial Seamount's volcanic activity if I were you. In Europe, we're not safe here either. Just off the coast of Santorini in Greece, there's another underwater volcano that is showing signs of awakening. The last time it erupted was in 1649, and then it wiped out an entire city. And now, in combination with the fog, it's threatening to do much worse. It surely looks like a great time to poison everyone for very cheap if you could just manufacture an artificial fog, because the sulfur dioxide is there in the atmosphere waiting to be trapped in something like a bioweapon. That is, especially if you knew about the 2 underwater volcanoes near the US and Europe. It seems like a very good time to attack these 2 parts of the world with fog. And don't tell me that this is absolutely crazy, because in the previous video, we proved devices that can make artificial fog already exist, so there's a possibility this fog is artificial for whatever reason. The only thing that we couldn't figure out completely so far is why the satellites aren't detecting the fog in some places where you have been reporting fog in the comments. But hopefully when these volcanoes erupt, there will be no fog anymore.
The knowledge of knowing about the basilisk
entire
instead
east coast
of
of the United
ignorance
States.
puts you on the watch list.
If I were an evil genius, I would time the creation of the artificial fog and use this natural
well
disaster.
then, so you
want
to put me on the watch list? Should I ban
they
you?
often coincide with solar activity and tectonic
You're trying to put me in danger
right now, based on that, the
by
volcanoes
telling me
make
about
total
it?
sense.
Is that what this is?
Looking at solar activity and tectonics, it's all
Is that
natural.
how I should take
There are
this?
very strong solar flares coming at us right now.
New York
and they are
Post
sometimes
did a story
coincidental
on the
with the
fog
eruptions.
with people
There
saying
isn't a strict
it
correlation
was
between
not
volcanic activity and
natural,
solar flares,
but man-made.
many people
I mean,
speculate they are
it doesn't look natural at all.
connected. So you get my point.
We
I
dropped
also saw
silver
that
and
many
other
people
crap
pointed out
into
that
clouds in the
Smithsonian is
USA,
changing it.
100%. They don't just drop it into the clouds; they spray it. It's like spray it all over. Look, this is what I see. Like, this is what I see these days is rectangular clouds. Yeah, that's totally natural. These are totally natural lines, right? can't see it in full. Sprayed. And I have my own pictures too, my own. Ew. You can never see the sun properly anymore. It's always like this. You can see the chemicals in the sky. It's like a haze, creating a haze. Here they are spraying. That's not how the sun should react with clouds.
Magnification management through a synthetic artificial reflective greenhouse cover. Demonstrated here is SRM, solar radiation magnification management through a synthetic artificial reflective greenhouse cover. They magnify UV and infrared.
And what's funny is that it actually feels like like last summer, when you step outside, it feels like you're still inside. It's weird. Like they're
light spectrum, blasting it down to Earth. Once it hits the Earth through albedo, it reflects back
That's
up
not clouds. That looks disgusting.
To this cover and is trapped and reflects back to Earth. This over and over again heats the environment.
See, like that's what I think too. It's like what it feels hotter, but because they're spraying shit, like.
This is the opposite of what they say they're doing.
Yeah, look at that shadow.
You can see the cover because the light reflecting off of the Earth back up is casting a shadow off of the trail left by the aircraft on the artificial ceiling.
And then I have my
Demonstrate.
own. I have my own. Where's me? Somewhere. Anyway, so like they're just like really messing with everything.
It's standards for volcanic activity. To be unbiased here, the Smithsonian didn't change its standards. They just rewrote the sentence in a manner that it appears more normal to have 44 simultaneous eruptions. I don't know the reason. Perhaps they are hiding something, or perhaps they know something we don't.
They tried dry ice in New York.
They just refreshed the content of their website. Now, none of this matters. But remember,
what in the number one fog theory?
I took a sample from the fog.
Oh, what is the number one fog theory? So my theory is like, so they've been spraying the skies, right? So like, I think they're just spraying lower, and maybe it's the drones. Maybe it's all these drones that are spraying. I don't know. Hard to say.
Microscope, and it turned out fine. Well, if it had sulfur dioxide in it, which after looking at the sulfur dioxide map, we know it had. I wouldn't have seen it anyway because of the limited capabilities of my microscope. The air quality maps and the sulfur dioxide maps are enough to prove the fog is poisonous, and that the people who said it smells weird are correct. The good thing is it's not as deadly yet. It does not contain any radiation particles, it seems. Europe shows normal levels of gamma radiation all over. So the only concern we have is for our lungs. I'd like to urge you, however, if there's still fog outside, limit your time outside until the fog disappears. I believe this sums up the poisonous fog so far, and I think it concludes my investigation. Let me know in the comments if you found something that I didn't. And I want to tell everyone, please pay attention to the conspiracy guys. It turns out sometimes they are right, no matter how crazy it sounds in your mind. So open your perspective of it. If you haven't checked the first part of this series, check it here. If you have...
If you've ever found a wireless set of earbuds that work with your PC, let me know. Let me know, because I haven't. It's a thought experiment. Google Roko's basilisk if you want to know. I don't want to know anything that's going to put me in danger by knowing it. If being oblivious to it keeps me out of danger, why would I go Googling it? If I want to know what the future holds when we hit the AI singularity and the abdominal intelligence is born. What do you mean by abdominal? Weather modification needs to be regulated and banned 100%, but they've been doing it for so long, like, and the problem is like people really don't believe that it's happening. Abominable. Oops. It happens. These stories are connected. Hold on.
There is a lot going on right now. In fact, that's kind of an understatement, but I'm going to need multiple videos to just unpack
We're going
my
full
thoughts
conspiracy
because
FPS.
you guys
It's
know
your
I've
favorite.
been covering this drone story for months, and just when I thought that the story was going away, and just when it seemed as if everyone was losing interest in the story, all of a sudden the story gets flipped upside down, right on its head, after this email comes out from Matthew Livelsberger, the guy who allegedly went boom, boom, inside of a Cybertruck. Now, I honestly do not know what to believe, and I'm not here to tell you what to believe. Although I do think there are two scenarios
If we do something to
that
cause
are
harm
more
to the
likely
planet, it's
than
gonna
all of the
shake us
other
off like
scenarios
ants.
that are out there. Now, as I've been covering these drones, I've been saying that, hey, my number one theory is that these drones are from China. This is the Chinese military or some sort of, or some other, foreign military, one of our enemies, showing a sign of force, showing and seeing how much they could get away with, penetrating our airspaces, penetrating our defenses, flying over our military bases, our biggest cities, what have you. That's always been my number one theory behind these drones. But my other theory, another likely scenario, is that these drones are the U.S. government. That this is all a gigantic psyop to drum up support for something. Are they trying to drum up the Americans' support for war with Iran, China, or Russia? Or are they trying to drum up support for more surveillance? Because what the powers that be, what they do is they cause a problem and then they sell you the solution. So we got to be careful here because this drone problem could be our own government doing this. So we look to our own government for a solution, and then their solution, of course, will be something that infringes upon our rights and freedoms as everyday Americans. Oh, you're scared of the drones? Well, guess what? We'll bring in our own drones to hover over your house and survey you, and conduct surveillance all day to ensure that you're safe. It's just like with
You
9/11.
like conspiracy theories, just not bad
There's
ones.
a lot of stuff directly out the 9/11 playbook.
You like the fake ones.
Because you're scared and because you're worried, you got to look to the government for answers.
You like the famous
And
ones.
the answers that the government provides, the solutions always infringe
Just kidding,
upon
I'm
your
just kidding.
rights and freedoms. And we got to be careful that this is not what's happening here.
Cybertruck
Now, of
explosion
course,
is a
Matthew
false flag.
Livelsberger's email,
We all
he
decided
claims
to
that
forget
the
about New
drones are from
Orleans
China.
terror cell.
He claims that America has some of this technology too.
I mean, yes and no.
Like crazy, almost.
There's more. The problem is there's more conspiracy because the one about the terror, the one about New Orleans is like, it's easy for people to not conspire around it, I think, because they can just write it off as a terror attack, nothing more, nothing less. Like, there's no conspiracy. It's a terror attack against, maybe it's against Christians or whatever. That's what people will say. And like, if there's conspiracy, which I think there actually is conspiracy revolving around that, but like, I haven't gone into that conspiracy yet. But I think because there seems to be more conspiracy around the Cybertruck thing, and it's like, it being a Cybertruck, it being in front of the Trump, what was, I don't know.
UFO alien-like propulsion
I just don't
systems and stuff like that, right? And when you look at that, especially someone like me, and it's almost, in a way,
interesting,
I
and
guess you can't say confirming, but if what he's saying is true, it's confirming my theories. When you look at that, it's like you want to believe it, but I have to be hesitant when I look into anything, because there's so many different agendas.
So why do you think it's a false flag?
Psyops coming from all types of different angles.
LLI.
That me and you can't even imagine that are throwing their 2 cents into the pot. It's just a really overall wild situation. So what you really need to do is you need to take a deep breath and think. Now, this just happened a couple of days ago. We honestly have not been given enough time to really think about what's going on here. So that's kind of what they want. They want you being on your heels, right? That's why every day it's something crazy. Every single day. You never get to chill. You never get to take a breath. You never get to breathe. You never get to rest. They ensure that they're throwing the crazy at you nonstop. So you're never on the offensive. You're on the defensive. You're always backpedaling. Before you can prove one thing is true, you're already trying to prove that 4 other things are true, right? This is kind of the mental state that I feel like the powers that be want us in. They want us in this defensive state, always backpedaling like a UFC fighter, right? We're the ones with our back against the cage backing up, and they're constantly advancing with more and more crazy news stories to throw in our face. Now, when I take a step back and I look at this situation, I feel like China is the most obvious answer, right? I feel like China being behind these drones is the most obvious answer. Because, I mean,
I seem to have a better grasp on psychology than you.
That would be capable of having this technology. And then you look at all of the countries on Earth that may be capable of having this technology.
Call him Red Fence. Oh, because like what I said about people paying more attention. Like,
you would consider
it's like, yeah,
enemy or a threat that we would potentially have.
People like drama, right? They like the drama. Their lives need to be interesting, and this is like not that their lives need to be interesting, but like, and I'm speaking, you know, I'll speak for myself. Like I'm current events is my current like thing that keeps me interested. Do you know what I mean? Like, if that makes sense. It's my current passion. People seek novelty, I guess.
There's only a couple. China being the most obvious answer, because we already had the Chinese spy balloon. We already know for a fact that China has objects in the sky over America spying.
Call him a Red Fence. Wait, who?
That. And I've already laid this out. I've made multiple videos.
In no time, there will probably be another school shooting. I hope not.
There have already been several
motivated. How you doing?
People coming from China to America, sometimes even South Korea and other places. They go to these areas around these military bases, and they get caught spying on our military bases with drones. It's already happened a half a dozen times. Just in 2024
Seems
alone,
interesting instead of talking about how 4 IEDs planted around New Orleans got swept under Cybertruck rug, and an active terror network is happening. It would be easier to keep an eye off it with something popular and shiny. Oh, so this is the distraction. This is the distraction to the other thing.
Theorist in me, when an answer seems really obvious, it makes me kind of, this is a little too obvious. What else could be going on here, right? Do any of you all get that feeling? Maybe it's just me. I don't know. But it seems almost too obvious. Now, the other scenario, that I think would be the other main scenario here, is that the U.S. is behind this, and they're doing this so they can implement new rules, new regulations, of course regulations not just on drones, but regulations on our everyday lives. Oh, the only way we could stop these crazy Chinese advanced drones from flying over your home is to have our own drones. It's to, we're going to have to build a connected, system of U.S. drones flying over America to ensure our safety, when in reality they're flying over America to spy on us, right? I think that's another scenario that could be very, very likely here. And this is all a psyop to drum up our support for our own downfall. And one thing about it, America has done this so many times
I can't remember which creator it was.
Where we're looking for comfort, we're looking for security. In exchange, we give away our freedom. Here's a tidbit of freedom for a tidbit of false security.
This guy?
Right?
Maybe not.
We need you to secure us from these drones that you're really operating. So instead of us being scared of the Chinese drones flying over our house, now we're comforted by the American drones flying over our house that are just there to protect us. Gee golly whiz. So you got to be very careful not to fall into that trap. And over the past couple of months, I've been doing all I can to not fall into that trap. Because boy, oh boy, do they want to trap people like me and people like you, right? They want to trap us in these psyops. But when you look at things from that angle, okay? Let's take China out the equation. Let's look at this from the angle that this is America behind this, right? This is all a huge psyop to drum up our support for more surveillance, more regulations, and possibly war with a foreign country. Now, if that is the case, don't you think it's weird that the Biden administration and the White House has been saying, oh, these drones don't exist at all? None of this is happening. It's a figment of your imagination. You're seeing things. Like, I feel like if this was a psyop and the powers that be wanted to drum up our support for something, they wouldn't deny its existence. Would they? You know
Red
I mean?
Fence. Oh, call him Red Fence.
Like, if we're
Okay.
approaching it from the
Shifting
angle that
eyes.
this is a psyop, that
Wait,
this
this
is the
guy
US
still
government,
believes that
then you think
it's
that the
human
US
tech?
government would acknowledge that this is a real
You think
problem.
it's alien tech? These drones? No. That's why? Why do you think that? If aliens made drones, they would be undetectable considering how advanced it would have to be. Like, the only way these things are alien is if they're trying to pretend they're not alien. Because they have the FFA lights and all that shit. Yellowstone is about to erupt soon. Oh, how convenient. Of course it is. We were just talking about how literally, like, every volcano seems to be erupting these days or something.
Of course they wouldn't say, hey, we're the ones behind it.
And somehow that's bringing the fog to Europe.
But they would at least acknowledge that this is a problem. They would throw more fuel on the fire.
Unless they are just
instead of trying
so
to
comfortable
extinguish
they
it.
just don't care.
But it seems like they're trying to extinguish this fire. It seems like instead of blowing this story up even more, they've kind of tried to make this story go away.
You have always believed that it's UFO. If it's foreign drones, the government wouldn't have stopped us from shooting them down.
So that's why I'm so...
You don't think that it's the military? Because, like, they don't move like UFOs move. You know, they don't look like UFOs to me.
Confused here. Because the obvious answer is China, but it's a little too obvious. The other, maybe less obvious answer is that this is a psyop coming from right here in America. But if it is, it's like our government can't even get on the same page when it comes to this psyop. Because the main people who you think would be leading the psyop are denying that this problem even exists at all. So that's why
I'm trying to find a creator who was
feel like we're being fed
about
nonsense from different angles. I feel like it's almost like a choose your psyop story. Have you ever read a story where it's like, all right, you're going to choose which path the person goes down, and the story will end differently, right? It's like a choose your own adventure. This is like a choose your own psyop.
When did the New Orleans thing happen?
Go to war with China and Iran and what have you? Or is it this psyop because we want to implement these restrictions? It's just all really, really weird. And like I said, we're getting so many different stories. We're getting different approaches from different entities, different government entities. Members of Congress are saying this. Local mayors are saying that. The president is saying something else. And it just all feels so weird, so discombobulated. And maybe at the end of the day, that's what they want. But whatever's going on here, there is a clear effort. Like, you could pick whatever scenario you want. There's obviously a clear effort to cause confusion, right? Do you agree? At this point, if you're someone who's been following the story, do you think that there is an effort here to cause confusion? Because that's all we are now. We're all just confused. You know, a lot of people thought, oh, we're not going to hear anything about this story anymore. And then the next thing you know, a Cybertruck blows up outside the Trump Tower. And we got this email about Chinese drones carrying payloads that could wipe out the White House. So, I don't know. It's like, I wish I could tell you guys I have the answers. But
why does it look like nobody's posting about it now? What the hell?
I'll learn more information or something will happen that will turn me off.
Where I swear I saw videos like on the conspiracy regarding what happened in New Orleans, but I'm not seeing anything here. Like, wait, who was talking about it? Who was talking about it? Maybe it was... Oh, shoot. Why do you have to do that? Why do you have to do that, you piece of crap? Was it the thing we were listening to that I wasn't fully paying attention to? Wasn't this one? Well, this guy's talking about something, but like... There was a thumbnail I saw, something about this guy not working alone, or I don't know, like something about maybe, what did you say? Something about bombs. Instead of talking about how what's an IED? Is that a type of bomb? 4 IEDs planted around New Orleans got swept under the rug. So I feel like I did hear about that. Weren't they saying that like they saw the people planting the things on CCTV?
Via a channel member.
So we actually did cover it here because they were, yeah.
Let's go ahead and jump into this video immediately. All right, so guys, I'm sure you guys have been following. There have been 2 incidents that happened, one in New Orleans, one in Vegas. There was a complete loser who decided to basically run onto the sidewalk where there were people.
Oh wait,
we do know that he also played.
Before we watch this, I do need to take a quick break. Sorry about that. I'm not really digging this house thing, but anyway, I'm not gonna take too long. Also, YG, how's it going? Because someone would end up shooting a manned vehicle. Exactly. Tuesday, early New Year's Day, 3 a.m.-ish. Oh, okay. Oh, okay. It was New Year's. Okay, so it's been a few days. There is one on West Coast Ocean that's actually close. Wait. What do you mean? Drones? Do you know about Ceres? Ceres? No, what is that? Is that another dangerous thing I should know about? There's so much to unpack about New Orleans. I'm gonna look for more info on that. Do they think Google is censoring New Orleans information? I don't know. I don't know, I'll be honest. It's possible. They don't need to. The AI search engines are hella easy to manipulate. Makeshift bomb, yes. Oh, I see. Deanie? What's that? Deny? Do you know there's a planet in the asteroid belt with oxygen and water? In the asteroid belt, which asteroid belt? We doing good sitting here just listening. Okay, nice. There's supposed to also be a serial pipe bomber that hasn't been caught. You forgot. Who's talking about that? Volcano on West Coast? Between Mars and Jupiter? We're gonna have to do a little deep dive on that as well. BRB guys, I'll be right back. Axial seamount is the volcano. So wait, so how many volcanoes are we talking about here? You must watch the Basilisk. You must learn the history of the future, or you will be doomed to repeat it. To repeat it, you mean? Why don't you just teach me about the Basilisk? Fair enough, you forgot some people are dumb. Maybe too dumb. How can I repeat the future? I don't think I will repeat the future. Because I think you overestimate my normalness. I don't know. What I'm trying to say is, like, I'm not like other people, you know? So, like, I don't think I'm really gonna repeat the same things that other people did. But you know what? What do I know? Okay, so this guy is talking about...
a suggestion via a channel member. Let's go ahead and jump into this video immediately. All right, so guys, I'm sure you guys have been following. There have been 2 incidents that happened, one in New Orleans, one in Vegas. There was a complete loser who decided to basically run onto the sidewalk where there were people. We do know that he also placed a couple of coolers. Inside these coolers, there were explosives, guys. and no one really knows in full if he planned on actually utilizing these things. But most likely so if, you know, he planted them, let's say. And now they found his house. And I'm guessing...
So wait, didn't like other people plant them?
Exactly where he built these devices, guys.
You got me. True impressive take. It's not that impressive.
We'll learn together, guys.
We do continue to learn a lot more about the suspect. This is video provided by our Fox 26 Houston team that does show the home belonging to Jabbar. Now, the Federal Bureau of Investigation has announced that bomb-making material...
To be intelligent is to know that you don't know anything, right? I don't know why I said that.
...were found inside the 42-year-old's home.
Why did I say
that is according to a release put out by the FBI. In that release,
I have some
officials
kind
said
of
they
point.
are working diligently to further
I
the
had some
investigation
kind of point.
and evaluate evidence, interview victims, and analyze tips related to the attack on Bourbon Street. Officials said that 2 days into the investigation, the FBI had received almost 1,000 tips, and leads have been sent to the FBI field offices all over the country for investigation.
Complimenting
FBI
me to make you
officials
feel better
stated that
about
as of Thursday,
you
all
and
evidence
myself
recovery along
to
Bourbon Street and
infiltrate.
a short-term
Oh,
rental
I
home
see.
over in New Orleans that was used by Jabbar
You're
have been
trying to
completed.
infiltrate.
While over at the
Well, I
location
already
of that short-term rental,
figured as
FBI
much.
officials said bomb-making materials, which were rendered safe, and other items were found and collected for further processing. FBI special agents located similar materials, they say, at the search of Jabbar's home that is over on Crescent Peak Drive in Houston, and you can see some of the video there on your screen. The Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco, Firearms determined that Jabbar was the only person who could have had access to the home when the fire was set. The ATF also determined that Jabbar set a small fire in the hallway and strategically placed accelerants all throughout the house in his effort to destroy it and other evidence of the crime. However, officials said that after Jabbar left the home, the fire burned to a point that it did extinguish itself prior to spreading to other rooms, allowing for the recovery of evidence, including precursors for bomb-making material and a privately made device suspected of being a silencer for a rifle. Evidence collected from multiple sites are being evaluated to further the investigation.
You're playing both
the
sides,
FBI
that
said
way you
that during
always
his
come out
attack
on
on
top.
Bourbon Street, Jabbar intended to use a transmitter that was found in the F-150
Well,
truck to detonate two
detonate the other two?
IEDs that he placed on Bourbon Street.
Okay.
The transmitter, along with two
for you.
firearms, Jabbar is being transported to the FBI lab for additional testing, as well as clothing and shell casings from the truck. FBI personnel
just
also
teasing.
evaluating terabytes worth of video and other data collected by street cameras that are monitored by the New Orleans Real-Time Crime Center. The FBI said they are continuing to surge resources from across the country to assist the field office in New Orleans, in addition to FBI special agents and personnel based in Louisiana. More than 200 additional personnel have been brought in to assist in the investigation in order to process evidence, support victims, and investigate leads and tips. Personnel support includes, but is not limited, we're told, to special agents, victim specialists, evidence technicians, specially trained crisis management personnel, and intelligence analysts. The FBI says the number of victims killed in the attack does remain at 14 people, with a total of 35 others injured. Officials said they expected the number of injured to rise as additional people either take themselves to hospitals with injuries or ask for assistance from the FBI. The investigation into the attack ongoing, and officials said they will provide additional details as necessary. Again, you are taking a look inside of the home and outside as well in this video provided by Fox 26 Houston. They also had a chance to go inside and filed this report.
Following a 17-hour investigation at Shamsuddin Jabbar's mobile home in North Houston that began on Wednesday, the FBI returned on Friday to continue searching his home.
It could be that they felt they overlooked something, or as a result of the search, they found something within documents or a piece of forensic or physical evidence that caused them to say, hey, we need to go take another peek.
The Harris County Bomb Squad also showing up and collecting evidence. A car was also towed during the second Houston investigation. This comes after multiple people and media entities entered the mobile home, taking pictures and videos of Jabbar's belongings.
I'm not trying to criticize law enforcement, but I thought it was odd. Search warrants I was involved in, we always sealed the scene afterwards, sealing it so people can't make entry, and it maintains the integrity of the site.
Right.
Not only for the privacy of the individual that owns the property, but also to maintain the potential
Weren't there a
integrity
bunch
of
of
a
press in there?
follow-up investigation.
Guys. All right. Okay, now we have the information here. I was definitely hoping for just a little bit more information, let's say, other than the random common typical stuff we've already kind of encountered. I don't know, guys, I don't know what's happening to our country. I am not a super fan of this. I'm sure neither of you, none of you are, guys, right? Like, listen, if you have grievances, I think these grievances should be done politically, let's say. Not so much taking lives of innocent individuals that have nothing to do with this. at all. Like nothing to do with whatever the cause is. Like I want to know why this was done. I think that's pretty much where I'm at right now. I know we're not trying to correlate the two instances, guys, but like I don't know, guys. Both at Fort Bragg, both experienced each other in some meaningful manner, or not even a meaningful manner. Both of them were in Afghanistan at the same exact time. I'm guessing this had to be some type of like Reddit group that they were attached to, or something. I don't know, guys. This is all just I'm brainstorming here. None of this is evidence of anything, guys. It's just me sitting here talking to you, and I definitely am under the belief that these guys had to have known each other for something. Same day, basically. This is sickening to me, guys. I mean, we can kind of like literally talk in circles here, but I definitely would like to know why exactly this went on. How can we prevent this? But something tells me we're not going to be able to prevent it. Allegedly, there's something else coming, pretty much based off of what the FBI is basically currently warning guys. There may be some type of copycat situation happening soon. Obviously, this is not information that should be used to, let's say, cause any type of riotous behavior. Let's say,
heard of it,
like,
but I
don't
forget
know,
what it
I don't know what
means.
to do with this stuff anymore, bro. It saddens me. It sickens me. It sickens me. Just guys, be safe out there. All right.
What did you say that planet was? Ceres? Do we like Billy Carson? I can't remember. Is he the one who's like... What was it? 2 + 1 is 1? Or something? What was he saying? Alright, we'll watch this one. So, I like more recent takes on things.
Scientists just discovered something interesting. I've never talked about it on the podcast, and you guys can look this up. So our Milky Way galaxy is pretty interesting because it's absorbing another galaxy at this exact moment called the Sagittarius Dwarf Galaxy. Not the Sagittarius constellation, that's something totally different. We are absorbing the Sagittarius Dwarf Galaxy at this exact moment. People thought for all these decades, or even hundreds of years, looking up in the night sky, seeing that swath of stars going across, oh, that's the Milky Way. Guess what? We've been wrong the whole time. This is now being taught in universities in astrophysics. So what you're looking at the absorption or the merging of the Sagittarius with the Milky Way galaxy. And the exact point where it merges and drops into the Milky Way is right where our solar system is located, which would explain the rogue planets that we know that are out there. There's millions of rogue planets that have no sun that are just floating free around. There's planets in solar systems that are orbiting far beyond the orbit of Pluto in our inner Oort cloud, admitted by astronomers now, that there's other solar systems within this inner Oort cloud area orbiting our sun every 4,200 years. So all of a sudden, that's Corey Powell, the astronomer at Discovery magazine, by the way, who said that.
Did it have a T
so this
in
is pretty
it?
interesting. We're talking about the fact
Did the
that
name have a
our
T
solar
in it?
system itself is an implant into the Milky Way, that we come from Sagittarius. We're not even part of the Milky Way galaxy.
Whoa. Okay. So when they're...
Wait, what
We're
was
not
that
even
last
part
bit?
of the Milky Way. Our solar system itself is an implant into the Milky Way, that we come from Sagittarius. We're not even part of the Milky Way galaxy.
No way.
Whoa. Okay. So when they're looking at our own solar system, they have an understanding that there's a thing called the Kuiper Belt that's out there, and there's so many objects in there that are small, and that's one of the reasons why they decided to declassify Pluto as a planet, because there's other objects real similar in size.
Maki and all those other planets.
But they think there's something large out there. They think there's something large out there that they haven't yet identified because of the way that gravity is responding. Like, what is the reason for it?
Well, what happens is they
Planet
discovered
9
that
or
in
whatever?
some way, millions of years ago, something moved through our solar system and captured its own weird orbit around our sun. And what's crazy is the evidence is in our solar system. So Saturn and Neptune switched locations because of a gravitational field. Uranus is flipped on its side and orbits, its equator is orbiting north and south, not east and west. And they know that
Like it got hit.
Like it got hit, or something gravitationally just tugged at it so hard that it flipped sideways.
And it never stops.
But wouldn't it,
And it's
like,
moved
wouldn't
through our
it
solar
eventually
system
go
way
back
out beyond
to
the orbit of
like
Pluto,
back to...
and this thing captured its own orbit. This is in the Hunniebee Elish and the Seven Tablets
Who
of
knows?
Creation. This exact process that's been described now by
Maybe it
astrophysicists and
is,
astronomers
just
is in
very,
ancient
very
text
slowly.
that we can read and we can see, oh my God, this is exactly what this text is.
Maybe it's still being knocked on its side. Like, maybe it's not even done being, like, knocked over. And then, like, because who knows how long it takes to, like, do, like,
thing. It's talking about the creation of our solar system. It even talks about the creation of Earth in that text. It says that when Marduk, aka Nibiru, a moon of Nibiru, crashed into Tiamat, it broke into pieces and became the hammered bracelet. That's the asteroid belt. One giant chunk swung away, recoalesced with everything, water, land, and organic material needed for life, and became the Earth, tugging with it the moon. So it's pretty crazy that the creation of this planet itself, and it says that it pushed, the net force pushed Mercury closer to the sun and pushed Venus closer to the sun, and then we took the third spot in place around our orbit around our sun. And then, of course, we have Mars, which used to be a moon, a habitable moon of Tiamat, a planet that was 4 to 6 times larger than Earth, and it slung into this crazy orbit. That's why Mars has this weird orbit, and you have to rendezvous with it if you're NASA or anybody trying to rendezvous with Mars every 2 years when it's in apogee.
You don't think it was like hit by something?
Or perigee. You have to, apogee or perigee. One of them is further away than the other. One is 80 million miles, and the other one's close.
When they say like something hit, like in space, things don't really hit each other, right? Like they kind of, if they're big enough, I guess, like you'll kind of like orbit it before you actually like hit it. So like maybe you're right. Like it hit in the sense that the gravity touched. I don't know, like
closer. So if you rendezvous every 2 years, you can capture the orbit of Mars, and you can actually get there in 4 months. And then they looked at it and said, "Wow, they meaning astrophysicists. This looks like this Mars wasn't originally in this type of orbit. It must have been orbiting something else in our solar system."
Things hit, but they don't just like collide like this, boop, right? They collide like this, boop. Like that's how it happens usually. Like, right?
Which it was. One side is charred black, and the other side is smooth.
Exactly.
So the side where Tiamat exploded, those chunks hit Mars on one side, created a very charred side, and the other side is the smoothest surface in the solar system.
Wait.
One side is charred black, and the other side is
which one?
They meaning astrophysicists. This looks like this Mars wasn't originally in this type of orbit. It must have been orbiting something else in our solar system, which it was. One side is charred black, and the other side is smooth. So the side where Tiamat exploded, those chunks hit Mars on one side, created a very charred side, and the other side is the smoothest surface in the solar system, which is because of the global flood that created. And then Mars' axis on its equator is tilted 45 degrees on its axis, which means the mass shifted it down 45 degrees. They had a major global catastrophe there on Mars. And then after Mars, you have another little planet that survived called Ceres, Ceres, which is also a result of this Tiamat exploding. People don't even talk about Ceres. It has the most fresh water of any other planet in our solar system. More
and
fresh
where's its location?
That's the next planet after Mars, Ceres.
Really?
Ceres.
How big is it? Is
It's
it like Pluto size?
It's about maybe 2/3 smaller than Mars. And guess
it's a
what?
dwarf planet. So they don't. It follows an orbit between Mars and Jupiter near the middle of the asteroid belt with an orbital period. Click on that, Jamie.
When they flew by it,
you heard about this before? I didn't know there was another planet out there.
Listen, when they flew by it a few years ago, the lights were on. They sent a probe out there.
What?
The lights were on. And so they tried to say it was ice particles glistening in the sunlight. So when they got to the dark side, guess what? The lights were on the dark side. So they couldn't use the ice particle explanation anymore. So they just said, we don't know what it is.
What?
You lie.
Ceres' small size means that even at its brightest, it's too dim to be seen by the naked eye, except under extremely dark skies. Its apparent magnitude ranges from 6.7 to 9.3, peaking in opposition when it's closest to Earth. Once every 15 to 16 months in, how do you say that word? Synodic?
I don't know where you're at now.
16th month synodic period. Do you know?
Synodic. Yeah.
Synodic period. As a result,
Synodic.
As a result, its surface features are barely visible even with the most powerful telescopes, and little was known about it until the robotic NASA spacecraft Dawn approached Ceres for its orbital mission in 2015.
Mm-hmm. And we have high-resolution images of the surface. There are strange things there as well, which is pretty crazy. So,
what are the images of the surface?
You have to go to nasa.gov and go to the Dawn images, and you can download, or sometimes the European Space Agency has them as well, ES. And then you can grab those images. It's pretty crazy. Some things just don't look right there. But
like
there's a lot.
What doesn't look right?
Well, if you look at Mohenjo-Daro or areas of Egypt, that's or even Iraq, where it used to be Sumeria, structures that used to be there that are now worn down and weathered, they have similar looks there. Similar things they look similar there. Not saying that they are. I'm just saying that they look strange. Some things look strange.
We have a lot of strange things on Earth that are natural.
That's true. We sure do. We even have octagons and straight lines on Earth that are natural as well.
I want to see the rest of the photos. Didn't work.
Now, the Democrats' loss in the US election has really taken its toll on the former Speaker of the House, Nancy Pelosi. She posted this bizarre video to social media today. Have a look at this.
Hi, it's Nancy. I'm on my way to Washington.
to proudly represent the people of San Francisco in Congress. I'm honored to do so, to share our San Francisco values. Thank you for giving me that honor.
She looks like she's remembering to make sure to show her teeth when she's like, to make sure to smile.
The video caused quite a stir on social media. I just felt like she couldn't even keep her eyes open. Many claim that she looked drunk and exhausted. What is going on?
Look, I don't know what's going on. I don't know if she's drunk.
Your Barbie
if
sub ran
she's
out.
just had too
Now that
much
she's gone?
Botox that
Oh,
it's
is
now
that what
reached
that
her
is?
lips and she can't speak. I mean, but honestly, to me,
She's
you
gone.
almost
What do you
feel
mean?
bad for her. She
That
is
makes sense how you follow
at
me?
this point, and the
That's
fact
the
that she's
greatest
still in
stock trader of all
Congress, it's like, how
time.
do
You
we
put
not
some
have
respect on her
term
name.
limits or some sort of age maximum? You know, we have a minimum age. You have to be a certain age to be a member of Congress or to be president, but there's no maximum. And you just the same way that people, when they're too young, their brains can be mushy. Well, no shame in aging. It happens to all of us if we're lucky. But at a certain
If only when you get older, your mushy brain means that it's elastic. Like when you're a kid, you have an elastic brain or whatever. Guys, I have to BRB again. Sorry. BRB.
point, it can happen at the other end as well. And we are run by octogenarians in many positions of power in this country, and some of them I think have held on to power a little bit too long, like
80
Nancy
year old?
Pelosi, as you can quite
People in their
clearly
80s?
see here.
Yeah, that was very clear in that video, and I don't know if it's the toll from the Democrats' loss, if it was when they finally got rid of Joe Biden. I mean, everything has gone wrong for the Democrats.
I'm into like the mind-blowing space stuff when it's new, like a new discovery or because like I've already learned, like I've already like watched all them quantum physics videos and all that. Like it's like I get it. Like I get what quantum physics is, and it is very interesting. But like, what's new now? Like I want to know what's new. For example, qubits inspired by Schrodinger's cat. Thought experiment could usher in powerful quantum computers by 2030. Nah. You know, like news, space news. If that makes sense. My favorite guy to watch is Anton. My favorite space guy. Mirror life? What are you talking about? What is it? What?
Hello wonderful person, this is Anton. And today we're going to discuss a somewhat unusual, but also somewhat unnerving report that basically talks about potential dangers for what's known as mirror life, or specifically mirror bacteria. And though, as I described this to you, it might sound like some kind of a science fiction scenario, turns out that this could actually be an extremely dangerous phenomenon.
Sounds like something created in a lab.
Future of the planet, and something that a lot of scientists
You
are
get
now
that?
officially warning about. And here we're actually talking about something that would be
So like whenever there's new quantum news, like he usually talks about it, or
extinction event if this ever became real. And so let's
sometimes
discuss.
I watch this lady Sabine. Sometimes she talks about quantum a lot more than
wants to build a colony on Mars. Whatever.
She talks about quantum stuff a lot, but she's like a debunker. She's always skeptical. Quantum hype goes crazy, but why?
At the end of last year, we saw an amazing surge in the stocks of all quantum computing firms. I must admit that this caught me completely by surprise. I really should have bought some D-Wave stocks. They shot up by like 1,000% since the beginning of the year because of Nothing really.
You gonna
So
follow
what's
him?
going on? Have people just totally
For
lost
them?
their mind? It's not a possibility
this
that
is
I'd easily dismiss, but
Anton.
maybe there's something else going on. I recently came across an interesting
is
panel discussion
Sabine.
among quantum computing experts that I think sheds some light on what's fueling this hype. This discussion took place in November at the Conference on Quantum Techniques and Machine Learning. The following exchange is between Scott
like,
Aronson from the University of Texas in Austin and
this
Edward
there's a difference between like quantum computing and like the quantum realm, I guess, or whatever. So like
from MIT.
Quantum computing, honestly, it doesn't interest me.
Both have done a lot of work on quantum computing, but they have very different ideas about scientific integrity.
You know, I am dealing with people who see all these papers and have taken from them the impression that, well, there must be a quantum advantage for all these tasks that is known, or else why are people writing all these things about it? I mean, we've seen companies, you know, go public on, you know, claims about, you know, these kinds of applications, or, you know, pitch to investors on these claims, and they say, well, look, there's papers about it. And so I think sometimes, you know, it's not enough
Quantum
when
computing
writing a
could destroy
paper to
Bitcoin in
not say
seconds.
anything false. Rather, you know, in an environment like this, one has to
Blockchain
anticipate and
decryption
head off,
at
you know,
a
the
quantum
ways that
level would
people are
flood the
going
market
and
with trillions of bitcoins.
Well, I don't understand this. I don't feel this burden whatsoever. I don't care.
All right.
I just don't care.
I wish I knew how it worked exactly.
This is, you know, something you have to fight for.
Like
I mean,
the whole blockchain thing. All right, so anyway, she's just kind of drunk. That's fine.
And
That's
Nancy Pelosi was one of
fine.
them to blame as well. Now, let's move on to J.K. Rowling. She has
Oh, wait, what did
intervened
she
on
say?
transgender issues. Again, we know she's very outspoken in this space, particularly on social media. But now she's come out saying that no child is born in the wrong body. The Harry Potter author said only adults believe in an ideology that will end up wreaking more harm than lobotomies. Brad, lefties are really losing it over these comments, aren't they?
They are, and it's interesting to me. They're obsessed with JK and anything she says about this question, and they react in almost a hysterical fashion when the core of what she's expressing, that minors can't consent to medical
Quantum
transition,
computing
that
is the
it's
future?
unproven and unsupported by evidence,
Bitcoin
is
is
a pretty
mine.
widespread belief. And so people who are so outraged by it, so scandalized by it, maybe it's because they were Harry Potter kids and they never grew up, but it will never cease to amaze me just how intense some people's obsession with J.K.
Until it
Rowling
gets us
is
the right
and her
password and then it's
political views
doubled
and her
for the
views on
next
this question. At the end
It's
of
just
the day,
crazy
not
how,
that
like,
deep.
kinda
She's
just-
entitled to her opinion. You can agree with it, you can disagree with it, but the unhinged freak out that you'll see on the internet
Came out,
anytime
like,
she
it's,
speaks
like,
on this
made from
issue
nothing,
is
basically.
really bizarre stuff.
But Brad, I just can't help but wonder, has this
Or,
gone
like,
on
I don't
to
know,
being
I don't
perpetually
know.
outraged? I mean, the left are always finding something to whinge and to sook
This is
about,
my.
and they
This
always
is where you
targeting
lose me.
J.K.
Not
Rowling
where you
in
lose me,
particular,
but like
yeah,
where
always when it
my
comes to gender matters. So I
knowledge
just
is
wonder
like.
why every time she says something, do they fall over themselves?
Well, it's two things, I think. One is that, like you said, they're always looking for something to be upset about, right? Because they need a main character for the day. They need somebody to cancel to be upset with. And two, they especially hate people from their own side who question their dogma. So J.K. Rowling is not a conservative.
J.K.
She's not a
Rowling is
Republican,
pro-woman,
she's
not
a Tory.
anti-trans.
She's very much a liberal, right? She comes from the left, but she pushes back on the gender stuff. She, in the name of feminism, disagrees fundamentally with a lot of the left's new beliefs about gender. And if there's one thing they can't stand, it's a dissident from their own side. They'll hate them exponentially more fiercely than they will just a standard conservative, and I think we see that with JK.
J.K.
and the unhinged
growling.
backlash she's so regularly
Sadly, some
faces.
people can't tell them apart.
From the so-called tolerant left in particular. Brad Palumbo, Happy New Year. Really good to speak with you. Thank you so much for joining me on the show this evening.
These ministers he's meeting with from Canada and Justin Trudeau, they're about to be wiped off the face of the map.
Welcome to Over Opinionated with yours truly, Jasmine Lane. Boy, oh boy, CTV has officially done their cringiest story of the year. I'm calling it, and it's only the 4th, as well as the cabinet meeting or threat, I suppose you could put it that way. Will Justin Trudeau step down? And we are saving the best for last. The most amazing story came out, and we've talked a lot about immigration and how weak our policies are, but the irony in this story is so hilarious. And there's one person who's facing a conviction that is currently undergoing the refugee asylum claim process and has fled to Canada.
Brian Cox, I think I have heard about
so
him.
Awesome.
He
and
will blow your mind.
Definitely has a lot of liberal supporters.
Is he the guy with like the hair?
Their seats.
It's gone beyond
like the brown
Christoph.
hair, the
They
round
just
hair,
want
and it's
an election,
down.
and they will wipe him right off
You don't
the
think
face
we'll
of the
ever
political
get
landscape
Canada,
in
but
Canada.
Greenland
CTV
maybe.
News
Yeah.
posted this just yesterday saying a family
I've
of
heard
7 in Edmonton has found a way to spend less than $700 a
It's
month
not new
on
news, though.
groceries and gas. These are the heroes, by
I
the
feel
way,
like he went
of
viral
Justin
at one point,
Trudeau's
and
times. These
that was it.
struggling, suffering Canadians who hate the situation that they are forced into due to poor policy, more bureaucracy, bad funding towards things that actually really need a lot more funding. This is who CTV News has dubbed the heroes, the
He's a soft-spoken
newsworthy stories
astrophysicist with the hair.
of the year so far. Yikes. We are off to a very, very rough start.
Here at the Kosh household, if they can make it at home, they will.
You
Once in a while we
believe
cheat
that
on
what's
bread,
going
because bread is a lot of
to
work
help
to
us
bake,
evolve?
but in
Content
general,
complete. Oh, okay.
muffins,
okay.
scones, cookies, everything is all from scratch.
With a family of 7 and only one income, cooking at home is one way to save money. Being smart at the grocery store is another.
Having as many kids as we've had to always try to make sure that we're doing the most cost-efficient grocery shopping we could.
According to a report by Dalhousie University, the average family of 4 is expected to spend nearly $17,000 on groceries in 2025. The Kosh family estimates they spend approximately $700 a month on groceries and gas. That's a total of $8,400 a year for the family of 7.
I think just having a base budget, this is how much I'm willing to spend on groceries, is a good idea, because then, you know, you've got a number to kind of stick to.
Before they head to the store, they plan. Using the app Flip, they look at which store.
Don't get me wrong, for this family, and I love big families. I'm the youngest of 6 myself. If I could have 12, I'd be happy. But the fact that this family who lives in Canada on a single income, I can guarantee you, presumably it's the
Single
husband
income.
of the
There's no
relationship
way.
who is the earner. I could be wrong though, but presumably he works incredibly hard, like unbelievably stressed and overwhelmed to provide for his family of 7. The news story here is how good they've had to get at making their own food, which is totally fine. I appreciate anybody who can do that. And how good they've had to get at budgeting, looking for points and looking for coupons, because if it weren't for those things, they would not be able to survive.
Chad Kosh wishes his family didn't have to budget this seriously.
We just like to have to go to the store and pick things up and afford them without having to have all that pre-planning, you know.
But with the price of food expected to grow, he says it's just what they have to do.
Like, think about that for a second. You know, it's just really crazy to see the stark difference in wage and the massive. That's something you can even look forward to.
First of all, Trudeau's got this carbon tax on the farmers who grow your food, the truckers who ship your food, the grocers who sell your food, which is a tax, therefore, on all who buy the food. He wants to quadruple that tax to 61 cents a liter, which will mean many, many people will go hungry. We've seen our food prices rise 37% faster in Canada over the last 4 years than they did in the United States because they have no carbon tax there. So I will axe the carbon tax to lower the cost of food and fuel. We also
Why does he have to say axe the carbon tax? Like, just say he'll get rid of it. Because, like, that could mean anything, saying I'll axe this. Like, can you use, like, actual language that, like, can you guarantee you're gonna get rid of this tax and not just, like, use rhyming words?
Increase the purchasing power of our money. We're printing cash. Bottom line is we're growing the money supply, which causes inflation. We're printing money to fund irresponsible government spending. If you have an economy with 10 apples and $10, it's $1 an apple. You double the amount of money to $20, but your economy still has 10 apples. You're not twice as rich. It's just that now each apple costs twice as much.
Exactly.
That's inflation. Our government has created $700 billion more cash in the last 4 years. That's a 40% increase in the money supply, during which time our output has grown by 4%. So we're growing the money 10 times faster than we grow the stuff that money buys. We have to cap spending and get the central bank back to its job of preserving the purchasing power of our people. Instead of adding more cash, we need to produce more of what cash buys. Grow more food, build more homes, produce more energy by unleashing the free enterprise system, getting off the backs of our farmers. So imagine, back to my analogy, instead of 10 apples, you have 10 apples and $10. Imagine if you doubled the number of apples you grow. You have 20 apples and $10. Now each apple is 50 cents.
All right, I get it.
We have to produce more of the stuff that money buys. No, because it's impossible for that competitor to build his place.
Liberals and Justin Trudeau are both.
Me with that guy.
It's it's just one of those things where it's pretty clear that the Liberals and Justin Trudeau are both on the ropes. The Conservatives have more than 50% support in every single part of the country except Quebec.
And are these, like Mendicino announcing he's not seeking re-election, all these former cabinet and cabinet ministers saying they're not going to run again, does that have an impact on those numbers as well?
Well, it has an accumulation effect, Roger. It's kind of like death by 1,000 paper cuts. And why don't we just squeeze a little lemon on top of that every time, a former senior Liberal like Mendicino decides to not run in the next federal election. So right now, the narrative is nobody wants to run for this guy. Like, who's stepping forward to run as a new individual under Justin Trudeau? Roger, are we hearing crickets? I think they're crickets playing right now.
Now, there has been a couple names tossed into the hat. Some people are saying Mark Carney, which I'll be honest, how on earth could he even run for leadership when he's not even an elected official in any regard? That's so weird to me, and also so creepy elitist of him to even think about doing. Gosh, he's so gross and embarrassing. If you think Justin Trudeau is bad, Mark Carney's been Justin Trudeau's puppet master. Same with Chrystia Freeland's. And now Mark Carney and Chrystia Freeland allegedly want to throw their hat in the leadership race. But let's think about that too. At minimum, or I suppose at maximum, we have an election looming sometime in October, right? It's possible it could happen around June. Who knows? Who knows how this is all going to end up? But that leaves very, very short periods of time for the Liberal Party to do whatever the hell they possibly can to try to sway Canadians back and get people friendly with whoever the future leader is. Chrystia Freeland, in many regards, is already kind of wiped off. People don't like her in Canada. A lot of insiders of the Liberal Party do like her, but if people know that that's going to be the leader, there's a good chance that they are not going to cast that vote. All
right, sorry. I have to BRB, guys. Carnivals! Wait, so you've been on for 5 hours, but your Twitch never let you know. Wow, you're a bad VIP. You're not a bad VIP, Carnivals. How you doing? Have I been live for that long already? Almost 5 hours, damn. I like the twerking emojis. Don't mind me, you're just gonna be hanging out playing a fun game. Nice! Which game are you playing? Oh my gosh, I keep forgetting that I owe you a Cluedo gameplay. I love Clue. I just have to like do it, I just have to like get it and do it. But like every time I stream, I'm always usually working on something in the background. Usually it's a video or something, so I guess like I personally haven't been giving myself any time to like play anything. But I haven't forgotten. I love the kitty emotes. Okay, so I'm digging the music. It's alright. I'm over it now. It was fine. Now it's me. Clickster! I like that one. We were gonna watch... Oh yeah, we were watching Liberals.
Carney is one who a lot of Canadians aren't even familiar
boring
with who he
Canadian
is.
politics.
It really puts them in this crazy crunch where, honestly, yeah, the best thing they probably could do would be to keep Justin Trudeau. Like, that would be the easiest thing to do, even though he's hated and they know that they're going to lose. But to go through the process and money of having a leadership race within the party in such a short period of time, when you're still likely to lose anyway, what's the point of that if you're just looking at that analytically?
People are leaving and not running and not reoffering to run under the Liberal banner. And right now, it's almost like a countdown to when he might step down. Yeah, I think we're at the point now Roger, where the only thing left for the Liberals to try to get back in the game, not saying they'd even be competitive, is to change the leader. Because they've tried everything else from a policy perspective, messaging, they've tried attacking Pierre Poilievre, attack ads, all that kind of stuff. None of it's stuck and none of it's working. The only thing left is to change the leader.
It'll be interesting to see, because apparently Mark Carney has been kind of sending out some feelers again that he may be interested in running, but boy, oh boy, they got a big plate there that they've got to deal with.
Now, this right here might just be one of my favorite stories I've read in a very long time, to be frank. Remember the whole thing that took place in the U.S. at Capitol Hill?
These barricades being removed by police officers so these people can get inside the Capitol building. And then there were others, Capitol Hill police officers, just standing by. Just welcome to the Capitol. What was all of this about?
Footage from inside the Capitol overturns the story you've heard about January 6th. Protesters queue up in neat little lines. They give each other tours outside the Speaker's office. Dangerous conspiracy theorists dressed in outlandish costume who led the violent insurrection to overthrow American democracy. For these crimes, Chansley was sentenced to nearly 4 years in prison, far more time than many violent criminals now receive. What did Jacob Chansley do to receive this punishment? To this day, there is dispute over how Chansley got into the Capitol building. But according to our review of the internal surveillance video, it is very clear what happened once he got inside.
What is this, like, hold on.
But according to our review of the internal surveillance video,
what the heck is this? What the heck is this?
it is very clear what happened.
Is that like it's like an airport security thingy? Like sees if you have any guns on you or so? Oh.
Once he got inside. Virtually every moment of his
I'm
time.
like, is that some kind of like weird, like sci-fi something
Inside
dark?
the Capitol was caught on tape. The tape show that Capitol Police never stopped Jacob Chansley. Capitol Police officers take him to multiple entrances and even try to open locked doors for him. We counted at least 9 officers who were within touching distance of unarmed Jacob Chansley.
Look, he's just okay. Like, I mean, this is. Why do people keep bringing up January 6th, like, when this footage is available? Jan 6, Jan 6.
One of them even tried to slow him down.
Oops, sorry, wrong footage. And you know how Canada has such a weak immigration policy that's let in all kinds of criminals and people who have been caught on film doing terrible things to other human beings and plotted our demise and then got busted not from our own authorities but from French authorities? Well, there's another one. And this one, as much as I'm annoyed at the taxpayer money that's going to be going to this individual, this is just so ironic and awesome, and it makes me laugh even more so because there's so many people on the left who will say like, oh, what do you mean Canada's borders aren't that protected? What are they protecting us from? And I'm like, you're an idiot. This is a story just posted yesterday. An American citizen convicted of participating in the January 6, 2021 riot on Capitol Hill and dodging jail time in Whistler may just be the start of an asylum-seeking rush. Do you consider yourself a fugitive? Is the big question.
Yeah, but I'm also, I think by definition, a
Oh no, the
He
audio
was
got
at the U.S. Capitol on
removed.
January 6, 2021, and has publicly posted photos from that day with his mom. But he says the 9-month jail sentence is unfair, and he's
peaceful January 6th.
Fled. He fled to they loathe Pierre Poilievre to
reporting the president. He continues to
probably one of many, but it makes me laugh because there's all these people who like, oh, can you? Do we live in the same country? And then now Justin Trudeau's failed policies are protecting a Donald Trump supporter who was at the Capitol Hill incident. And I just think that is absolutely priceless. What do you think about that one? Let me know your thoughts in the comments down below. Like the video, subscribe to the channel. I'm Jasmine Lane. This is Over Opinionated, and I will talk to you tomorrow.
A Georgia couple is sentenced to 100 years behind bars after adopting 2 young boys to repeatedly rape. The dads even installed cameras throughout their family home to capture this ongoing sexual abuse. If that wasn't enough, though, they posted the images and videos online so other predators could view these horrifying crimes. We cover a lot of really intense topics here on
I've heard enough.
And
that's fucked up.
All right, so this is a suggestion via a channel member. The name of the video is Whoopi and the View canceled after $80 million
Are they though, or is that
Elon
just
Musk
clickbait?
misinformation. This is coming from the channel. Think about it.
Elon Musk has done it again, but this time, it's not about electric cars, Mars colonization,
AI
or launching
video,
flamethrowers for fun. Musk has turned...
That client review was brutal.
We're gonna be underwater for weeks.
On this channel, I try hard not to second guess the tactical decision. How do you build a safe house when your entire country can be attacked by your enemy? For the Ukrainian Special Forces team, ATE, I got to look inside their safe house and see how these elite soldiers of the Ukrainian army live, work, and fight for their country against Russia. These guys gave me unfiltered access to their team house, and so I am uploading that video for you guys to see. But of course, before we crack into the video, I wanted to say two things. The first is to hit that subscribe button. That makes a difference for me. But second, the links to a donation for all the units that I worked with on my trip to Ukraine, plus the social medias for the team members themselves, and a fundraiser to get those guys some thermal sights are all in the description. So please check them out. Now, without further ado, this is my tour of ATE's elite safe house. All right, guys, so we are here at an undisclosed location, but what I can tell you is that this is just a regular house in a random neighborhood outside of Kiev, just a house in the suburbs. But what's inside is what's kind of incredible, because I'm here with ATE. That's a special forces team in the Ukrainian National Guard. Specifically, we're here with their commander, Skiff, Hutch, who just stepped out, and Asgard, and they're going to be giving us a tour about how they turned this extremely normal suburban house into a military compound for their special forces team. Now, what's interesting is that at the start of the invasion, the Ukrainian Ministry of Defense told their special forces teams, don't be in big bases where you can be hit. You have to be dispersed kind of across the country. And so these guys took that to heart and are now operating out of this house in the suburbs. So, Skiff, if you want to just give us a little tour about what you guys have going on here.
Саме головне це прапор нашого підрозділу.
The most important is the flag of the unit.
Це кабінет, який є моїм кабінетом.
This is a room that is used as his office, quote unquote. So that's where he works whenever they're not on combat.
Це місце проведення нарад спільно.
Saving for your first home? Get there faster with high interest on your EQ Bank FHSA savings, plus a bonus on new deposits.
That's where they have team meetings and so on.
Місце навчань з бойового планування.
This is the place where the team also gathers to learn military planning.
Місце ознайомлення з інформацією перед виїздом. Для цього у нас є монітор великий, де ми всі разом збираємося. Там показується карта, і на карті показується вже повністю сцена з інформацією про завдання, яке ми будемо виконувати.
This is also a place where they gather before leaving for combat to know all the details about their mission. They bring a large TV screen here and they look at the map and they discuss all the plans.
Це вже таке місце, звідки починається виконання завдання. От коли вже приходить бумажка, там бойове завдання на бумажки, і це саме перше місце, де це завдання починає виконуватися саме практично. Починається його планування, перші дії до підготовки до підготовки виконання цього завдання.
This is actually the place where the combat mission starts, because that's the place where the team gathers, they plan, they think through the whole details of the mission. So this is the place, where you can say the mission starts here.
Зважаючи на формат виконання дуже важких бойових завдань, давай етапами переводь. Зважаючи на формат виконання бойових завдань і через те, що в людей і так багато, скажімо так, проблематики та тяга при виконанні цих завдань, ми не погіршуємо скажімо так, оці умови офісним виконанням планування. Ми там не розсаджуємо їх там десь на стульчики подряд, всіх лицом до командира, там всі не говорять по військовому, там прям по статутному, а це робиться в довільній формі, проводиться планування, та я дослуховуюсь до думки кожного, але основне рішення по виконанню завдання я все рівно приймаю сам.
Given all the hardships of the war and the missions themselves, the commander prefers to have those meetings unofficially, like in a sense that they're informal. The team members, they don't have to sit on their chairs. They don't have to be all like fully military, have the military talks and all that, follow all the military rules that they would. This happens all like casual. That's the word. It's more casual, and the commander, they do have discussions about the mission that they're going to have. The commander listens to the proposals of the members, but then again, the final say, he has the final say. He decides.
Питанням дисципліни в підрозділі, хай вона там не статутної форми, але все рівно в таких підрозділах повинна бути дисципліна, і питанням дисципліни у мене займається командир відділень.
So still discipline is very important in the unit anyway. In his unit, the commanders of the platoon commanders are responsible for discipline within the smaller groups of people.
Моя основна задача – це дати можливість людям вірити в мене, для того, щоб вони 100% віддавалися своїй справі і не боялися нічого, і знали, що їх по-любому, якщо вони йдуть по завданню, то вони знають, що командир все спланував, якщо це планував їх командир, то значить завдання по-любому там сплановане на всі 100%. І якщо з ними щось станеться, то їх побратими і там їх командир їх по-любому витягнуть, незважаючи в якому місці вони будуть знаходитися.
As being a commander is to ensure that his unit members have a trust and in him, that they know that if anything happens, he's there for them and he'll make sure everything is sorted, that the mission itself is thoroughly planned. So for him, it's very important that the team does not have any doubts about him as a commander.
Повного рівня довіри людей до мене та до сержантів ми добилися як на
gained by actually going on missions with the team, both being on the front line and being at the enemy's bases and enemy's places.
So can he take us through like some of maybe the tools he uses for planning or sort of
Розкажи щось.
Yeah, maybe what gear they kind of have to prepare for missions.
Let's go. Бит.
Иди в кадр.
Расположение самих бойцов.
This is where the guys sleep, basically.
Ми далі покажу просто.
Ну, може, ти трошки поговориш тут? Я не знаю. Shall we...
Yeah, we can keep moving, yeah. Pull up all the flashlights. We can just make sure we can see stuff.
Флаги також.
The flag. Flags we have on the wall.
Країна, яка нас дуже підтримує.
The country that helps us a lot.
What does that say?
Russian, what is it? Ship, go fuck yourself.
Ah, okay.
Всесвітньо відомо.
Yeah.
The classic line.
This is Donetsk region flag.
Oh, okay.
Те ж саме розположення бійців.
Yeah,
I'm just
same.
curious,
The guys
what is
sleep here.
What does that flag say?
It basically says, if you're weak, you'll get fucked.
Nice.
Прапор
Я показувала.
Донецької області, де ми якраз саме більше приймаємо участь в бойових діях.
So mostly they are on combat missions in Donetsk region, so and half of the team is from Donetsk region, so only makes sense.
Yeah.
Отой чортов флаг нахуй. Вон той чортов флаг нахуй.
А, ну все тоді.
Yeah, we don't need to film the Ruby's flag anymore.
Oh, okay. It's just I didn't know if it was a hallway or something.
Тоді на низ.
От той чортов флаг нахуй. Вон той чортов флаг нахуй.
А, ну все тоді.
Yeah, we don't need to film the Ruby's flag anymore.
Oh, okay. It's just I didn't know if it was a hallway or something.
Тоді на низ.
We're going downstairs.
Все ж на броник Библию положить.
Нахуя, блядь. Вниз идем.
Верующий человек, имею, что исконно убьем.
Вечір добрий.
За кухню, до речі, скажу, що у нас є загальна столова для всіх військових, але так само в себе є віддільна кухня для того, щоб люди по бажанню, коли хочуть якоїсь смачної, скажімо так, їжі, окремо могли готувати те, що вони захочуть у свій вільний час.
So they do have like a diner where they're fed, but they have their own kitchen, so if they wanted something tastier, they can just cook for themselves and eat.
And so they'll go to like a local diner to eat, or is it like a
no,
military
it's like a military
food?
basis,
Okay.
yeah. Правильно? Да. Да, короче, да. Ну, типа столовка, ну, типа частины. We can go through the equipment, I guess, right?
Yeah, I was gonna ask, can we get
Давайте
closer
через,
to
да,
their...
пройдемся по этому.
Oh, he's got it laid out. Oh, perfect. Okay.
Давай, Хач.
Ну, в принципе, по экипировке.
Хач is a head surgeon.
В зависимости от задач меняется комплектация.
Depends, depending on the tasks, you know, the complexion changes.
Ну, основа есть бронежилет, каска, РПС и дополнительная там подсумка для проноса там гаджетов.
This is basically basic needs of a reconnaissance unit. But I don't know the names in English though. Of everything else.
Oh yeah, I mean, right? You get plate carrier, helmet, NVGs, battle belt.
Oh yeah, I don't know
probably
about the belt.
Rocket, yeah.
По бронежилетах, ну це обов'язковий такий нюанс, це балістика. Ми стараємося защита пахом, закривати пах, спину. По можливості везде сунуть балістику для того, щоб ну
разом зручно проходити було.
Це нормально, ну.
Для того, щоб ну нинішня вона такова, що багато мелких ранень і балістика є дуже важною.
So it is very important to have the ballistic plates. They have it in the front, I don't know how they're called, in the front and in the back, because most of the wounds we get are from smaller, like shrapnel and everything, so they do protect the body.
So it's okay. So it's like soft armor. It's yeah.
Yeah.
And then they have the hard plates, chest and back.
В зависимости от задач, скажи.
But it all depends on your mission as well. Sometimes you do go just with ballistics.
Ну, в принципе, есть с собой в рюкзаке, и при надобности мы можем надевать. Так же самое есть с собой противогаз и там дополнительные...
Включив хіпомок?
Да. І дополнительний прилад нічного бачення. Так само тепловізійні, як для ручного використання, так і оптичні тепловізійні на винтовках.
So in the backpack you would have an additional PVS and a thermal, just in case. But yeah.
Зважаючи на специфіку підрозділу, то кожного бійця у нас є прилад нічного бачення.
Because the unit is Special Forces unit, every member has their own PVS and thermal.
90% роботи виконується саме.
Is it much of a safe house if you're like filming it, if you're recording the inside of it?
По поводу екіпіровки ще соблюдаємо такий важливий момент, це те, що оптимально створити і захист, але і оптимально повинна бути вага. Бо перед цим у нас екіпірування було захищене, але дуже важке. З часом ми прийшли до того, що полегшили своє екіпірування майже в 2 рази, замінивши там на більш кращі, на більш сучасніші деталі.
What's very important when going on a mission is also optimizing the weight of the equipment that you're taking, and they have optimized it almost twice. So now their equipment weighs twice less than it used to by just buying a new and like newer versions of or better versions of whatever they needed. The same with like plates, for example. You just buy the ones that weigh less.
Ну, плюс можна додати по екіпіровці те, що екіпіровка міняється в залежності від того вооруження, з яким ти виходиш. Це може бути UR-10, UR-15 или тот же самый Мини-Ми. И из-за того у каждого бойца может меняться экипировка, потому что каждый боец подразделения досконало владеет кожним из цих зброй.
So when it comes to their, you know, the guns they use UR-15, UR-20, and the Mini-Me machine gun. And their equipment also changes depending on what they're taking to, you know, to combat. Everyone in a team knows and perfected their use of all those 3 guns.
Також процес взаємозаміняємості.
Сразу подай рюкзак сюди дополнительно, щоб...
Процес взаємозаміняємості бойців, що якщо там, не дай Бог, при виконанні завдання гибне кулеметник, то на його місце може стати любий боєць, тому що він теж вміє пересувати.
Ну, скажи, це для машинкана у нас дополнительне.
Sure, This is a backpack for the person who is taking a machine gun.
Oh, for like a gunner. Okay,
yeah.
that's cool.
Скажи, що 2600 набоїв без перезарядки.
2,600 bullets.
What are they
at the same
blurring?
time,
It's like
basically.
they weren't blurring it before.
Ну, це такий більш позиційний
They were.
варіант, який дуже
I
чудовий
stand
для відбиття
corrected.
для відбиття штурмових дій. От якщо для штурмових дій, для виконання штурмових дій ми беремо там менше набоїв і це беремо там 1-2 короба, то для відбиття штурмових дій от це саме ідеально. Один боєць може здержувати там напад
The cameraman's nose is whistling.
декількох волн штурмових.
So this is usually taken when we are
Okay,
in
now that I said
defense
it,
of Russian assaults. That's when usually we use a lot of bullets.
При правильній розстановці снайпера і кулеметника це така зв'язка, точніше, це 4 чоловіки, тому що снайпером працює ще один автоматчик, з кулеметником так само працює один автоматчик, але ці 2 пари, це 4 чоловіки, можуть закрити фланг в 200 і більше метрів. Всього має 4 чоловіка, але якщо їх правильно розставити, вони будуть перекривати повністю всю територію.
If you position your people right, especially the machine gunner and the sniper, only 4 people can hold сколько радіус, сколько?
200 метрів шириною, але це в лісистій місцевості.
200 meters radius in the forest area.
Wow. And so what sort of types of missions in general will you guys get assigned, and how will your gear change around each one?
Какие типа операции, миссии вы ездите? Типа различия и что различается по экипе?
Перше, це штурмові дії.
So assault. First, if they need to
Туди
assault.
входить штурмові дії, це захоплення або знищення позиції, перше. Друге, це знищення та захоплення позиції, коли ми заводимо туди своїх людей. Або, ну, перше, знищення просто, це коли знищили і відійшли. Знищили і зайняли позицію. Розвід місії, це коли ми заходимо ближче до території противника або на території противника, отримуємо там інформацію, збираємо дані і тихо виходимо. Це місії, де ми можемо бачити противника, але заборонено його знищувати, бо розвіддані принесуть набагато більше користі, чим знищення якоїсь невеликої групи противника.
So the first type of missions, within the assault group of missions are the destructions of enemy positions without overtaking those positions. The second would be the destruction of positions with overtaking the positions, and the third one would be just a simple recon on the enemy positions. And it is very important in those missions you are not allowed to, or you shouldn't be destroying an enemy, because just doing a recon and information you get is much more important than just killing an enemy.
Зважаючи на те, що війна стала гібридною, робота розвідпідрозділів також стала гібридною, нестандартною.
So because this war is a hybrid war, the work of reconnaissance units has also become hybrid.
Окрім розвідувальних місій, з'явилися в гібридній саме війні, з'явилися у нас штурмові місії, місії по відбиттю своїх позицій, які втратили піхотні підрозділи, в допомаганні, скажімо так, в роботі
Good night, Stacy.
групами швидкого
Thank
реагування.
you so much for hanging
При
out.
прориві на якійсь лінії висувається група і допомагає отримати позиції. І
Hope you have a good night.
ще чим змінилося, це тим, що розвідпідрозділ знаходить позиції повністю для всіх вогневих засобів на цьому напрямку. Це і артилерія, це і СПГ, і АГС. Ну, тобто і...
Давай, я, наверное, переведу.
Давай.
So it became
Maybe
hybrid
it's not
in a
even the
way
camera person.
that
Maybe
now the missions
they're
that they
wearing
undertake
microphones
are
and it's-
assault
maybe
missions
it's
that
his
usually,
screen.
or
Who knows?
before the full-scale war, it wasn't necessary for
But it does
such
sound like
units.
they're, like,
They also overtake the positions that were lost by our infantry. So the infantry loses the position, and then those type of guys are called, and they have to overtake the positions back. Що ще було третє?
Міномети, АГС, СПГ.
Then they also look out for positions for the artillery, for the mortars. So it's not only done by drones, basically. It's also done by, it's mostly done actually by those kind of guys that walk on their feet.
Іноді буває так, що ми знаходимо позиції і для дронщиків, для FPV-шників це через те, що перший при виставленні якогось підрозділу на рубежі, саме бойовому, перший, хто туди заходить, це розвідник. Якщо розвідник дав інформацію про те, що туди можна завести піхоту і виставити на позицію, тільки тоді вона туди видвигається. І в нас построєний формат роботи такий, що завід і вивід всіх піхотних підрозділів осуществляється тільки розвідником, який вже був там на цьому місці декілька разів, дуже хорошо знає дорогу і знає, як правильно обійти, щоб не було жертв при заході і виході піхоти. Що дало нам чудовий результат роботи, і 5 місяців останньої ротації не загинуло ні одного військового.
When probably basic is bringing or doing the reconnaissance before bringing the infantry to positions, and they do bring the infantry to positions. They lead the way, and the commander has a rule that no infantry go. Well, actually, the infantry is led by the reconnaissance or the member of the unit that has already been at the place and knows the area. And in a recent rotation that lasted for 5 months, they had 0 losses while bringing out and then from positions the infantry.
Під час гібридної війни змінилася чуть робота розвідників, тим, що раніше це була більш така монотонна робота, де треба було більше часу сидіти, лежати, знаходитися в якомусь потаємному місці. То зараз робота розвідника – це сама активна робота, де розвідник там майже все завдання він рухається, починаючи від своєї території до території противника, через те, що є безпілотні засоби, і треба там вижидати якісь определенні моменти, щоб пройти якийсь определений відрізок території.
So before, the work of reconnaissance unit was mainly laying somewhere, hiding somewhere, sitting somewhere. But now with this hybrid war, the recon units are probably the most active in a physical sense units. They have to move everywhere. They have to run, walk, and also because there's drones flying. And so yes, they are probably the most active ones within the military.
Я хотів би розповісти про у нас є таке ложне розуміння зараз, що появилися дрони, появилися там наземні дрони і FPV-дрони, Mavic, все, і через них можна проводити розвідку, то навіщо там підрозділи розвідки, якщо є там аеророзвідка?
So the commander wants to talk about the topic. One sec. Нам тут что-то еще надо делать? Мы можем пойти просто наверх.
Пошли наверх.
If there is nothing to do here anymore, we can just go upstairs and sit.
Yeah, we can go upstairs. Yeah, if you don't want to show us anything more about your gear or what you pack or anything like that.
Що можна, скажи так, що можна показати, ми показали, що
whatever they're allowed to show, they showed.
Oh, okay, gotcha. Understood. Okay.
Am I doing fine?
Yeah, you're doing great. Yeah.
Пояснити на камеру, що це, там, що от це нічні кріплення використовуємо тоді-то, от це пояс такий-то, ми використовуємо тоді-то.
Блять, я этих слов нахуй на английском не знаю.
Interesting. Very interesting.
Twitch streamer and YouTuber Just Foxy was stalked by an insane fan who traveled over 700 miles to set fire to her Jaguar F-Type parked outside her home while she was out of town.
Why?
And in recently released police footage, they found the guy 2 minutes away from the crime scene.
What's going on? Hey, what's going on?
2 minutes away?
Not much. Just wanted to rest up a little bit.
2 minutes away, he went to take a nap.
A long drive.
Why are you doing it out here?
No reason.
Where do you live?
I'm from New York.
You're from New York? What are you doing out here?
Just came to visit a friend, really.
Where's the friend live?
Down in Cincinnati, but he's working, doing some construction over here.
Well, step out. So you just pull off into a random neighborhood?
Yeah, I mean, it was right off of the street, whatever it is. I really didn't know where to go, because there's nowhere to, there's no parking lots around here or anything.
Who matched the surveillance video and was still parked right beside his disguise, so he was quickly arrested for the arson.
I know you probably can't, but can I get these off?
Huh?
Can I get these off?
We will when we get down there.
Okay. I know the evidence is overwhelming, but I'm not the guy that did this. I don't know what to tell you, because I'm not the guy that did this, and you know, he told me I'm being charged with it, like I did do it, so.
Now, I know this story is from over a year ago, but
Oh.
I originally never heard of it until it went viral again after Midwest Safety released the arrest footage. And now that Moist Critical and Pyrocynical have both highlighted this situation, I felt compelled to provide my insights, as I have had stalkers before. Long before
Shit.
YouTube, and never nearly as terrifying. And since I've also become somewhat of a popular person on the internet, so much that I do get recognized in real life quite frequently, and we'll go a bit more into that later, but it's absolutely insane to me that regardless of the content that Foxy creates, anonymous accounts online decided that this was somehow her fault.
The firefighters came very quickly, and I'm very thankful for that because the fire spread to the fence and burnt the side of my house as well, which my mom and animals were inside of. We're all traumatized.
As a reply to this video, we're telling her to get a real job, saying it's impossible to feel sorry for someone living life on easy mode, how this is her fault because she received.
Like, I'm sure it wasn't like she had to build up her audience. She didn't just like start streaming and like suddenly it's her job. I'm sure she had to like work to make like to gain an audience, no?
Receives donations online, and that
So
she
like
can't play.
it's not like people who complain like about like streamers making a job like out of it. If it's so easy, why aren't they doing it? You know what I mean?
Play the victim because she's not a perfect person.
No
As someone that
worries,
also receives mean
Carnivals.
comments on YouTube, it's actually
your
interesting once you
game?
realize that all of this is just pure projection. Because her video was about some psycho setting her car on fire, and to even think it's because you need a real job or nobody cares about you, those thoughts had to already be inside your mind, as those insults almost seem irrelevant to the incident, which is just them soft snitching on themselves for being unemployed, unloved losers. Because I do understand the anger some people have towards Twitch streamers that complain about how difficult their work is. But as far as I could see, she didn't complain about her job until some stalker tried to burn her home down, as she had to clarify how random and unprovoked the stalker's attack was.
Also, I want to get it out of the way that I didn't know the guy who did this personally at all. A lot of people have been assuming that I had some sort of relationship with him in order for him to do something like this to me. It's not true, not even in the slightest. He then went on to say that he fell in love with me, and he found out I had a boyfriend, and that he was never going to have me, which, and it was just a money scam, and that he gave me a lot of money. I didn't know donating to a Twitch streamer was a money scam, but I guess you learn something new every fucking day. The judge actually sentenced him to 46 months in prison.
Some people, usually men, I guess they think like if they spend, we all know this, if they think if they spend money that they are gonna get the girl, I guess, or get the or that like they owed them something, right?
There was also some other things that I wanted to clear up because I got a lot of hate on my last video.
Like,
I mean, it's the internet,
something
but some of the comments
more.
were actually insane. First off, I do not have an OnlyFans, and I never have. I honestly don't know why that was the topic of so many conversations about something like this, but
that's
yeah,
another
I
thing.
don't have one.
People just like assume that like every girl on the internet has an OnlyFans. I'm sure a lot of people who spoke against her brought that up without even like just assuming.
My car not being in the garage was also another thing a lot of people have been commenting on. My car could have been in the garage, but let's just think about this for a minute. And if you think somebody's gonna travel on a plane with thermite and a garage door was stopping them, then you're wrong.
And it's sad how much she had to deflect the blame of a random dude donating to her streams, suddenly showing up to incinerate her $70,000 luxury vehicle. even if he donated $1 million. She said she was gonna marry him, all while maniacally laughing about it. There's still no scenario that validates him setting fire to her vehicle, as those angry anonymous accounts don't actually have a point to make. They just wish this was justified so they can feel better about their own situation. Because the type of person that cheers this on likely isn't successful or
So
attractive,
this isn't
therefore
new
doesn't interact
news.
with anybody else successful or attractive. But unfortunately for streamers like Foxy, her content almost exclusively attracts that exact person. As not to be mean, but just take a cursory glance at her videos. Her cleavage next to bold texts of "Where's the hole?" "I choke so hard with the video game" blurred out in the background. Just think about who actually watches videos titled "Chained to My Biggest Simps" for hours. But I'm not gonna blame her for being stalked, because even girls that make completely rated PG content also
She's making like it's a business, you know. It's just business.
to receive weird, inappropriate attention on the internet. But it's sad how being stalked has almost become an expected occupational hazard for these e-girls in video gaming, as that other huge Twitch streamer, Amaranth, has to be constantly surrounded by security.
I have 24-hour security. That's why I said security had to get involved because the stalker showed up. Just because I have security, that doesn't mean I want the stalker to see me. So that's why I went up to the room and then I got that message and I never came down. Whoa, titties, ass. Want a drink? Okay, bye.
I think I do. Wait.
Hey, what's up?
Bro, come on, long time no see.
No. There was literally like 3 other guys just following us from the hotel, like staring at me in security, like not even my security detail, like 2 other con security people just started following us from the hotel because all the other guys just following us.
Jesus.
It's crazy today. I've had like 3 to 4 different stalkers over the course of the past 48 hours.
And it's sad because once these ladies reach a certain level of success in streaming, they
Hey,
also unknowingly
Chainsaw,
trade away their
simply
perceived
business.
status. I don't have nearly as many followers as they do,
How
but I
you
still get recognized
doing?
everywhere. Whether I'm out eating,
Hey.
playing sports, or even in
How have you
dimly lit bars
been?
late at night, people still know my face or even
Oh,
recognize
he
my
talks
very
a lot
distinct
about
voice.
that?
But as a guy, these are always positive interactions, as everybody's been really
The
cool.
simp-
So it's fun for me to meet you guys in the streets,
simpidemic?
and I appreciate that you watch the channel enough to recognize me. But it's because as an adult male, I never feel like I'm going to be kidnapped by some weirdo stalking me from 700 miles away. And of course it's not fair, but reality never is. As Decoy Voice, I know I'll always struggle for every single subscriber I get, but Decoy Moist, she would have 1 million followers overnight, but likely would have the weirdest fan base ever. So if you appreciate my concise, lighthearted,
That was funny.
flat-chested commentary, hopefully I've earned your subscription, then go check out the video on how certain content creation has now become a felony.
Doing good? You keep missing streams. Oh, you got a new job. Hey, congrats. And you have hardly been on Twitch. Thank you so much. I hope you've been well as well. And congrats on the new job. The difference with Amaranth is that she's also an OF content creator, so it's kind of, yeah. Breeding ground for creeps. When you're a public figure, this type of things happens a lot. Why do I feel like it happens with people on the internet more so than with like celebrities? I guess celebrities do have to deal with it too, actually. I guess like maybe we hear about creators, it happening to creators more than we hear about it happening to celebrities, because like nobody's really like buying tabloids anymore, right?
No. I refuse. I refuse to believe that this is a real thing, guys. We're going to find out, though. But I refuse to believe it. As of right now, I'm going to go ahead and say that the Vice President of the United States of America knows the Pledge of Allegiance. I'm going to go ahead and say that because I don't, listen, we can say whatever you want about Kamala Harris. I am down for it. Sure, whatever. I don't care. It's not my problem. Right? But I refuse to believe that she has, no. We're going to find out. Did Kamala Harris flub the Pledge of Allegiance? This is a suggestion via a channel member. Let's go ahead and check this out immediately.
After confidently predicting a Kamala Harris victory, Democratic strategist James Carville is now admitting that his crystal ball was wrong. And it's hard not to put a smile on your face with this one, conceding that he failed to listen to his own famous advice.
In today's
It's the
society,
economy,
it's also a lot
stupid. It
easier
was
to
that and a
get
whole lot of other things.
info on people?
Carville
Yeah, that's true.
Wait, is that his quote?
Also proposed that the Democratic Party needs to go big and go populist after losing the economic narrative. But here's another piece of advice Democrats should consider. Stop nominating terrible candidates. Just
on
today,
there
Kamala
nowadays,
Harris
yeah.
seemed to forget the words of the Pledge of Allegiance. Watch this.
Please join me in
This video
pledging
proof?
allegiance to our flag.
Okay.
pledge allegiance to the United
Hold on.
Fire.
I don't even know it. Hold on. What did she? Wait. What did she say? That? Wait. Hold on. Wait. Hold on.
Pledge allegiance.
Let's hear what everyone else is saying.
Okay.
Pledge allegiance to the United
To the United flag. Okay. Okay. Let's give her a second chance. How many
Fire.
times does she
Fire her immediately. Fire her right now.
also narrows down a lot
I'm
of
sending this to
where
everybody.
you live instead of it being like
pledge allegiance to the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Oh, okay.
Oops.
Oh no.
Here now with reaction,
Twice.
Hoover Institute.
Wait. What was the second? What was the second?
Institution. Senior fellow
Twice.
Victor Davis Hanson, the Federalist correspondent Brianna Lyman, and Democratic pollster Doug Schoen. Doug, thank you all for joining us. But Doug, come on, to mess up the Pledge of Allegiance that for the Vice President of the United States, that should be an easy one, right?
Well, it just underscores how really unsuited she was for national office and certainly not to be the president of the United States.
God,
and
guys.
as for James Carville, he was so certain the Democrats were
You might
going to
not have
win.
your address on Twitch
Everybody
panel
who was
instead of a
against
PO box.
Kamala Harris was
Yeah,
either
yeah,
wrong
that'll
or
like narrow it
stupid or
down.
Or some type of ist.
That's a lot of
Right, or
information.
partaking in some type of ism.
racist or out of touch, whatever. I think we realize that we are a divided country. The issues is he's now acknowledged the economy, the southern border, crime. We're all working for the Republicans. And ultimately, as you've suggested and your other guests have suggested, the victory was clear. And I think my party needs to do a real rethink of where it stands, cooperate with Trump where they agree, where the American people want cooperation, and seek to carve out a new and arguably different identity for the Democratic Party, like the one we had in the Clinton years, which was centrist, fiscally conservative, tough on crime, and strong on the southern border. That Democratic Party can win. This Democratic Party just lost.
Mm-hmm. Right. I mean, a little bit more than that also. I mean, work on also what you're attempting to push towards the masses. Not everyone agrees with the moral beliefs. Not everyone agrees. So if we can try to figure that out, then we can move forward.
Super
No,
garbage
they lost
boy.
in a big
Thank
way,
you for the
Brianna.
follow.
What's your take on it? I mean, Kamala Harris was a horrific candidate. I mean, she came in, I think, 6th place in California behind Andrew Yang, dropped out before they even got to the first vote, for goodness sake. I mean, she was the cat's meow at the beginning, but by the time people actually listened to her, they were ready to get rid of her, but somehow she became the vice president and became the nominee.
And so somehow, I mean, Biden said specifically what he was looking for. Kamala Harris, in fact, fit the visible needs, let's say, of what he needed.
Yeah, and that's the story for the entire Democratic Party. You know, James Carville, a few months ago, he correctly pointed out that Democrats went from, it's the economy, stupid, to, you're stupid if you think this economy is bad. And he was right. Democrats, including Kamala Harris, have spent months telling us that this is one of the greatest economies we've ever had. They use metrics that most Americans do not use, like GDP. And then they also went and told us that, yeah, things are bad, but we're not in a recession because we're redefining a recession. Carville called that out and he was right. And yet now he does a 180 and he says that Americans didn't want to settle for soaring GDP and subsiding inflation. That is why the Democrats lost. Soaring GDP is not a metric average Americans use. And yeah, inflation may be subsiding from record highs created by the Biden-Harris administration. Americans remember, inflation was still lower when Donald Trump left office compared to today. And until people like James Carville, Kamala Harris, and the party gets it, they will continue to lose.
Okay, guys, I mean, a couple of things. Let's just be honest here. Inflation was higher because he left right like as the kind of while the 19 was still kind of going. We didn't really see any effects of it under his term like that. The initial effects, in fact, but the after effect, let's say, of that, you didn't see it. And that's the reason for that specific reasoning there. But now, GDP is not a good metric for the average American to use under any circumstances because they don't see it. You know who sees GDP? Corporations and the government for tax purposes. And I think that in itself should tell you how distant the Democratic Party actually is when it comes to what actually is going on here. The economy is what affects the voting populace, not your donors, Democratic Party. Okay, the corporations are happy, right? So as we're told, the citizenry, let's say, as we're told, prices are the prices because these are just the prices. Okay, right? While companies are basically making record levels of profit yearly, what do you mean by that exactly? Okay, so if we're suffering, but you're not suffering, but you're making record amounts of profit, it tells us that you're price gouging us. To be honest, that's what it says. But all right.
Yeah, come on, Brianna. I mean, my wife Julie and I always sit around the kitchen table talking about the GDP and how that affects the price of eggs. I mean, that's just, come on, that's just a common occurrence. But Victor Davis Hanson, you're one of our favorites. I mean, it just seemed that the basic premise and thesis of these candidates and their party as a whole never rang true to the American people.
No, it didn't. I think James Carville knew she was going to lose, and he felt that he was dutiful to build momentum by saying she was a sure winner and trash Trump. But he's not stupid. Doug made a good point. From those wilderness years of 20 years, from 1972, starting with the McGovern left-wing disaster and the landslide Nixon victory, all the way to Bill Clinton's victory in '92. That was 20 years where they only had 4 years of Carterism. Clinton came in and rejected Carterism. You go back and look at the 1996 convention platform of the Democrats, Jason. It's fiscal sobriety, balanced budget, close the border, tough on crime, no exemptions for youthful offenders. They even use the word God's country, God's nation, when they talk about green policies and conservation. It was a very moderate fiscal sobriety, and it was a winning agenda. And they renounced that, and they rejected it, and they went into first a progressive Obama period, and then this French Revolutionary Jacobin crazy period, and they destroyed the party. Carville knows that, and he knows what he has to do. He's got to go back to the 1996 platform. Nancy Pelosi, people like Chuck Schumer were giving speeches about why they had to close the border, and it was to protect union wages and the integrity of citizenship. That seems surreal today. It just almost seems like impossible to even imagine the Democratic Party of that nature.
Yeah, what's interesting here is that the right did the same thing. Kind of. Like the right in its current state is basically just a response to the current state of the left. Okay, I think both of the parties need to go back to the 90s. I'd say that. I would say at least, I would say the 90s. Right, go back to the 1900s, guys. Both parties, and then we'll actually have nice things again. Okay, get away from the ideologies, get away from all of the echo chambers. Go back to where people would have best friends that were from different parties. These type of things. Go back to that time, and you'll see how we flourish. Okay, go back to the point where certain niche subgroups of Americans, let's say, did not just completely tell the entire populace that we have to agree with them under all circumstances or we're evil, right? Go back to these times, please, and you'll notice instantly. Right? Focus on the country first. These are beneficial things.
Yeah, and adding on to that, Doug, it just seems like the Democrats are void of policy ideas. What new creative policy idea did they bring to the table? I can't even name anything.
Jason, there wasn't anything. And look, I appreciate what Victor Davis Hanson said. As one of the architects of the 96 convention and platform, along with my partner, Mark Penn, I think that's where the Democratic Party has to go. It's not new ideas. It's the right values and the right policies that reflect what the American people and working people want. If we go back to that, as Victor said, we as Democrats can win. And if we don't, we'll be in the wilderness another 20 years.
All right, guys. So did Kamala Harris flub the Pledge of Allegiance? Yeah, twice. The first one was pretty obvious. And the second one, she kind of like stutter stepped, let's say, into saying it. Like she had to let the people around her say it first, and then she figured it out. So I'm going to say that she messed up the Pledge of Allegiance twice. Okay, and you ran for president. All right, guys. All right. This is my lightsaber. Hey guys, you guys subscribe to the other channels? Logical Movie Reviews with Mr. Al Boyd, along with Mr. Al Boyd Music. Oh, also, Mr. Al Boyd Discusses. Guys, check it out. And if you haven't heard it today,
Notch just announced that he's going to make Minecraft 2. I heard about this. So basically, he tweeted, I have a very small...
What? Who is this guy?
Okay, all right. Anyway, so 100% serious about all of that, by the way. What is this in reference to? Notch says, I basically announced Minecraft 2. I thought that people actually do want me to make another game that's super similar to the first one, and I'm loving working on games again. I don't super duper care exactly on what game I make first, or even if I make more, but I do know that I'm making one, so I figured I'd be absolutely willing to give it an honest shot in the form of a spiritual successor to Minecraft. My intentions are to be clear and honest about it, saying that spiritual successors are usually kind of, you know, washed up, tragic. Yeah, that's actually true. And I very much value being a man of my word, so I intend to do this in a way that no way sneakingly infringes on the incredible work the Mojang team is doing on Minecraft, that Microsoft is successfully doing in a Microsoft shitification of... So he's just openly shit-talking Microsoft, and I respect them for doing that. It's their job, and they, from what I understand, to let the studio do things their way, which seems very fair to me. Yes, unfortunately, they did the same thing to 343 Studios, and that's why we've had 5 Halo games that are garbage. Honestly, like, this guy made one good game, make another one. I mean, I would trust in the guy that made a game that sold, it's the most popular game in the world. Yeah, I mean, like, I'm approaching it with a degree of skepticism, but, I mean, if anybody knows what the hell they're doing, it's the guy that made Minecraft. So, I'd wait and see. That's the way I look at it.
Did that guy say GDP is not a good measure of a country's economy? What? That's macroeconomics 101. Who, this guy? The guy I was just watching? Did he say that? I must have missed that part. Although I don't really know anything about economics, to be perfectly honest. GDP stands for... I should know. Oh, the Kamala Harris pledge. Oh, that guy. I was just interested to see what the flub was, I guess. But, what the heck is that? It's a stamp Not for sale. Oh, you guys can't see what I'm looking at. Good. For the best.
In an unexpected turn of events that has ignited a whirlwind of controversy, Mick Jagger, the legendary frontman of the Rolling Stones, has brought an age-old rumor back into the spotlight, potentially unsettling the political waters of Canada. Here, Jagger delivered a coy and somewhat mischievous comment that touched on the family of Canadian Prime Minister Justin Trudeau, a move that has not only dredged up a scandalous and decades-old narrative involving Trudeau's
Most recent
charismatic
guy
mother,
saying
Margaret
he
Trudeau,
trusts the
but also
guy who
rejuvenated
makes
discussions that the
Minecraft
Trudeau family likely
and
hoped to
sold
leave
it for
firmly in the past.
2.5
As the
billion
frontman's
to
comments
Microsoft,
echo
more
in the
than
corridors of
Microsoft
public
itself.
discourse, they serve to add
Why
yet
bother
another
doing
layer of
anything at
complexity
that
and
point,
intrigue to
which
the
he
already
hasn't?
strained reputation of Justin Trudeau, who faces criticism both nationally
Maybe
and on the
he
global
got
stage.
bored. He's
These
like ready
unexpected
to
developments
be
further
creative
fan
again.
the flames of public discord and curiosity. As whispers burgeon into sensational headlines, let's delve deeper into the intricate tapestry of what this evolving scandal truly entails, examining its origins, implications, and
I'm
the
not down
potential
with the AI.
ramifications for Canada's political landscape. Welcome back to Street Politics Canada. The Trudeau
Sounds like
saga continues to
AI.
unfold much like a never-ending soap opera, where the plotline seemed purposefully designed with elements of both high drama and outrageous comedy, captivating audiences both at home and abroad. It's as though Justin Trudeau has found himself cast not merely as a beleaguered national leader, but as a protagonist embroiled in a politically charged family sitcom that has unexpectedly morphed into an intense thriller, complete with all the makings of a best-selling novel. Into this unfolding drama steps Mick Jagger, the iconic 80-year-old rocker who has managed to captivate a Canadian audience, not just with the timeless allure of his music, but with ambiguous and intriguing remarks about Trudeau's familial lineage. His performance, more than just a concert, felt like a vivid historical reenactment, a rolling revival of gossip that stubbornly refuses to be relegated to the annals of history. This unexpected commentary left political analysts, media pundits, and ordinary citizens alike pondering the deeper implications of Jagger's comedic yet pointed observation.
It feels like it's such a beautiful place, and you realise how you miss it when you come back here, and how lovely it is. It's so great to see you all.
I think I saw this.
It's not like an old girlfriend you kind of only text with, but you never see, and then when you see her, you miss her. You know what I mean? Anyway, I mean, we love your Mr. Trudeau. I mean, his family's always been such big fans of our band.
For skeptics and critics of Trudeau's liberal policies, Jagger's comments serve as a delightful reinforcement of their views, which depict Trudeau's leadership as both naively idealistic and occasionally farcical. Margaret Trudeau, often labeled as Canada's quintessential wild child first lady, elegantly danced along the knife's edge of public controversy as effortlessly as she once swayed to the rhythm of the Rolling Stones music during the free-spirited 1970s. Her marriage to Pierre Trudeau was as headline-worthy as any royal nuptial, brimming with its own captivating intrigue and mystery. Even amid swirling rumors of a romantic liaison with Jagger, Margaret maintained her position as a vibrant, albeit occasionally volatile figure under public scrutiny. Although both she and Jagger have consistently denied any romantic entanglement, creating suspense akin to the denials crafted by a skilled reality TV producer, these salacious rumors have lingered for decades and injected a vibrant narrative thread through discussions about the Trudeau legacy.
I mean, we love your Mr. Trudeau. I mean, his family's always been such big fans of our band.
He's like, what?
Over time,
He's like, wait, nobody likes Trudeau.
Woven themselves into
Have
a
you
broader
not
tapestry of
been listening to the news or anything, or like social media?
criticism aimed at Justin Trudeau, magnifying perceived vulnerabilities in both his
Okay, but
political
what
and
did
personal
he
dimensions,
say, though?
and offering grist for the mill to those seeking to undercut his authority and appeal. Margaret's life, resembling a roller coaster, was marked by exhilarating highs and very public lows, influenced significantly by her very open battles with mental health challenges, an issue she has courageously discussed candidly in the hopes of eliminating stigma. Interestingly, these vivid familial anecdotes have a tendency to be swept up into the broader critiques of Justin Trudeau himself.
Yeah, he's turned very liberal, actually.
All right, I'm over this.
They say he's the son of Fidel Castro. Could be. Anything's possible in this world. You know? You're going to learn as you get older. You've seen a lot already for your age. Per age, I would say. Per year spent, you've seen as much as anybody. But Justin Trudeau is, I get along with him very well, actually, but he seems to be going very progressive, and the people of Canada are not liking it. I mean, if they had a good conservative person, which maybe they do, maybe they don't, I don't know, but somebody that's a strong conservative would win in Canada. Canada is very unhappy about the way they've been treated as people.
Critics eagerly latch onto the spectacle created by Jagger's latest remarks, eager to cast Trudeau in a less than flattering light. They paint his leadership in hues as unpredictable and tempestuous as the enduring gossip, grand in vision, yet frequently undermined by practical shortcomings and melodramatic episodes. It's as though Justin Trudeau finds himself caught in a relentless political version of Groundhog Day, where history continuously refuses to remain buried, opening fresh avenues for scrutiny and public amusement. With each successive ripple, the Trudeau brand withstands yet another wave of examination under society's relentless microscope. The narrative takes on an almost conspiratorial undertone, dazzling in its complexity and never failing to inject a sense of intrigue. Truly, it seems...
Almost exactly a month ago, South Korea's president declared he is imposing martial law. A surprise announcement that has kicked off a series of events leading to the impeachment of President Yoon Suk-yeol, an outstanding arrest warrant against him, and it's brought political divisions in South Korea seemingly to a boil. We have East Asia political expert Jiang Ri-baum joining us now to help put these fast-moving developments in context for us. Jiang, thanks very much for your time. And let me start with the protests that we're seeing this weekend on the streets of Seoul. Protests for the arrest of Yoon as well as against. Clearly, there is deep political polarization here, and it's it seems that this crisis is bringing it to the surface. How unprecedented would you say that these developments in the last month have been?
Well, it's quite unprecedented. On the one hand, this is not the first time that in the political polarized environment of South Korean politics, this is not the first presidential impeachment. There have been 2 motions passed by the National Assembly. 8 years ago, there was the impeachment of President Park Geun-hye. So this process is not uncharted territory. What is unprecedented is, of course, as you mentioned at the start, the declaration of martial law by President Yoon. And so this whole process that is unfolding involving, the protesters on both sides this is something we have not witnessed.
There is a constitutional court case against him. And as I understand it, that will really decide whether or not the impeachment stands. How do you see events playing out from here?
That's right. So, the Constitutional Court is going to begin its formal hearings January 14th, where it's an open trial, and Yoon's defense team, and he will be making the case for why, that he should be immune from prosecution on any act given to the president by the Constitution, including declaration of martial law. This, I believe, will be, and according to many constitutional scholars, a basis for his defense. But I think, logistically, now that that process is underway with the Constitutional Court now having 8 justices out of 9, we will have to see how quickly their ruling is handed down. Most experts expect that it'll be much less than the requirement of 180 days. And
sorry, I keep jumping from thing to thing, but...
And yes, before you ask, we did verify ahead of time. She sent us photos of them together. All right, we have Bra Babe here. Bra Babe is the niece of the NOLA attacker, and I wanted to hear a little bit more, whatever you want to reveal about the background of the person who you're related to.
Yes, so he is the brother of my dad, and my parents actually separated really young, so I'm not super close to that side of the family, but we do
hey, motivated,
share a name.
Sorry, we switched topic, but
when I would visit in the summers, super normal. Like, he was actually like the uncle that
this is interesting. It's
I would look forward to seeing.
Niece of
Wait, hold on. Can you hear me?
New Orleans guy attacker.
Him and my dad and their other brother playing GTA, and he was the only one that would let me play with them. He was goofy, super sweet, and I never knew him to be anyone capable of doing something like this. Yes, GTA.
So the question I have is, we looked at the background of Jabbar extensively on the broadcast yesterday. I think you saw some of our coverage. The LinkedIn profile was revealed. It showed that he extensively worked in the military. He served in Afghanistan. He toured in Afghanistan. He came back and he was doing IT work, I believe.
Yes.
For the military.
Yes.
Okay.
I knew him to be someone who knew a lot about like computers and kind of a nerd in that way.
Mm-hmm. And he also did some HR work as well.
Yes.
Okay, so there has got to be a point of divergence. So as far as his background goes, he was, I believe, divorced once and then got remarried.
Yes.
Okay, so he was divorced once and he got remarried. Does he
You fell asleep? Got a cold recently? Oh no.
From the first
so
wife or the
sleepy
second
and
wife?
dizzy all the time. Maybe you need to
And
rest.
What is so from the first wife, he had kids. What is the extent of what is his ethnic background? Because I'm a little confused. Is he where is he from?
Yeah, that's part of what is kind of confusing about this, because he obviously has a very ethnic name. Shamsuddin is what we would call him, and I very ethnic name as well. It's very and Jabbar, we share that. So does my dad and their other brother. However, I think one of them is actually one of my uncles is like a half brother, and their stepdad was the one who was Muslim, and he's the one who kind of named everyone. So I always kind of associated the family with Islam, but like no one practiced it.
Okay, yeah, it seems
like everyone's super Christian in the family, but we have super Muslim names. But there are some Muslim family members. But like I've never seen anyone with the Quran. No one's ever gone to a mosque or whatever. So the religious aspect of it is a little weird for me too, being a frequent victim of Islamophobia. When I'm like, dude, I was raised Catholic. Like, it's just my name. But I'm sure that's not helping.
So Shamsuddin was also he was not you're saying he was not raised Muslim.
Not to my knowledge.
Okay, and not only to your knowledge, not only was he most likely not raised Muslim, but also there were some people. I believe that it was he still with his second wife recently, or
I
had he
cannot believe so.
So he had also separated from his second wife. Okay, because his second wife, there were some people that reached out to the second wife, and the second wife's partner said something along the lines of like how he had actually exhibited weird behavior and that he had like recently converted to Islam.
Yeah, so that was probably around the time period where he started acting erratic, I guess. But I believe even at that time, it might have been at the very beginning, you know, like when the family is mostly Christian and or agnostic, and then someone starts talking about the Quran, the other family members are kind of like, what the fuck? So I think that might have been the beginning impression of that. Like I don't think it was 0 to 100.
Okay.
I also know around this time, me and his daughter, because I don't to my dad either, just because he's a narcissist and annoying. But me and Shamsuddin's daughter had actually bonded about not talking to our dads at some point.
That's interesting. So he was also, but that his daughter from his first marriage. He didn't have children from his second marriage, right? Hello?
Not that I know of.
Okay.
Sorry, it was buffering. Not that I know of.
Okay, so you're talking to your cousin, Shamsuddin's daughter from his first marriage, and she's telling you that her father has started acting differently, acting strange, and this happened. Do you have an exact timeline, if you don't mind me asking?
Probably, honestly, around 2020, I believe.
Oh, so he started talking. He started behaving differently in 2020. Was there like a pivotal moment in his life in this time frame? Is this after the first? Like, was he married to a second wife at that point?
I believe it was after the second wife had separated.
Oh, okay.
I think your analysis of
not radicalized white deployed
and having all that stress and the money stress.
Didn't we see like I have to find it. Let me see. Let me go on X. See. Hold on. So, pipe bombs were found. 7 minutes after it was released, reviewed video of 3 men and 1 woman placing. Oh yeah. Okay, so 3 men and 1 woman placing other bombs, but they didn't go off. Where's the rest? Oh, is that one? Is that just a guy? Look at that sun shining. Look at those sun rays. They have video of at least 4 other men, no one, and 1 woman planting explosive devices throughout the French Quarter who are tied to this. They are guilty of treason and more. What is the FBI saying? That is just the guy acted alone?
Is the actual cause of the issues, and then he just needed some sort of like scapegoat, I guess, or some reason to be so drastic.
Yeah, so I guess the question I have is like what's interesting about it is that there are there's videos of Shamsuddin online from his real estate job. I believe as recent as like 2020 or 2021, or at least he has posts on Twitter as recently as 2021, where his social media footprint is not strange at all. He doesn't have any of the markers of like a person on the throes of radicalization. He just looks like a very competent, normal, if not somewhat kind individual.
Who?
Which is unique.
You
because
haven't
when you compare
heard
it
of
to
any
like the
accomplices
when you
or
compare
anything
this
like
to the Christmas market attack, which was fairly similar to the NOLA attack. That person had an extensive social media footprint. Was a person who was in these right wing circles. He demonstrated militancy. He was saying a lot of radical things, but also saying a lot of insane things that weren't even like political in general. Oftentimes he said a lot of radical things in the political sphere, but there was very clearly something wrong with him. Whereas Shamsuddin did not demonstrate any of that, at least on his social media. But you're saying that as early as 2020, there was a little bit of a separation, and there was an attitude change from him after the separation of his second marriage. Hello, can you hear me?
I can hear you again now.
Okay.
I had a connection error. Still have the.
Yeah, it's coming now, but it's okay. So you're saying that I'm gonna repeat the question. You're saying that there was in spite of the
Is he
lack
doing
of, like,
this through
oddities,
Twitch?
or weirdness on his social media profiles, he started acting strange, at least with his family, around the time of his separation in his second marriage.
Yes, and I'd clarified, like bonding with me and his daughter over not talking to our dads was kind of more like simpler issues, like normal issues. Not he was acting so weird and so extreme that he was saying all this outlandish stuff, and that's why she wasn't talking to him. But more so just my dad's being a dick or he's being annoying, more like that.
Okay. All right, that makes sense.
So I think as far as like a point of radicalization, I think that was very recent.
Okay. So it seems like he became more maybe he became more isolated. Do you know when the last time your cousin talked to her dad?
I'm not sure.
Okay. When was the last time you talked to him, or saw him, or heard of him at all?
Well, actually, I don't know if it's revealing too much about myself, but I'm also in real estate. So he kind of helped me with the licensing process and where to go and how to pay your dues and all that sort of stuff. So
When was that, if you don't mind me asking?
around 2020 as well.
Oh, okay. And he didn't seem odd at all when you last talked to him.
Not at all.
Okay, I mean 5 years is a very long time for a lot of things to change, especially because like there's the COVID lockdowns and whatnot, and the isolation that came. The isolation that happened, a lot of people dramatically changed their lives during that time frame. So that's somewhat understandable. But overall, you're saying that he was, at least when you were growing up, his profile was of a kind man.
Very, very much so.
With no indications that he might have. I mean, you're not a healthcare specialist, obviously, so this is not a professional estimation. But no indications like he wasn't. Did he ever talk about like having PTSD or anything like that?
Never. I think the Afghanistan tour has been brought up a few times, but I don't believe he was like combat.
Mm-hmm.
And I think even after, because it was when he came back from that and some time had passed that he got into the real estate and property management stuff.
Did he ever talk about his experience at Fort Bragg at all, or no?
No.
Okay.
Not to me, at least.
I hope. I mean, how's your family doing? I know this is a weird question to ask, but
I'm doing okay. I obviously had to speak with the FBI earlier. But like I said, my parents separated when I was young, so I'm not super close with that side of the family, but I am close with my grandma, who's his mom, and his daughters. So it's more my personal pain right now is knowing that they're going through that, and they might never, well, they can't even rest, right? Because it's 24/7 news. There's no like getting away from it and processing it on your own. Just knowing that they're going through that, and then I also have, as I'm on a live Twitch chat, like security concerns as far as possible like Islamophobic blowback, especially when I don't believe that that was the main component of this attack.
Yeah. Some of the reports on this, from CNN, which I'm sure you've probably seen, has shown that he had recorded himself and he had posted on his Facebook. I don't know if you saw those Facebook posts or not. I don't know if you have Facebook still, but it seems that he was posting videos of himself, especially on his way to New Orleans from Texas, where he talked about. I'm sorry to bring this up. And this is a little heavy, but rounding up his family and potentially killing them, but then chose to join the Islamic State, ISIS, and he'd also printed out an ISIS flag, which he hung upside down. If that was something that was on his mind, it seems like it would be something that he would have at least like not revealed to his family, his immediate family members, but at the very least, like they would have gotten an indication that he was clearly mentally unwell to that degree.
Yeah. I think he was sort of.
Right, you're cutting out. Can you hear me? I think there's connection issues. Yeah, I didn't hear anything from your answer, but you heard my question, right?
Yes, that you would expect some signs. As far as I know, he could have been self-isolating leading up to the event. I would expect my relatives I do talk to, like my grandma, who's his mom, to tell me of.
Tell you of what? Hello? I lost you again. Can you hear me now? Oh yeah. So hold on. Sorry,
yes.
You got cut out until you said talking to his mother, your grandmother.
Yes, I would have expected her to clue me in on that because I don't live with them. So he very well could have been showing signs, and I don't think he lived with her. So as he continuously self-isolated, it could have gotten worse and worse. But if he was, showing signs of something so grave as that I would expect to be told about that.
Yeah. So there was some talks about his trips to Egypt and whatnot. Do you have any idea on that? I mean, or was it just for fun?
I do not have an idea of that. I am inclined to believe that they were just for fun. I think one Anchor said that I wouldn't be surprised if his trip to Canada had more influence on him than his trip to Egypt.
Yeah.
And I'm liking to believe the same.
Yeah. So there was that, and then the other question was about financial
Trip to
troubles.
Canada, huh?
At what point did his financial trouble start, to the best of your knowledge?
It could have been shortly after the first divorce, when like child support became an issue. That's kind of a trend in the family, unfortunately.
Okay. And then there's like a potential for piling on, and then the second divorce as well.
And I know when he became a realtor, he was also a property manager, and he was actually reaching out to me to see if I wanted to work with him in some capacity, because I was getting my real estate license. So he was looking into me doing like some sort of administrative stuff and training me to like write articles for like blog posts and stuff. But at that time, which is around 2020, I get the impression that he was sort of diving into real estate as an agent, but also as a property manager, while also trying to like have side hustles, like trying a lot of different things at once. And failures from multiple of those could have piled on.
Okay. Yeah, that makes sense. Well, thank you so much, bro, babe. Is there anything else that I haven't asked that you wanna bring forward?
No, just that he was, a super normal guy. He was super sweet, and like none of us expected this.
Yeah, it seems. I mean, even like I said, his social media profile, or like the information that we saw of him from now deleted YouTube posts and things of that nature, did not show the usual trajectory. But they might have been they might have been a couple of years in the past. So at that point, it's just
I
like
always had the impression of him being from my dad and his siblings. I always had the impression.
Wait, can you hear me? Hello? Hello? I lost you again. Can you hear me? Oh, wait, you're back. Okay, I can hear you now. You said I don't what do we leave it at, chat?
I was saying my impression of him
was
that he was always like the put together one, the one who kind of went for different professional endeavors, always dressed nice, always goofy, always super sweet.
No attacker, Shamsuddin Jabbar. And yes, before you asked, we did verify ahead of time. She sent us photos of them together. Yeah, family photos. He was not a Trump supporter to my knowledge, by the way. Oh, that's a good. Thank you for that. I forgot to ask that. I tuned in a little late. What did she suspect was the reason he got radicalized, or he just normal and crashed out suddenly? The suspicion is, again, none of us are professionals, but the suspicion is that it was the financial complications that came from the first divorce with like child payments and whatnot, and then the second separation from his second wife. The second separation from his second wife was like the seemingly trigger point that like around 2020 when he had his.
Yeah, welcome to the Backyard Professor Responds videos. I've had a winter weather day. I've been out plowing the parking lot all day, parking lots, I should say. So I come home and found a video, and it has one of the most astonishing, remarkable views in the sky that I've ever seen. And I'm unfortunately, I get it. People don't like it when I'm skeptical. I probably get too sarcastic. There's a lot of people who do like it, however. Sometimes it's very necessary. This is intriguing. It's stuff like this video clip that I am getting some nighttime equipment, and I am going to do my own UFO investigations. I can't help it. This stuff intrigues me, but I like to keep a realistic level on it. And that's why I'm never going to become a millionaire on YouTube like so many of the other YouTube channels, because I don't sensationalize stuff. And so maybe I should, I don't know, but I just can't. So that's my curse and bane. It's a good thing I've got a good daytime job. It's a good thing I'm getting close to retirement, because I am going to do UFO video footage and documentaries or whatever full time once I get finished working. So I'll have some better product. Now I just kind of wing it, as it were, but I wing it with a purpose, because I want to know what the heck is happening, right? Let's take a look at this. This is interesting enough. Now, notice how long he keeps the camera on this. I have no idea what it is. Let's take a look.
Residents describe seeing drones flying in coordinated patterns over neighborhoods. Their lights glowing ominously against the night sky.
What the fuck is that?
It can just be a bunch of drones. Also, it's like super blue back here. It's that fog.
Some witnesses claim to have seen up to
Oh,
a
that's what I saw.
dozen at a time, moving with uncanny precision.
So
that's like little white dots.
Time.
That's what I saw. That's what I saw, except it was like one was right up, like above the other one. Saw it in the distance, and then they just disappeared. Like they faded away, like at the same time. Could still be drones.
Some witnesses claim to have seen up to a dozen at a time, moving with uncanny precision.
So, basically, that particular video is really eerie looking. It looks like it's in a...
It looks eerier. It looks... How do you spell eerie? Eerie. Eerie. Eerie.
created cloud smog type thing is that exhaust from several sky vehicles. It's certainly not a plane or a bird. Are they drones?
It is exhaust. It's like on purpose exhaust. You know?
I don't know. Is it CGI? Here, when I see something like this, I have to ask myself, is there any way possible that something of that caliber would escape the news, even local news outlets? Would that escape having hundreds of millions of views on YouTube? I just don't think it would.
It was a drone show.
And so my suspicion meter says, all right, interesting, kind of interesting, but it just doesn't appear to me to be real. For one thing, there is no way. This is why I am upgrading my equipment.
Yeah, but you're not going to see, like I said, you're not going to see anything through the beeps.
I can give you a solemn, sworn promise right here, right now, as a YouTuber. If I ever see something like that, I will not give you a mere 30-second video clip. I would not stop videoing, recording until
until you realize it's drones or something man-made, and then you're like, and then you post it, nobody cares.
Flew away or disappeared or whatever. Something of that magnitude would have stopped the traffic. You know, you're seeing that bit. Nobody in their right mind would just simply drive by and say, oh, well, that's...
It's funny because literally people do that. They'll see something crazy and they'll just, it must be explained somehow, and they go about their day.
Kind of interesting, but I've got to hurry up and get over to the Dairy Queen.
But that
so
is what they do.
But
that is what they do.
This is the issue that...
Then the question is, what are the drones doing?
All of YouTube.
It's like, what are my tax dollars doing up? That's my question. What are my tax dollars doing up there?
In the ufology.
So, AKA, what are the drones for? Surveillance, probably, or maybe spreading this fog that we keep hearing about.
all of this,
I've seen the fog. I've seen the chemtrails. I've seen the
that
fog.
dramatic, something that covers such an
Why do you think? So wait, why would the radiation leaks from what?
Enormous part of the sky is just not going to be ignored. Now, and I confess, I just got home I just saw this clip. I agree. I haven't had time to research it out. I'm really rather tired.
Okay, he now see like you kind of jumped the gun. It's like it's not a UFO until it's a proper clear sky. Okay, none of this haze all the time, making drones look like orbs and stuff. Okay, clear sky, preferably daytime. The craft, you have to like get a good focus on the craft. Nowadays nobody can focus on anything because, again, like the friggin' chemicals in the atmosphere, so you can't like properly focus on these things. Also, it's like always nighttime. But not only that, if they're not like moving around all crazily like a UFO supposedly can, it's like it could, it could be like it could be something man-made. Like, I want to see it like do this, and then like disappear. But all these things that we're seeing these days are just like they're not impressive. From nuclear devices that may be unaccounted for, why would you send out drones for surveillance at night? Data collection, obviously. Sell your data, It's like they can see what you're doing at all times. They have real-time data to share, to sell. Real-time selling of data. I mean, if not that, it's for, surveillance, always. I don't know. Because, like, then why are they doing it in all the, like, NATO countries? Why in Toronto? Why in the GTA? Are there nuclear devices in Toronto that I don't know about? Is all these countries that are seeing drones having nuclear devices unaccounted for? That seems really not good.
And I have a huge show tomorrow night that I think you guys are going to be thrilled with out of your gourds. I'm having Steve.
On this channel, I try hard not to second guess the tactical decisions of soldiers on the ground. But I'm going to go ahead and break my rule and say that the North Korean tactic of let the drone hit you might have some room for improvement. Just how is it going for those North Koreans in Kursk? I'm Paul, U.S. Army combat veteran. Let's talk about it. Okay, be sure to hit that subscribe button, by the way. That helps me out quite a bit on this channel. All right, so according to at least some reports from the Euromaidan Press, who in turn are getting their info from some frontline sources, North Korea's human bait tactics are predictably failing in Kursk. Now, we've seen from leaked notebooks from North Korean casualties that the North Koreans are routinely being told or being briefed that a tactic to thwart FPV drones is to have one soldier sit as bait and then as a lure for the drone, and then the other two soldiers stand at an angle and try to engage the drone with small arms fire. Now, this is unlikely to work for a variety of reasons, and namely that hitting a skeletal drone with a single bullet is actually pretty difficult, and for the drone to get close enough to be accurately engaged would mean that the drone is also close enough to be lethal if it does end up detonating. So this tactic has some serious flaws and likely reflects the fact that the North Koreans were not fully briefed on the drone threat. But that doesn't mean that, God bless them, they're not out here trying, right? So according to, again, some of these sources on the front lines, the North Korean troops continue to resort to these human bait tactics, sending selected soldiers to their death to distract Ukrainian drone operators. But the problem is, that they vastly underestimated the scale of these drones, right? Remember, these drones are costing you $200-$300.
Supposed to be anti-gravity
so
aircraft?
the Ukrainians, the North Koreans say, well, they'll run out of drones eventually, guys. These are, remember, to a North Korean for whom their state tells them that something as simple as electricity and running water is not available for the vast majority of the country. The idea that there are literally disposable flying drones is preposterous, right? It's hard to explain how absolutely world-breaking this might be, right? The North Korean government, for example, fields likely a few dozen aging aircraft. And so I can't even come up with an analog. It'd be like us having to fight China and finding out that China has like invisibility suits or something. And we go, well, if we kill the first 100 of them, it's got to be impossible. We don't even know how they could be made. And then it turns out they actually can produce them at a scale of millions, right? And so this kind of base belief that, well, they'll run out of drones eventually has caused the North Koreans a lot of casualties and a lot of operational issues, right? In fact, the Russian command found that the North Koreans had very little to show for it. You can see here is where the North Koreans are attacking along this ravine leading to the town of, God help me, I think I can pronounce it, Kuglenke, right? And Russian forces, of course, don't have the troops to actually make this. So they're saying, well, let's use the North Korean troops. Let them operate on their own for the first time, really. That's what we appear to have seen in the last 2 weeks, is North Korean platoon-sized elements conducting their own assaults. But the fact is that without the knowledge to counter or thwart Ukrainian drones, who are experts at this point of conducting not just reconnaissance, but then strikes, and combine that with, as you can see in this quick picture here, the winter makes just soldiers just pop out as clear as day in thermal vision, and because there's no foliage in the trees, they're actually visible even in conventional sights. So there's very little concealment for these North Korean troops. Now, before we talk about exactly how long they can sustain this level of losses, and more importantly, if they've made any gains at all, I want to mention that if you want to see my reaction to that viral knife fight video, that is on Combat Vet News. Twice a week, I do uncensored combat videos for members, and that is the best way to support me. It's my version of Patreon. So if you want access to not just those new updates, but also the archive of dozens, maybe even hundreds of uncensored combat videos dating back to the start of the war, you want to become a member. The link is in the description. Okay, so we know right here is that series of canals that the North Koreans have been ordered to seize. And it looks like it's maybe 1 kilometer deep, right? So again, North Koreans, you have 10,000 North Koreans seizing literally 1 kilometer of territory. And then, as you can see, we advance. This is December 1st, and we're advancing through December. You can see the North Koreans not really doing much. Then you can say, oh, they pushed in. They advanced. They did it, guys, on the 17th, right? And you can see even here, there you go, again, on the 21st, they pushed the Ukrainians all the way to this town of Kuglinoke. Man, the Russian pronunciation is weird. But you can see since then, essentially, the Ukrainians have stopped them. So in that entire time, the North Koreans appear to have effectively seized 1 kilometer of territory. Which, okay, maybe they did absorb all the drones, but what did it cost them? The answer is, according at least to the GUR, North Korean units in the area took up to 3,000 casualties, killed and wounded, and while some of them, likely about a third, are probably lightly wounded and will return to duty, 2/3 are either killed or wounded in a way that can't easily be returned to duty, which means literally 20% of the North Korean troops sent to Russia have already been
like, get some food.
Down, which is insane. You've lost 20% of your force just to seize.
They're out there trying to get fed. Got it. I'm so sorry.
Is really par for the course for someone like the North Koreans, who are just not prepared for this.
They're also trying
combat.
to get effed.
And this
LOL.
likely
They don't
speaks
even
to, as we
know
talked about,
who to shoot at.
the layers of delusion and the disconnect from reality.
It just seems like
so
did Russia like bring them over just for them to like be cannon fodder? Like,
many North Koreans are forced to live in, right? Because remember, the North Koreans believe their leadership, Kim Jong-un and his military proxies, are infallible. And so the idea that a godlike being, as they regard Kim Jong-un, could have outdated tactics that require change and innovation is itself absolutely preposterous. And so that means that they literally aren't able to conceive of tactical changes. That's my theory anyway. Now, obviously, they're getting some tactical changes. Their officer corps is going to adapt to the battlefield that's in front of them. And they're likely never going to take casualties at this rate again. They're probably going to learn, but their inflexibility means that lessons that they should have probably learned from the Russians, from seeing Russian operations, from experiencing Russian tactics, they likely weren't able to fully internalize. And they're not alone in doing this, right? You can pull out any doctrinal book in the United States Army, who also is known to absolutely consider itself the greatest army on earth, despite having won a grand total of 0 wars in the last 25 years. We too have not updated our tactics to the drones, but to this new reality of war. But it is worth noting that unlike North Koreans, we don't consider our leadership to be gods. We just let them get away with anything they want. And we do accept that we have to change with the times. North Koreans, not so much. So I'm going to keep you guys posted if anything, if the North Koreans can achieve anything here. Seems unlikely, but you never know. Thanks to Bill Collier, Robert Colburn, Gaius Marning, Indiana Cuesta, Chris Gorsuch, Fran Zacharias, AL90, Pecha, Taruru, and all of our Lieutenant Tier members. I could not do this without you guys. The link, as always, is in the description. See ya. Cheers.
Are you slurring your words? There's a reason why.
What's the reason,
Police officers want you to stay in your car.
Why?
It's for their safety.
Oh.
The police officer hasn't even gotten details back from dispatch. Gave him 30 grand.
What?
What else is there to say about
I guess nothing. Just leave.
He's judging himself.
What are you doing? Hey, about 3 weeks ago, I made this video that you guys are about to watch, and I promised myself, you can't air that. You can't air it. When a YouTube channel hits 100 subscribers, 100,000 subscribers, they get a silver play button from YouTube. A lot of people, they make a video, so I thought I'd make a video, and then I watched it, and I hated my reaction. It grossed me out. It was embarrassing. Like, I was overreacting. But I wasn't. I was honestly a little bit too excited to get this. And I said to myself, if you've ignored your channels for Christmas, why not put it up? You might get 5,000 views on it. I don't have a title. That's another reason why I wasn't going to put it up. What do I title this? So I'm going to come up with one. And yeah.
He's a political commentator.
They sent me 2.
Ish.
And I got a metal letter. Made of metal. Which is kind of cool. And this
Wait, why did he get 2?
This is heavy.
Wow, what is that?
I don't even know what it is. But it's cool. Hangs in my house.
It's the play button.
Here you go. Watch it. Thanks for watching. I won't say it. Okay? But it is all I care about. No, it's not. I'm not allowed to say it. We had Christmas dinner last night. Merry Christmas, guys, by the way. I think I said that. We had Christmas dinner last night. And my family, my brother, my mom, I hate it when you say that. I hate it when you say that's all I care about. And I'm like, Mom, what's wrong with that? I'm not asking for money. I just want their subscription.
He says, subscribe. That's all I care about every time he starts
because
his video.
You did. I got one of these. 2 of these.
How did he get 2?
Merry Christmas.
Maybe he has another channel. He must have another
great year.
channel.
It's been a rough year for our family. There was a lot of death. I don't mean to depress you, but let's have a great year. Take a look at this.
Oh.
Clinton Jaws. I know these videos are probably... Guys, this is going to be raw. What? Did a booger just fly out of my... This is going to be raw. I know everybody does this video. Oh, they're going to open up their plaque. Live. Not live, but on video. That's what you're supposed to do, and I wasn't going to do it. But I have to do it. Am I even recording? I have to do it because... It's because of you guys that you... It sounds so corny. It's so true. You guys subscribe to me. And then I get this. Which is a big deal to me. It's a big deal. When you get... And I'm sorry for the hair. I just got a haircut. I need to dye it, and I'm sorry for the jacket.
He's too self-aware. It's okay, Clinton. Nobody's judging you.
But, well, I don't even know what I was saying. Okay, it's a big deal to me. When you get older, there are things that are no longer a big deal to you. I mean, you got the kids. That's a big deal. You get married. I guess that's a big deal. And now I just got this in the mail today. This plaque that I'm going to open. I haven't opened it up. I'm going to open it up. I'm going to show you one of my first videos that I did. And I don't even know what it is. Swear to God, I don't even know what the first video is. And I'm also going to show you, which is silly that I'm going to do this, but I'm going to show you a video that I made that I never posted before I posted any videos on my YouTube channel. I made this silly video.
He's so Canadian, every other sentence is an apology.
I don't know why I'm doing this, but I feel like I owe it to you. For some reason, I feel, because you guys did this.
Not wrong.
You know what is amazing to me? And I don't want to jinx it.
I feel like I don't want to jinx it by saying this. And if I made it this far and I'm not going to make it any farther, that's fine. But on October 1st, I sat down at this table and I wrote out a list that I knew that would be nearly impossible to make. What did it say? Maybe I'll put it up. I don't even got my, yeah, I got my phone. I did this on October 1st.
You literally can't keep your eyes open.
And I wrote a
Go
goal.
to sleep motivated.
I wrote a goal that was nearly impossible. I
Have
said
a
I want to
great
get
night. Thank you
1,000
so much for
subscribers
hanging
every
out.
5 days. It's October 1st when I wrote this. That
Goal 100K every 5 days. How is that even possible? XMV, you're judging. Is that a Mountie? Yes, I believe it is. Royal Mounted Police. RCMP. Canadian Police. Gotta go to sleep. Talk to you next time. Keep warm and keep healthy. Thank you so much, Motivated. I hope you have a great night. Thank you so much for hanging out.
That means I will get 18,000 new subs by December 31st, which would equal 48,000.
Wait, 100.
December
Wait, 1,000. Wait,
and
hold
May
on, hold on.
31st.
Did he mean? Does he mean 1K? Did he mean 1K every day? Wait.
Which would equal 48,000 by December 31st, and maybe 100,000 by summer. And I'm at 165. And thanks.
He's at 195.
What am I doing? Not drinking. Thank you.
Oh yeah, he said he already like recorded this a little while ago.
What? And I know I've been all over the place on my YouTube channel. I'm just going with the wind, guys. That's all I'm doing. I'm just going with the wind. And I know people are, you're not talking about this, you're not talking about that. I feel bad. It makes me feel bad.
First number is
And I'm
probably
trying to figure things
views.
out. I got a second channel that I've paid no attention to for 2 months, at least, maybe 3 or 4.
Oh,
I'm trying to figure this out.
got it.
Let's open it. I got this in the mail, and the woman, you know, the woman said to me, we got in an argument about a month and a half ago. You know how we argue, you get, I shouldn't say it. Oh, maybe I will.
Is he talking about his wife?
Woman says to me,
He
during an
calls the
argument,
woman, okay.
okay, I don't blame her. Why don't you go get a real job? She's not saying that now. Not saying that now. And I probably shouldn't have said because it makes her. But that's what you do when you argue, when you're a couple. You throw some bad jabs. See, she's going to see this now. I'm in big trouble now, thanks. Because I divulged that. I got to edit that out. Let me go get a real job. Get off that couch because that's all I do. I sit on the couch on my computer like, what can I find? Like a nut. I got no help. Anyways, doesn't matter. This comes in the... Oh my God. So the FedEx guy, I see him, I'm waiting for this because I know it's showing up. He comes to I see him through the window. He's going to my motorhome. He's about to knock on the motorhome. And I'm like, that's weird. We've never had anybody try to knock on the motorhome. Our front door's right there. It's right there. He sees me in the window and he's like, oh, okay, yeah, okay, I'll meet you at the front door. So I go down to the front door and he goes, yes. Congratulations. Oh, I know you? How do you know? How do you know? I said, oh, thank you. Thanks. Yeah. Swear to God. He says to me, have you met Moose on the loose? What are you talking about? Anyway, it was kind of funny. And I said to him, I think
Moose
you
on
know
the
too
Loose
much.
is another
The woman is
Canadian
begging me
YouTuber.
to just open. I said, I can't
Hold
catch
on.
Moose. I'm like, no, I don't think do I know you? How do you know? How do you know? I said, oh, thank you. Thanks. Yeah.
I know he must have like the package guy must have like Googled his name because it's like a YouTube package, right? So if he didn't already know who this guy was, he must have like Googled him before handing it over.
Swear to God. He says to me, have you met Moose on the loose? I'm like, no, I don't think the guy likes me. What are you talking about? Anyway, it was kind of funny. And I said to him, I think you know too much. The woman is begging me to open. Just open. I said, I can't open it. Just open it, then put it back in the box and do your video.
If you want a beer drinking Canadian sleeping in a weird place, you'd go with Steve Wallace. Who's
Yes, I
that?
can't do that. It's fake. It's funny.
Steve Wallace.
But then the kid comes up, my son. He's like, Dad, come on. Come on, just open. He's saying this. He wouldn't stop. I feel kind of bad that I'm not opening it with them. But I realize I have to open it with you. Is that bad? I don't know. And so while I'm sitting at the fireplace, the little bugger opens this part. The tape, it's taped, and he cut it open somehow, but not this part. I'm like, what are you doing? Stop that. So now we're going to open it together.
He does camping.
I already know what
with
it looks like.
Steve?
I've never seen one in
Oh.
person. I've never. Why am I talking like that? I've never touched one. Go get a real What do you think you're doing? Yeah, well, have you seen your bank account? Well, I didn't know. I didn't know. I didn't know either. I didn't know either. Okay, I obviously should have got a knife. Not prepared. Why am I using a pen? That's what
Oh,
my dad
illegal
did my entire life.
camping, Canadian Daredevil.
Never had a screwdriver, just a butter knife. That's what I am. And fingernails. Fingernails and a butter knife and sometimes a spoon.
He's too.
But it was always out.
Worried.
Carol, where's the forks? We get a hooking mechanism.
Oh, I feel like I've seen this guy's videos before, actually.
And I know these videos are like who wants to?
I've definitely seen his videos.
I think it's more for me. What do you name it? Wow, I open a box. Clinton Jaws opens up box. There's something in it. Might be silver. We're going to Mexico tomorrow. I'm not looking forward to flying. Oh shit. I want you to see it first. We haven't seen one. It's a black mat. Looks like I got a letter. And a business card. Come on. Painful, I know.
One day I'm gonna get that plaque, guys. Follow me on YouTube. Hunniebee on YouTube. At Miss Hunniebee. Chat.
That is so damn cool, man. And it's a mirror where I can look at myself and fix my hair and stuff.
It's so small though, like they changed the size of it.
Lots in the back.
It used to be bigger.
That is so cool.
And then too many people were reaching 100k subscribers with shorts, so they're like, small ones for everyone.
I'm being way too corny right now. I know these all say the same thing, but do you remember your first subscriber? Your 100th or your 1000th? No, I don't. Wonder if there's a way. Who is Rick, by the way? I wonder if there's a way to find out your first subscriber. Maybe I'll read that later. I can't even put this up. Oh my god. That is so cool. Worthless but cool. I'm gonna show you my first video. And I don't even know what it is. And maybe I could find out who my first subscriber is. I don't think I can. But maybe I can. Recognize your team. Awesome. Maybe it'll fit in the pocket. Or the boot. Maybe it'll fit in the boot. I've been talking way too long. Thanks. So corny. This is so corny. Thanks. I'm excited, okay? Oh, I just realized all I have to do is go to Clinton Jaws, and we will see my first video if I click on oldest. You guys probably think I'm making this up. Videos. Only 507 videos. Wow. I've been doing this for 5 years. 500 videos. That's not very good.
It's not that many.
Now I know. When I was starting my YouTube channel, I watched a lot of videos saying, your first videos are going to be the worst. And that kind of kept me from not doing a YouTube channel because I'm like, I don't want my first videos to be the worst. And they literally were the worst. But honestly, look at that. Like I did a YouTube channel just to break down police videos. And then all of a sudden, politics, the fourth one in, politics took over. And my titles were horrific. Squirms, Global News Live.
His thumbnails.
See, these two videos right here were probably, even though they were probably one of my best videos. I really liked those videos. So my first video, it ended up getting, after 4 years, it's actually 5. It ended up, I think it's 5. It ended up getting 600. Let's just take a look. This is going to be painful. Hey guys, I got another video for you. It's only a couple minutes long.
Another
I really
one.
like
It's
this
his
video because
first
of the
one.
story it tells afterwards, years later. I dyed my hair blonde. I was going through something. I dyed my hair blonde.
It looks the same color.
Hey guys. Oh, I'm out the lake. Look at that. I still have that shirt. Watch the video. I don't want to give it anything away. Oh, I'm drunk. It's only a couple minutes long. If you don't want to watch it, because I'm going to break it down anyways. Watch Fast forward a couple minutes. And, fast forward. Enjoy it. Enjoy it. No. What? Yeah, okay. Hello?
Okay, let's jump right into it.
Let's jump right into
Routine traffic stop. Another example of a guy that doesn't want to get back into the car. I need to show you this part.
Okay, then just show it. Oh my god. I need to show you this.
Get back in your car. Right now. Cop said it 5 times.
Why does he skip
Five
the-
times.
why does he skip
refused
the
to listen
car
to the police
part?
officer.
Oh, the
Refused
bugger.
to obey him. Again and again and again this happens.
Oh, does it?
After he says it the 5th time, what does bad guy do?
Right.
Leans up against his truck. Nah, I don't want to.
Oh my god.
Not doing it.
This
I'm not
is
going to do as you say.
cringy. Are you
And what
slurring
happens
your
when you don't?
words?
There's a reason why.
What's the reason,
Police officers
He looks perfectly fine.
want you to stay in your car.
Why?
It's for their safety.
It's not even cringe.
The police officer hasn't even gotten details back from dispatch after he ran his plate. Before the cop goes to your window, he wants to know if you're a fella that has possession
fella?
of firearms. Maybe you have a warrant. Maybe the truck is stolen. He wants to get details from dispatch.
Maybe
All
he
that
has
stuff. Are
AIDS.
you a murderer?
Oh my god, dude.
Don't get out of your car.
No wonder.
And
It took me that long.
Okay, come here. Says 3 times.
What?
Cops don't like that.
Mm.
They don't like it. What are you doing? This is why we want you to stay in your car. The guy continues to ruffle around and grab items. Wants to show the police officer some things that he has. What's a police officer supposed to do? Just stand there and go, oh, okay, yeah.
Why not?
What other items do you have or other items you want to point
Sounds
at
like a
me?
good idea
I'll
to
just
me.
stand back and let you do what you want to do.
Yeah?
He's uncooperative. Active resistant.
Oh, no.
Whatever it's called
voice.
nowadays.
You did the voice.
Anything wrong? What's with that police officer just freaking out like that? I've never done that. Turns out he was a former sheriff in the same county.
Oh my
29 years.
God.
He's never treated anybody that way.
Oh. What are you
Says
doing?
that he has poor performance. Even though it was proven he has a stellar record. Poor performance. Turns out this bad guy that
Say it
he
again,
arrested
please.
is friends with the supervisors.
No. Are you
Police
out of
officer.
breath?
For that. Gave him 30 grand.
What?
What else is there to say about
I
it?
guess nothing. Just leave. What are you doing?
It pays to be an ass.
Oh. Oh, good one at the end there. Sorry for even showing that. Oh my god.
It's not that
Okay.
bad. It's not bad at
This
all.
has been way too long. I know nobody's gonna watch this.
My first season videos are pretty cringe.
I'm gonna show you a bit of the video that I did before I did any
They're
video.
not that bad either. I don't know.
Tell me, say something.
It's okay.
Yeah. I didn't even know how to do a podcast. I didn't understand audio.
Yeah, that's why I need to you're laughing because we're like, where are we? Thought we were just speaking of the day. God, what a day, eh, Tom?
Bring that ass back like a boom, 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 boom,
Boom, boom, boom.
Okay, I can't show that. Here he is. I'm on something. I have kids now, and I got a mom that's still kicking around. I'm just gonna show you a bit of this, and it's because you guys have helped me out. I don't know why I'm doing this because it's a failure. Before my podcast, and there I am setting up my goofy scene. The woman has friends over. We just sat around and did a podcast together that we never aired. Didn't do anything. We just laughed at it afterwards later in life. And now it's just me alone because I don't want to go back out. I don't want to go back out. I don't want to talk to them. I don't want to mingle. I just want to. Honestly, I just want to sit in my room and go, look at this. Look what I'm about to do. I'm gonna make a fool out of myself for 5 years.
I'm holding the door for you. I gotta take a piss first.
And she didn't, talk. It's going to be a hoot. 10-4. Copy
Are
that.
these just like snippets from that?
Nothing like the heart. Let's put on mic. That's better.
Wait.
See? See the
All
difference?
right, I'm over this. Congratulations, Clinton. All right. I think I have to end my stream here. It's getting late, so yes. I'm gonna do that. Yeah, thank you all so much for hanging out. I don't want to go, but it is what it is. It is what it is. It is what it is. All right. I'm gonna go. Bye, guys. Thank you so much for hanging out. Thank you for the follows, for chatting, and yes, I'll probably be live again tomorrow. Bye, Flukester. Bye, Woodpass. Bye, guys.